They say that on the day of her trial, the air in the Russellville courthouse was thick with hate. The good people of Kentucky wanted a hanging. They saw Sally Rice Harper not as a woman, but as a demon's consort, the bride of a monster whose bloody deeds had terrorized the frontier. Yet when she spoke, frail and broken, her testimony of the horrors she'd endured was so chilling it swayed a jury sworn to convict her. She walked free, a survivor who looked a devil in the eye and lived. But the question that haunted the courtroom that day still echoes through the hollows. Was she the ultimate victim or the ultimate performer? To understand the woman in that courtroom, you have to travel back, before the blood and the fear, to the hard-packed dirt floor of a minister's cabin in Knox County, Tennessee. This was Sally Rice's world, a tiny island of order carved out of a vast, chaotic wilderness. Her father, John Rice, was a Methodist minister, a man who fought the frontier's savagery not with a long rifle, but with the Holy Bible. He built her a life fenced in by scripture and piety, where the days were measured by chores and prayer, and a woman's virtue was her most precious possession. Life on the edge of civilization was a brutal teacher. Every day was a lesson in hardship. Winters were lean, sickness was a constant shadow, and the threat of violence from man or beast was as real as the cold mountain wind. Sally was raised to be tough, resourceful, and obedient. She knew how to mend clothes, tend a garden, and stretch a meal to feed one more mouth. But more than anything, she was taught the rigid morality of her father's faith, that the world was a clear battle between good and evil, and a righteous path was the only shield against damnation. But a fence, no matter how strong, can't stop the sounds from the world outside. Through the cracks in her father's rigid world, Sally would have glimpsed another life. She saw the rough-hewn hunters and trappers who passed through, men who lived by their own code, their eyes holding a freedom and a danger she couldn't comprehend. She heard the whispers of tavern brawls, of land disputes settled with a knife, of fortunes made and lost on the turn of a card. These were glimpses of a world that didn't fit neatly into her father's sermons, a world painted in shades of grey. The code her father preached was one of forgiveness, community, and the rule of law. But the mountains had an older, harsher code. It was a code of absolute self-reliance, where an insult to your honor was a debt that could only be paid in blood. It was a code where family was paramount and survival was the only true law. Sally stood with a foot in both worlds. She was her father's daughter, raised in the light, but she was also a child of the frontier, surrounded by an encroaching darkness she was taught to fear, but must have also been secretly curious about. We don't have a record of one single event that defined her youth, but you can imagine a moment that planted a seed of restlessness in her soul. Perhaps it was a traveling merchant, his saddlebags full of colorful cloth and even more colorful stories of cities like Charleston or New Orleans. As he spoke, he might have painted a picture of a world so vast and vibrant that her father's small congregation seemed like a cage. In that moment, the righteous path might have started to feel less like a shield and more like a tether. And so, Sally Rice was a paradox long before the Harps ever laid eyes on her. She was a woman of God, taught to be meek and obedient, yet possessed the quiet resilience that only the frontier can forge. She was steeped in a morality of black and white, but lived on the border of a lawless land where the only color that mattered was the deep red of blood. This internal conflict was the fault line running through her soul, and when the Harper brothers arrived, they were the earthquake that would finally tear her world apart. History doesn't give us a diary from Sally Rice, no collection of letters detailing her hopes and dreams. But we can piece together the life she must have lived, the world that was stolen from her. In the years before the storm, she wasn't a legend or a ghost. She was simply a daughter, a neighbor, and a cornerstone of her father's small, devout community. Her life was one of quiet, relentless purpose. Her hands were rarely still, whether kneading dough for the Sunday communion bread, stitching a quilt for a neighbor's newborn, or tending to the sick with a poultice of herbs her mother had taught her to find. In the eyes of her community, Sally was the very picture of respectable frontier womanhood, pious, diligent, and modest. Young men, clearing their own patches of land and dreaming of starting a family, would have looked upon her with a deep and sober respect. She was the kind of woman you could build a life with, one who would stand by you through harsh winters and uncertain harvests. She was a promise of stability in a world that offered very little of it. Her relationships were woven into the very fabric of this small settlement. There was the deep, if perhaps demanding, love for her father, a man whose approval was her guiding star. There was the easy camaraderie with the other women, a bond forged over shared labors at the washing creek and whispered conversations by the hearth. This wasn't just a place she lived, it was an identity. She was John Rice's daughter, a good Christian woman, a future wife and mother. Her name was clean, her path was clear, and her future seemed as solid as the Appalachian mountains themselves. This was the world at stake. Not a great fortune or a vast tract of land, but something far more precious. A good name, a place in her community, and a future unburdened by shame. It was a simple, fragile world, built on faith and mutual reliance, where the sound of hymns on a Sunday morning could, for a little while, drown out the howl of a wolf in the woods. This was the life Sally Rice knew, a world of simple decency and hard-won peace. And it was about to be burned to the ground. But in every fortress, there is a weak point, and in every soul, a hidden crack. For all her piety and obedience, Sally Rice harbored a fatal flaw, one common to so many people trapped in a life they did not choose, a deep and restless curiosity. It was a yearning for a world larger than the one she could see from her father's doorstep, a hunger for a story that wasn't already written for her in the pages of a hymn book. She was a good daughter, but a part of her spirit chafed under the bit of rigid righteousness. There's a story, a piece of local law that never made it into the official records, that speaks to this hidden side of Sally. They say that sometimes, when she was supposed to be gathering firewood or checking rabbit snares, she would instead climb the highest ridge behind her family's cabin. Up there, clinging to the rocky outcrop, with the wind whipping her hair, she could see the world unfold. Valley after valley, painted in shades of blue and green, stretching out to a horizon that seemed to promise everything and nothing all at once. It was a small, secret act of defiance, a moment of tasting a freedom her father would have called a sin. This hunger for the horizon was a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it gave her a resilience, an inner strength to endure the monotony and hardship of her daily life. But on the other, it made her dangerously naive. She craved experience so badly that she lacked the wisdom to judge its character. She could see the allure of the unknown, but she was utterly blind to its perils. Her father had built a wall of faith around her to protect her from the world's evils, but in doing so, he had left her with no weapons to fight them should they ever breach the walls. And so the crack in her armor was not malice or wickedness, but a deep and dangerous yearning. She was a bird in a well-made cage who spent her days dreaming of the sky, never once considering that the sky was also home to hawks. When the Harp brothers eventually rode into her life, they were not just men. They were the embodiment of that wild, untamed horizon she had only ever glimpsed from the top of a mountain. And her flaw, her desperate curiosity, would prevent her from seeing the shadow of the hawk until its talons were already sunk deep into her flesh. They didn't arrive like a storm, but like a low, unsettling rumble on the horizon. Two men emerging from the deep woods on horseback, their figures dark against the tree line. They approached the rice cabin not with the caution of strangers, but with an unnerving ownership, as if the entire frontier belonged to them. The smaller man, Wiley, was wiry and watchful, but it was the giant Micajah Harp who seemed to suck the very air from the clearing. He was a mountain of a man, his face a mask of hardened leather and dark scowls, and he carried himself with the predatory grace of a bear. Minister John Rice, bound by the sacred frontier code of hospitality, met them at the door. He offered them water and a place to rest their horses, his voice steady with the authority of a man of God. But Big Harp's gaze passed right over him. His eyes, dark and possessing, settled on Sally. And in that moment, the unforgivable affront occurred. It wasn't a shouted threat or a drawn weapon. It was in the way Harp looked at her, not as a person, but as a prize, a piece of property he had just discovered and intended to claim. In his stare, all of her father's laws, all of God's commandments, were dismissed as meaningless. For Sally, this should have been a moment of pure terror. Her father's world was being challenged by a raw, masculine power that was its complete opposite. But her fatal flaw, that restless curiosity, flared to life. This man was not like the shuffling, deferential farm boys from the congregation. He was the wilderness given human form. He was dangerous. He was chaos. He was real in a way that felt more potent than any sermon she had ever heard. The fear was there, a cold knot in her stomach, but beneath it was a terrifying, exhilarating flicker of fascination. This was the spark. The choice that history has debated ever since wasn't really a choice at all. The myth says he seduced her with promises of adventure. The official record says he dragged her screaming from the cabin. The truth likely lies in the murky space between. Perhaps he spoke a few words to her, his voice a low growl that promised to show her that horizon she'd always dreamed of. And perhaps for one foolish, fatal second, she listened. Her curiosity, for the briefest of moments, outweighed her fear. That hesitation was all the opening Big Harp needed. The seduction, if there ever was one, ended there. The instant she was within his reach, the mask of the charismatic rogue fell away to reveal the monster beneath. The affront that began with a look was completed with an act of brutal possession. He grabbed her, and the spell was shattered. The dream of the horizon instantly became the nightmare of a cage on wheels. Her father's shouts, her mother's screams, they became the fading sounds of a world she had just lost forever. The fuse had been lit, not by a grand battle, but by a single damning look and a young woman's naive hunger for a life she was never meant to know. The romance of the horizon, if it ever existed, died within the first mile. Sally Rice's new world was the sweaty flank of a horse, the hard ground at night, and the constant suffocating presence of Big Harp. The warnings were not whispered words from concerned friends, they were actions, each one a brutal lesson in the nature of the beasts who now owned her. The first time Big Harp backhanded her for being too slow to make camp, the shock of it was a deafening bell toll, signaling the end of her old life. This was not an escape. It was a new and more terrible cage. The first door to a life she might have salvaged slammed shut on the banks of a Kentucky river. They had fallen in with a traveler, a man named Langford, who shared his meager rations with them. For a few hours, the conversation was almost normal, a fleeting reminder of common decency. Sally might have felt a flicker of hope. Then, without a word of warning, little Harp's tomahawk came down. The sound, a wet, sickening crack, echoed in the sudden silence. Sally watched, paralyzed, as they looted his body and casually rolled it into the brush. In that moment, she learned the most important rule of her new life. Any kindness shown to her was a death sentence for the one who showed it. To cry for help was to murder the helper. Opportunities to flee must have presented themselves, each one a poisoned chalice. Perhaps one night, with the brothers passed out from a jug of stolen whiskey, she stood at the edge of the firelight, the dark woods promising escape. But where would she go? The wilderness that had once seemed a symbol of freedom was now an accomplice to her captivity, an endless maze of shadows filled with predators, both animal and human. To run was to choose a different, slower death. So she stayed, banking the fire, her inaction a choice made for her by the absolute certainty of what lay in wait, both in the woods around her and in the sleeping forms of the men behind her. With every passing week, her old self, the minister's daughter, began to die a quiet death. The path of no compromise was not a refusal to back down from a fight. It was a total submission to the logic of survival. She learned to read Big Harp's moods in the set of his jaw, to anticipate Wiley's twitchy violence. She learned to make herself small, to be useful, to become a piece of the scenery. Her prayers at night, if she still dared to offer them, must have changed. She no longer prayed for rescue, but for the strength to endure another sunrise. She was not alone in her misery, but the presence of the other women, Susan and Betsy, offered no comfort. They were not sisters in arms, planning a rebellion. They were three separate souls trapped in the same hell, each one a rival for the sliver of tolerance that might spare them a beating. Their shared glances were not of solidarity, but of mutual, desolate understanding. They were a tribe of the damned, and their silence was a pact of survival that isolated each of them completely. The warnings had all been ignored because they were impossible to heed. Each murder she witnessed, each body filled with stones and sunk in a cold river, was another chain binding her to the gang. She was no longer just an innocent captive in her own mind. The blood had spattered too close. The path back to her father's world was turning to ash behind her. To leave now, even if she could, would be to carry the stench of their crimes with her, branding her forever. Her only path forward was the one the Harps carved through the frontier, a trail of blood leading deeper and deeper into a darkness from which there was no return. It came on a humid afternoon at a small, fly-blown trading post on the Green River. For a few brief hours, the world felt almost normal. The Harps were trading stolen furs for salt and lead, their violent energy momentarily focused on the simple act of commerce. Sally, Susan, and Betsy were allowed a few feet of freedom, lingering near a rack of iron pots. It was here that a ghost from her past appeared, a kindly, whiskered man named Gable, who had once supplied her father's community with tools and news from the outside world. He saw her, and his face, weathered and friendly, froze in disbelief. He approached cautiously, his eyes filled with a mixture of pity and alarm. "Sally," he whispered, his voice barely a breath. "Sally Rice. Child, is that you?" For a heartbeat, the sound of her own name, spoken with kindness, was a physical blow. It was the name of a girl who was dead, a ghost she had long since buried. Hope, a feeling so dangerous she'd forgotten what it felt like, flickered in her chest. Mr. Gable saw the flicker. He leaned closer, his words a desperate, urgent plea. "Your father has been sick with worry. Everyone thinks you're dead. My wagon is just behind the storehouse. I'm leaving at first light, heading east. I can hide you under the canvas. I can take you home, Sally. We can get you home." It was the off-ramp, a clear, well-lit path leading directly out of hell. All she had to do was take his hand, and in that moment, she saw it all play out. She would run. The Harps would notice. Their good mood would curdle into volcanic rage. They would catch the wagon before it cleared the next ridge. They wouldn't just take her back. They would take Mr. Gable, this good and decent man, and they would make him pay for his kindness in ways she couldn't bear to imagine. His blood would be on her hands, another victim of her tainted existence. She looked from his hopeful, pleading face to the hulking form of Big Harp, who was now laughing with the trader, a sound more menacing than any threat. The flicker of hope in her chest was deliberately, painfully extinguished. She had been a prisoner for so long that she now understood its cruelest logic. To save the innocent, you must remain among the damned. She straightened her back, and when she met Mr. Gable's eyes again, they were as cold and empty as a winter sky. "You are mistaken, sir," she said, her voice flat and devoid of emotion. "My name is not Sally." She turned her back on him, on her name, on the last chance she would ever have for salvation, and walked calmly back to the monsters she now called her own. The crossroads had been presented, and she had chosen her path. The reckoning came not in a hail of gunfire or a clash of knives, but in a miserable rain-soaked camp on a cold night. The world had shrunk to the size of a weak, sputtering fire, casting dancing shadows that looked like grasping claws. The only sound, other than the miserable drizzle, was the thin, relentless wail of a newborn. It was Susan Wood's infant daughter, a child born into a life of flight and fear, and her crying was like a needle, stitching itself directly into the frayed nerves of Big Harp. He sat staring into the flames, his massive shoulders hunched. He wasn't enraged, not in the way a normal man would be. It was something colder, a deep and profound irritation, the annoyance of a god swatting at a fly. Susan, her face pale and gaunt in the firelight, rocked the child, whispering useless reassurances, her every movement radiating a desperate animal terror. She knew, and they all knew, that in this world, any sound of weakness was an invitation to violence. Then he rose. He moved with a terrifying economy of motion, a hulking shadow detaching itself from the others. He walked over to Susan, not looking at her, but at the source of the noise. Sally's breath caught in her throat, a cold stone lodging itself in her chest. The world seemed to slow down, every detail sharpening into painful focus. The glint of firelight on his wet hair, the dead expression in his eyes, the way Susan flinched, trying to make herself and her child invisible. He reached down. A shot of motion, too quick to comprehend, cut through the night. The crying, which had been the constant pulse of the camp's misery, stopped. It didn't fade. It was just gone. It was replaced by a single sickening sound that the rain almost swallowed. And then, an absolute, profound silence that was 1,000 times louder than the baby's wail had ever been. In that silence, the world had fundamentally and irrevocably changed. Susan Wood's face, which had been a mask of fear, simply collapsed. Her mouth opened in a perfect silent O of horror, but no scream came out. She had seen an act so far beyond the boundaries of human cruelty that her own body couldn't even process the sound it demanded. The tiny bundle she had been desperately trying to quiet was no longer in her arms. From her place across the fire, Sally watched, and a part of her soul turned to ice and shattered. This was the ultimate truth of her captivity. This was not a man driven by greed or revenge. This was a force of nature, a void where a soul should be. She understood then that there was no line he would not cross, no act too monstrous. The argument that had raged between a fragile new life and a world of pure malice was suddenly, permanently over. He turned and walked back to his spot by the fire, as if he had done nothing more than toss a log on the flames. The drizzle continued to fall, hissing in the embers, washing away the evidence of a life that had barely begun. The chilling silence that followed was the sound of a new law being written, one that Sally now understood completely. To survive, you had to be quieter than the dead. After the night of the silent baby, the world of the Harp Gang became a waking purgatory. The air was thick with a new kind of fear, a brittle, silent dread. The women moved like ghosts, their faces hollowed out, their eyes vacant. Even the harps seemed to feel it. Their brutal confidence was curdling into a cornered animal's paranoia. They were no longer hunters, they were prey. The entire frontier had become a vast posse, and every rustle of leaves, every distant dog's bark, was the sound of the world closing in. For Sally, the terror was no longer about what Big Harp might do to her, but about the violent end she now knew was coming for all of them. The final chase was a grim, exhausted flight through the dense canebrakes of western Kentucky. They were running not to escape, but just to delay the inevitable. Then, one hot August morning, the inevitable arrived. It came as a shout from the woods, followed by the thunder of hoofbeats and the crack of long rifles. The posse, led by the vengeful Moses Stegel, descended upon their camp like a righteous flood. Chaos erupted. Sally and the other women scrambled for cover, becoming spectators to the final bloody act of the drama they'd been forced to star in. She saw Big Harp try to make a stand, saw him leveled by a shot that shattered his spine. He fell not like a giant, but like a puppet with its strings cut. As the posse swarmed his crippled, roaring form, Sally watched with a profound and chilling detachment. There was no joy, no relief, only a vast, hollow emptiness. She saw Moses Stegel, his face a mask of cold fury, kneel beside the dying monster. She watched the slow, deliberate work of the knife. And when Stegel raised Harp's head by its matted hair, a gruesome trophy against the morning sky, Sally felt no horror. She had already witnessed the murder of an innocent. This, by comparison, was just the slaughter of a beast. Her state of mind in that moment was not triumph or regret. It was a complete and total exhaustion of the soul. The nightmare was over, but she was not awake. She simply stood by a sycamore tree, dirt-streaked and numb, as the men of the posse, their bloodlust sated, finally turned their attention to the women. A hand, rough but not brutal, took her by the arm. It wasn't the possessive, violent grip of Big Harp. It was the cold, impersonal grip of the law. And in that moment, her life on the run was officially over. She didn't fight. She didn't speak. She simply allowed herself to be led away. For 2 years, she had lived under the absolute tyranny of one man's will. Now, she was a prisoner of another system, one with courthouses and judges instead of campfires and tomahawks. The end of the road had come, but she knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that a new and perhaps even more difficult journey was just beginning. While Sally Rice Harper was being led away in chains, the news of her survival began its slow, cruel journey back to her father's cabin in Tennessee. The message was a paradox of relief and damnation. Your daughter is alive, but she is the devil's wife. For Minister John Rice, the man who had built his life on the bedrock of piety and reputation, this was a blow from which he would never recover. The shame was a physical presence in his home, a stain on the family name that no amount of prayer could wash out. His congregation looked at him with pity, but also with suspicion. How could such evil have sprung from the house of God? The wreck of Big Harp's life was not his alone. It had washed up on his doorstep and poisoned the well of his life's work. The damage radiated outward, far beyond one family's shame. The Harp's reign of terror had fundamentally broken the frontier's most sacred code, the code of hospitality. Before their rampage, a stranger at your door was a guest to be fed. After, a stranger was a potential murderer. The trust that held these isolated communities together was shattered. Families who had once shared tools and salt now barred their doors at night, their long rifles kept closer at hand. The Wilderness Road, once a symbol of hope and a pathway to a new life, became a 2-year-long funeral procession, and its reputation was now one of ambush and unmarked graves. The land itself seemed to bear the scars. A certain bend in the river was no longer just a good fishing spot. It was the place they'd sunk John Tully's body. A particular patch of woods was not just timber, it was where the posse had finally cornered the beast. And for years to come, a lonely crossroads in Kentucky would be known only for the grotesque, rotting head of Micajah Harp impaled on a pike, a landmark of frontier justice that served as a permanent reminder of the horror that had passed through. The geography of the region had been rewritten, its landmarks now serving as tombstones. And then there were the other families, the ones whose names were not tied to the killers, but to the victims. For the wives, children, and parents of men like Thomas Langford and John Graves, the death of Big Harp brought no closure. It only cemented their loss. Their lives were now defined by an empty chair at the table, by a future that had been stolen by a moment of senseless, random violence. The Harps' legacy was not just in their own death and infamy, but in the countless quiet tragedies they left in their wake, in the dozens of families whose stories were now permanently rerouted down a path of grief and hardship. The tragedy of the Harper brothers, you see, did not end when a knife sawed through Big Harp's neck. That was simply the end of the killing. The true wreckage was in the survivors, in the communities paralyzed by fear, and in the shadow of suspicion that would fall over Sally Rice's family for a generation. The violence was a stone thrown into the placid pool of the frontier, and its ripples would disturb the waters for decades to come. The Russellville courthouse was little more than a log cabin with a judge's bench, but on the day Sally and the other women were brought to trial, it was the center of the universe. It was packed to the rafters with the husbands, sons and brothers of the Harp's victims, their faces grim, their hands resting on the butts of the pistols in their belts. This was not a crowd seeking justice. They were a congregation demanding a sacrifice. To them, these women were not captives. They were the devil's brood, witches who had lured good men to their deaths. The air was thick with a righteous, murderous hum. This was the ultimate clash of cultures. The court, with its powdered wigs and leather-bound books, operated on the principles of evidence and testimony, of a world governed by man's law. But Sally's defense was based on an unwritten, brutal code that no one in that room, save the other two women, could truly understand. The mountain code of absolute survival. The prosecutor's questions were logical, but to Sally, they were absurd. "Why didn't you try to escape?" he would thunder. How could she explain that escape meant a slower death by starvation or a quicker one upon recapture? Why did you not cry for help? How could she describe the cold certainty that her cry would be a death sentence for whoever was foolish enough to listen? Here, in the crucible of the courtroom, Sally Rice Harper gave the performance of her life. She did not stand tall and defiant. She was the very picture of a broken victim. Frail, emaciated, her voice a fragile whisper, she painted a picture of unendurable horror. She spoke of her abduction, of the constant beatings, of the soul-crushing fear that was her daily bread. She understood her audience perfectly, a jury of stern, patriarchal frontiersmen who believed in the inherent weakness and moral purity of women. She could not be their equal. She had to be their ward, a fallen dove in need of their protection. Her trump card, the story that would save her life, was the murder of Susan Wood's infant daughter. As she recounted the tale, a hush fell over the hostile courtroom. She described the baby's relentless crying, Big Harp's cold annoyance, and the final sickening moment of silence. She looked at the 12 grim-faced men on the jury, her eyes brimming with tears she had learned to summon on command, or perhaps they were horrifyingly real. What chance, her voice cracked, did an unarmed woman have against a beast who would snatch his own child from her mother's arms and silence her against a tree? That single, horrific image shattered the prosecution's case. It was a truth so monstrous it transcended legal arguments. In that moment, the men on the jury no longer saw an accomplice. They saw their own wives, their own daughters, and imagined them in the grip of such an inhuman force. The code of the mountains, the law of survival, had finally been translated into a language the court could understand. It was the language of pure, unrestrained evil, an evil against which they reasoned no woman could possibly stand. The verdict, when it came, was a shock that rippled through the courtroom. Not guilty. Sally Rice was acquitted. A murmur of disbelief and anger went through the crowd, but the law had spoken. True justice, however, remained an open question. Was this a triumph of empathy, a rare moment where a court understood the realities of coercion and abuse? Or was it the ultimate con, a masterful manipulation by a hardened survivor who knew exactly what a roomful of men needed to hear to let her go free? The law had rendered its judgment, but the mountains and the whispers of the people who lived in them would keep their own verdict for centuries to come. While Sally walked free, the story of the Harps was not yet fully written. The main antagonist, the hulking Big Harp, had already met a gruesome end, his head left to the sun and the crows. But the other side of that evil coin, his brother wily Little Harp, had cheated the hangman's rope. Before he could be tried and executed, he and Betsy Roberts managed to escape the flimsy Russellville jail, slipping through the bars like a shadow and vanishing back into the wilderness that had spawned them. The law had failed. The monster was not dead. It had merely shed its skin. For a time, little Harp prospered in the only way he knew how. He changed his name, calling himself John Seton, and fell in with another notorious gang of river pirates led by Samuel Mason. He went right back to a life of robbery and murder along the Natchez Trace, proving that the evil was not just in his brother, but was a deep and shared corruption. He found a new pack to run with, and for a while it seemed as if he might just get away with it all, a ghost of the frontier's greatest nightmare, still preying on the innocent. But the story of Wiley Harp ends with a final bitter twist of irony. It wasn't a lawman's rifle or a judge's gavel that ended his story. It was greed. A large bounty was placed on the head of his new leader, Samuel Mason. Seeing an opportunity, Harp and another outlaw conspired to murder Mason and claim the reward money. They brought Mason's severed head to the authorities in Mississippi, expecting a hero's welcome and a heavy purse. But a witness there recognized them, not as heroes, but as wanted outlaws in their own right. Wiley Harp had come to claim the bounty on another man's head, only to have the price put on his own. He was captured, tried, and finally sentenced to hang. His end came in January of 1804. After the execution, in a grim echo of his brother's fate, his own head was cut off and impaled on a pike along the Natchez Trace as a warning to other outlaws. There was no simple victory of good over evil here. Little Harp was brought down by his own boundless avarice, a victim of the same brutal, self-serving code he had lived by. The scales of justice were balanced not by a noble hand, but by the weight of a bag of silver, proving that in the violent garden of the frontier, sometimes the only thing that could kill a snake was another, hungrier snake. For Sally Rice, freedom was not a celebration, it was a disappearing act. She walked out of that courthouse and straight into the arms of a man named John Davis, a farmer who, for reasons lost to history, was willing to take a chance on a woman with a past as dark as a Kentucky cave. She became Mrs. Davis, a name as plain and sturdy as a split-rail fence, and settled in Logan County. She had more children, raised them, and worked her fingers to the bone, trying to build a wall of ordinary days high enough to block the view of the horrors she had seen. But you can't outrun your own shadow. She could change her name, but she couldn't change her face. For the rest of her life, she must have lived with the sideways glances at the market, the conversations that stopped when she entered a room. Every new friendship was a risk, every question about her past a carefully navigated minefield. Her life was a performance of normalcy, an endless effort to prove she was just a farmer's wife, not the woman who had shared a campfire with monsters. Her descendants, the Davises, grew up under the weight of a story that was never fully told, a quiet, unspoken tension in their family's foundation. The most haunting legacy, however, was a ghost. During her time with the Harps, Sally had given birth to a daughter, a child fathered by one of the brothers. What became of this baby, this innocent soul born of such a demonic union? History offers no answer. Did she die on the trail, another forgotten victim? Did Sally, in an act of desperate love, give the child away to a stranger to grant her a life free of the Harp name? Or did she raise the child in secret, constantly looking for the father's darkness in her daughter's eyes? This lost child is the true, aching heart of Sally's tragedy, a life that began and ended in a question mark. The community, too, sought to heal itself through a deep and profound silence. The Harp affair was not something to be discussed in polite company. The facts were too sharp, too painful, so they were smoothed down into a scary story to frighten children into behaving. People rebuilt, they planted crops, they raised families, but the memory of the Harpers became a part of the landscape, a permanent scar hidden just beneath the surface. They didn't heal by confronting the past, They healed by burying it alive, hoping its ghost would not find its way back to the surface. But of course, it always does. Time has a way of smoothing the sharpest edges of history. In Webster County, Kentucky, there is a quiet country lane called Harp's Head Road. Today, it's just a stretch of asphalt where people drive to work and kids ride their bikes. But the name is a deep and permanent scar on the map, a physical reminder of the monster who was brought to justice nearby. His evil was so profound it literally branded the land. His name is a shout, an eternal warning. But if you go looking for a monument to Sally Rice Harper, you won't find one. There is no Sally's Ridge or Rice's Run. She is buried somewhere in Logan County under a simple weathered tombstone that likely bears the name Davis, a name that was not her curse, but her shield. Her greatest monument is her own successful disappearance, her deliberate fading into the background of history. She ran from her own name, and in a way, she succeeded. Yet her story never truly died. It didn't become a heroic ballad sung by firelight. It became something darker, a piece of grim local folklore, a cautionary tale told to young women about the charismatic danger that can hide behind a handsome face, or the terrifying speed at which a life can come undone. She became a ghost in the machine of the harp legend, the most haunting and ambiguous figure in a story filled with simple, brutal men. And so, her spirit haunts those mountains in a way that is far more subtle and unsettling than that of the harps. Their evil is a known quantity, a black hole of violence. Her ghost is the question that lingers in the quiet places. When you stand on a high ridge overlooking those old hills, you can almost feel it. While Big Harp's name is a shout of infamy, Sally's is a whisper in the pines, the ghost of a choice, a question that the wind still asks in the high, lonely places. Was she the innocent dove or the clever serpent? So we return to the question that hung in the air of that Russellville courthouse. Was Sally Rice Harper the ultimate victim or the ultimate performer? The truth, as it so often does in these old mountains, refuses to be so simple. She was undeniably a victim, a young woman stolen from her world and subjected to 2 years of unimaginable horror. But to survive the judgment of men after surviving the cruelty of monsters, she had to become a performer. She took the most traumatic event of her life, the murder of an innocent baby, and fashioned it into a key to unlock her own cage. Her performance was not a lie, it was the horrifying truth, weaponized. In the end, this is a story about the terrible, soul-altering cost of survival. It's a lesson in what happens when an ordinary person is thrown into a world of absolute evil and is forced to learn its brutal logic to see another sunrise. To live, Sally had to bury a part of herself so deep it might never have returned. She had to learn to be silent when every fiber of her being screamed, to be still when her instinct was to run, and to turn her back on the last good man who offered her a hand. Her survival was not a clean triumph. It was a messy, painful, and morally ambiguous victory won on the monster's terms. The ghosts of the Harper brothers are loud and bloody. They are simple tales of butchery and frontier justice. But the ghost of Sally Rice is the one that lingers. It's a quiet, unsettling whisper that asks the most difficult question of all. She escaped the devil, yes, she even outlived him. But when you are known to history only as the devil's wife, can you ever truly be free of his shadow? And that, my friends, is the chilling ballad of Sally Rice Harper. A reminder that when you're forced to live with monsters, the most terrifying question isn't whether you will survive, but what part of you will have to die in order to do so. On a cold autumn morning in 1927, the rising sun burned the mist off a treacherous mountain road known as Devil's Drop. It revealed a scene of brutal final silence. A Ford V8, its metal skin peppered with bullet holes, sat angled against a fallen tree. Beside it, his life staining the dark Carolina soil, lay William "Bill" Young, the undisputed king of the region's white lightning trade. His cargo of whiskey was gone. His life was gone. The mountains don't give up their secrets easily. The official law called it a bootlegger's quarrel and looked the other way. But this single act of violence didn't just end a man's life. It started a legend. It gave birth to a story of a love so powerful it refused to die, and a ghost that walks these hills to this very day. Today, we're going to peel back the layers of myth and memory to find the truth behind the haunting of Silver Creek Cemetery. To understand the ghost, you must first understand the man she mourned and the world he ruled. The 1920s in the Blue Ridge Mountains were a time of quiet defiance. For generations, turning corn into whiskey was a way of life, a craft that put food on the table when cash was a stranger in these parts. Prohibition wasn't a law to these people. It was a declaration of war from a distant government that neither knew nor cared about their struggles. In this world, William "Bill" Young was not just a criminal. He was royalty. He was the Prince of White Lightning. His stills were tucked away in rhododendron hells, so thick and tangled, no federal agent could ever hope to find them. And his product wasn't the harsh, blinding moonshine of cheap renown. It was smooth, clean, and powerful, a spirit sought by name in the fine parlors of Charlotte and Asheville. He was a folk hero, a handsome and charismatic figure who drove a Ford V8 modified to outrun any lawman on the twisting mountain roads. But Bill Young's greatest treasure wasn't his reputation or his souped-up engine. It was his wife, Eleanora. She was said to be a preacher's daughter from a neighboring valley, a woman with a gentle soul and hair the color of dark honey. Her quiet grace was the perfect counterpoint to his dangerous life. She was the calm at the center of his storm, the one person who saw the husband and the father, not the outlaw. Their love was a local legend in itself, as fierce and untamed as the landscape around them. In a life defined by risk, by late-night runs with no headlights, by the constant threat of the law and jealous rivals, Eleanora was his one safe harbor. She was the reason he came home. The small cabin they shared was a world away from the stills and the chases, a sanctuary filled with a love that felt unshakable. Yet, in those mountains, success casts a long and hungry shadow. Bill's legend grew, and so did the jealousy of other men. Whispers began to circulate about a new outfit, ruthless men from over the state line in Tennessee. They didn't follow the old codes of honor among moonshiners. They were profiteers who saw Bill's territory not as something earned, but as something to be taken. This was the unspoken vulnerability in their lives, the gathering storm on the edge of their perfect world, a threat that was closer than either of them knew. It was a local farmer on his way to market who found him, his mule stopping dead in the road, ears twitching at a scene that was deeply, horribly wrong. The unnatural silence was the first thing he noticed. No birdsong, no rustle of squirrels, just the quiet hum of a world holding its breath. Bill Young's Ford V8 was a monument to the violence. Its shattered headlights stared blindly at the sky, and its dark paint was marred by a dozen jagged holes. The driver's side door was open, swinging slightly in the morning breeze. The county sheriff, a man who knew these hills and its people, arrived an hour later. He meticulously walked the scene, his eyes missing nothing. The evidence told a story, but it was a fragmented one. The large oak tree blocking the road hadn't fallen by chance. He could see the fresh, clean cuts of an axe at its base. It was a classic ambush. He found spent rifle casings glinting in the dirt on the high bank of the road, suggesting the attackers had the advantage of cover and elevation. Bill's own pistol was clutched in his cold hand, all 6 rounds fired. He hadn't gone down without a fight. The ground itself held the most telling clues. In the damp earth, the sheriff could make out at least 3, maybe 4, distinct sets of boot prints, none of which belonged to Bill. They were heavy, purposeful tracks that spoke of men who moved with confidence. They had swarmed the car, and other tracks showed where they had hauled the heavy crates of liquor away, their trail leading to the edge of the woods before vanishing completely into the thick undergrowth. It was efficient. It was professional. But the scene was also a puzzle of contradictions. They had taken every last jar of whiskey, yet Bill's wallet, still thick with cash, remained untouched in his pocket. This wasn't a simple robbery by desperate men. This was a targeted strike, an execution designed to send a message. The chaos of the gunfire was followed by the cold, calculated logic of the theft. Who were these men who left money but took liquor? Who fought with such brutal finality? The crime scene on Devil's Drop spoke of a coordinated attack, but the wilderness offered no easy answers. The gunshots had echoed through the holler and then been swallowed by the trees. The killers had materialized from the forest and then melted back into it, leaving behind a dead man, a bullet-riddled car, and 1,000 terrifying questions that began to spread like wildfire through the tight-knit mountain community. Now, in these hills, when a man like Bill Young is found dead, the first place you look is at the man who hated him the most. And in this case, that man had a name: Jedediah Jed Scoggins. Jed was a moonshiner of the old school. His still was a rusty, sputtering contraption that produced a liquor so harsh it was said you could peel paint with it. He was a bitter, solitary man, with eyes as hard as creek stones and a permanent scowl etched into his face. The bad blood between Jed and Bill ran deep, a classic mountain feud born not of land or family, but of pure, corrosive jealousy. They had come up in the trade together, but where Bill was an artist, Jed was just a cook. Bill's operation grew, his reputation soared, and his pockets grew heavy with cash. Meanwhile, Jed Scoggins stayed right where he was, brewing his gut rot for a handful of locals who couldn't afford better, watching Bill's fancy Ford V8 roar past his dilapidated shack. Every success of Bill's was another bitter pill for Jed to swallow. The tension had finally boiled over just a month before the ambush. The story is told that Jed Scoggins confronted Bill in the local general store, accusing him of stealing customers. Bill, with his easy smile, just laughed it off. He clapped Jed on the shoulder and said loud enough for everyone to hear, "Now, Jed, there's a market for paint thinner and there's a market for fine whiskey. We ain't in the same business." The store erupted in laughter. For a man like Jed Scoggins, whose only currency was his pride, the public humiliation was a wound that would never heal. His face turned a deep, dangerous red, and he stormed out, muttering threats under his breath. So when the news of Bill's murder spread through the hollers, every eye turned to Jed. The sheriff paid him a visit first thing. Scoggins denied everything, of course, but his anger made him look guilty. Whispers solidified into what seemed like fact. A trapper claimed he'd seen Jed's beat-up truck parked in a thicket a mile from Devil's Drop the night of the killing. Others swore they'd heard him at the store just last week, telling anyone who'd listen that Bill Young's pride is going to get him killed. For the community, and for the lawmen looking for a quick and easy answer, Jed Scoggins was the perfect suspect. He had the motive, the means, and a heart full of poison. But a bitter old man like Jed Scoggins was a known danger, a rattlesnake that warns you before it strikes. The truly terrifying poison is the kind you welcome into your own home. As the initial shock wore off, a second, more chilling suspicion began to take root, turning from the obvious enemy to the trusted friend, Caleb Vance. Caleb was Bill Young's right-hand man, his shadow. He was a younger cousin who Bill had taken under his wing years ago, teaching him every secret of the trade. Caleb knew the location of the stills, he knew the delivery schedules, and he knew the hidden compartments in the Ford V8. He was the one man on earth Bill trusted with his business, his life, and the safety of his wife, Eleonora. He was treated like a brother. No one suspected him, not at first. But loyalty, when starved of recognition, can curdle into ambition. Caleb was the one doing the back-breaking work in the humid hollows, while Bill was the one collecting the profits and the praise. He saw the life Bill had built, the respect, the fear he commanded, the money. and began to see it not as something to admire, but as something he deserved. More than that, people began to recall the way Caleb looked at Eleonora when Bill wasn't around. It wasn't the gaze of a protective cousin. It was the quiet, hungry stare of a man coveting something he could never have. With this new suspicion in mind, people's memories began to shift. His grief at the funeral, which had seemed so profound, now looked theatrical and hollow. He had been the one to help Bill load the car that fateful night, and folks remembered him arguing with Bill a week earlier, insisting that the old road was getting too much attention from the law and that the route through Devil's Drop was safer. Was it a helpful suggestion, or was he leading the lamb to the slaughter? The community was now faced with a far more terrifying possibility than a simple feud. Was Bill Young's death the result of a snake he had nurtured at his own hearth? But there was a third shadow lurking at the edges of this tragedy, a threat far bigger and more impersonal than a bitter old man or a jealous cousin. The world of bootlegging was changing. Big city money and organized crime were beginning to see the potential in the mountains, not as a place of tradition, but as an untapped resource. A different breed of predator was slipping through the gaps in the hills, men who didn't live by any mountain code. They were known only as the Tennessee outfit. They weren't moonshiners. They were businessmen, and their business was violence and consolidation. Their goal was simple: to control the entire flow of illegal whiskey from the mountains to the cities, cutting out the independent operators who had worked these stills for generations. In this new, brutal landscape, Bill Young wasn't just a competitor. He was an empire of one, an obstacle that had to be removed. Their motive was the coldest and cleanest of all: pure profit. They coveted Bill's pristine product, his well-established routes, and his list of wealthy clients. Taking him out wasn't an act of passion. It was a corporate takeover executed with rifles instead of contracts. They didn't want to just beat him. They wanted to absorb his entire operation, from the hidden stills to the last drop of whiskey. For weeks leading up to the murder, their presence had been felt like a change in the weather. Strangers had been seen in town, men in city hats with hard, watchful eyes, asking quiet questions about Bill Young's schedule. Cars with Tennessee plates were spotted on lonely back roads where they had no business being. The story circulated that one of these men had approached Bill with an offer: work for them or get out of the way. Bill, proud and fiercely independent, would have laughed in his face. It was a laugh that signed his own death warrant. This third possibility was, in many ways, the most frightening. Jed Scoggins and Caleb Vance were known devils. The Tennessee outfit was a faceless, nameless force, a killing machine that operated on the cold arithmetic of profit and loss. The sheriff, a man who trusted his gut, put all his energy into the clearest path. All signs pointed to the bitter, jealous heart of Jedediah Scoggins. A posse was formed, a dozen grim-faced men with shotguns and a cold sense of mountain justice in their eyes. For 3 days, they combed the unforgiving slopes of Scoggins' territory, fueled by the trapper's claim of seeing Jed's truck near the ambush site. They navigated briar-choked ravines and followed cold tracks through mist-filled hollows, certain that every step brought them closer to their man. They finally cornered him at his ramshackle cabin, expecting a desperate shootout. But what they found was anticlimax and confusion. Jed Scoggins wasn't armed and ready for a fight. He was laid up in a filthy cot, his leg crudely splintered and swollen to twice its normal size. He spat tobacco juice onto the floor and cursed them for fools. His alibi was ironclad and delivered by the one man in the county whose word was beyond question: the old doctor. The doctor confirmed he'd been at Jed's cabin the entire night of the murder, setting a nasty break after a tree-felling accident. Jed Scoggins, for all his venom, hadn't been anywhere near Devil's Drop. The most promising lead had evaporated into thin air. The sheriff then turned his attention to Caleb Vance. He questioned Bill's cousin for hours, but it was like trying to hold on to water. Caleb's story was seamless, his grief a perfect shield against any probing question. He expressed shock and sorrow that anyone could suspect him, Without a single piece of hard evidence, the whispers against him remained just that, powerless whispers. And as for the Tennessee outfit, they were smoke. The sheriff sent inquiries across the state line, but the men in city hats were ghosts. They had no names, no faces anyone could clearly recall, and had vanished as quickly as they had appeared. The investigation had hit a wall. Every trail had grown cold. Every promising clue turned to dust in the sheriff's hands. The initial roar for justice in the community faded to a nervous, fearful murmur. The killer, it seemed, had gotten away clean. And if a man as powerful as Bill Young could be struck down so easily, then nobody was safe. In the days that followed the failed investigation, a new kind of quiet fell over the mountains. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of an autumn evening. It was a cold, heavy silence, the kind that suffocates truth. The initial outrage over Bill's murder had curdled into something else. Doors that were once open were now bolted. Eyes that once met yours in greeting now slid away, finding a sudden interest in the dirt on the road. A curtain of unspoken agreement had been drawn across the community. This wasn't the silence of ignorance, it was the silence of fear. Raw, palpable fear. The logic was simple and brutal. If a man as powerful, as respected, and as feared as Bill Young could be gunned down on a public road, what chance did a simple farmer or a store clerk have? The killers hadn't just murdered a man, they had murdered the community's sense of security. They were still out there, unseen, their identities a terrifying mystery. To speak a name, to repeat a rumor, was to risk drawing their attention, and no one wanted to be next. But it was more than just fear. It was the code. For generations, these mountain folk had lived by their own laws, born of a deep and abiding distrust for any authority that came from outside their hills. Talking to a man with a badge, even a local one, was a violation of that code. It was inviting an outside world of courts and lawyers into their own business. The unspoken rule was clear. You see nothing, you hear nothing, and you know nothing. You handle your own affairs, and you let your neighbors handle theirs. The few who were thought to know something learned the power of this code very quickly. A man who had been seen talking to Bill just hours before the ambush suddenly became a pariah. His neighbors, men he'd known his whole life, suddenly had urgent chores to do when he approached. No threat was ever spoken aloud, none needed to be. The cold shoulders and the averted gazes were a message clearer than any gunshot. Stay quiet, or you're on your own. And so, the sheriff's investigation died, not from a lack of leads, but from a lack of voices. He would ask questions and be met with blank stares, polite deflections, and shrugged shoulders. The people of the valley had made a collective choice. They would bury the truth under the weight of their silence, hoping that if they didn't speak of the devil, he might just pass them by. The murder of Bill Young was now a closed book, locked tight by the fear of an entire community. Years slid by like water over stone. The murder of Bill Young became a cold case, then a local legend, a story to tell children to keep them from wandering too far into the woods after dark. The wall of silence held firm, and every single evening, Eleonora kept her vigil, her black-clad form becoming as much a part of the landscape as the ancient oaks in the cemetery. Her grief was a silent, unchanging monument. Nearly a decade after Bill's death, Eleonora's vigil finally ended. She passed away in her sleep one cold winter morning and was buried beside her husband, their story seemingly concluded. It fell to a distant niece, a young woman who barely remembered her famous uncle, to clear out the small Spartan cabin where Eleonora had lived out her last lonely years. While packing away old linens in a cedar chest, her fingers brushed against something hard tucked beneath a false bottom, a small, leather-bound journal. This was the clue that had been forgotten because no one knew it existed. It wasn't a diary of daily life. It was a testament of silent suffering, a record of the truth Eleonora was too terrified to speak aloud. The niece's hands trembled as she read the elegant, spidery script, the entries beginning the day after Bill's body was found. The journal revealed everything. It described how Caleb Vance, Bill's trusted cousin, had come to the cabin late on the night of the murder, hours before the body was officially discovered. He had told Eleonora that Bill was delayed on a run, but his story was a lie, and Eleonora had seen it. His boots were caked in the distinctive red clay found only on the road up Devil's Drop. There was a fresh, angry scratch on his cheek, and his hands, she wrote, would not stop trembling. He couldn't meet her eyes. When the news came the next morning, the terrible truth clicked into place in her heart. The journal laid it all bare. Her agonizing suspicion that Caleb, driven by a poisonous mix of greed and ambition, had been the inside man. He had made a deal with the Tennessee outfit, giving them the route, the time, and the assurance that Bill would be alone. He had led his own cousin, his own blood, into a fatal trap. The discovery of that journal, a quiet voice from beyond the grave, didn't just point to a new suspect. It shattered the entire foundation of the mystery and screamed out the name of the true betrayer. The case of Bill Young was suddenly, violently alive again. The sheriff, now a much older man with the weight of years in his eyes, took the small leather journal from the nervous young woman. He opened it with a sense of weary duty, expecting the rambling thoughts of a grieving widow. But as he read Eleonora's precise, heartbreaking prose, the years fell away. He wasn't an old sheriff in a quiet office. He was back on Devil's Drop, smelling the gunpowder and the cold morning air. The words on the page were a voice from the grave, a testimony that time had not been able to silence. There, in Eleonora's own hand, was the key. Caleb Vance's visit, the red clay on his boots, the lie in his eyes. Armed with the truth that had been buried for a decade, the sheriff walked out of his office and down the main street. He found Caleb Vance where he always was, overseeing a small timber business he'd built on the ashes of Bill Young's empire. Caleb was heavier now, a respected man in the community, his past betrayal hidden behind a facade of quiet competence. The sheriff didn't raise his voice. He simply held out the open journal. "Eleonora kept a record, Caleb," he said, his voice low and steady. "She wrote it all down." At the sight of that familiar script, the mask that Caleb Vance had worn for 10 long years shattered. The color drained from his face. It wasn't the law that broke him. It was the ghost of the woman whose love he had craved and whose husband he had betrayed. In a torrent of words, the confession poured out of him, a decade of guilt and resentment. He had been the engine, and Bill had been the face. He had sweated over the stills while Bill collected the glory. He had watched Bill with Eleonora, a love so complete it left no room for anyone else, and the poison of jealousy had festered into a murderous ambition. His confession finally gave a name to the faceless external threat. He admitted to meeting with the Tennessee outfit, giving them everything they needed. He drew them a map of Devil's Drop. He told them the exact time Bill's Ford would round the tight bend. He assured them Bill would be alone and that the local law wouldn't look too hard into a bootlegger's death. It was the perfect crime, a partnership between inside knowledge and outside muscle. The full, horrifying truth was finally laid bare for all to see. It wasn't a feud with Jed Scoggins. It wasn't a random attack by outsiders. It was a cold-blooded pact, a conspiracy born in the heart of Bill Young's own family. Caleb Vance, the trusted cousin, had been the serpent in the garden. He had opened the gate and let the wolves in, all for a share of the profits and the empty hope that with Bill gone, Eleonora might finally see him. The central mystery was solved, and the answer was a betrayal so profound it was almost unthinkable. The man who had mourned the loudest at the funeral had been the one who orchestrated the killing. Now, with Caleb's confession echoing across a decade of silence, we can finally see the events of that night as they truly happened. We can go back to Devil's Drop and bear witness to the full, heartbreaking story. On that moonless autumn night, the engine of the Ford V8 was a low, confident rumble, the only sound in the sleeping hollow. Behind the wheel, Bill Young was in his element. The road was treacherous, The car was heavy with its precious cargo, but this was a dance he knew by heart. He was thinking of home, of the warmth of the fire, of Eleonora waiting. As he rounded the tight bend, his headlights caught the dark, solid line of the fallen oak. He slowed to a stop, his mind already working on the problem, a flicker of annoyance but not yet alarm. The alarm came a second later. It wasn't a sound, it was a feeling. A subtle shift in the shadows on the high bank to his left, a glint of moonlight on something that shouldn't have been there. In that split second of cold realization, the night exploded. The silence was torn apart by a sound like 100 dry branches snapping at once. It wasn't just a gunshot, it was a volley, a deafening crackle of coordinated rifle fire. The passenger side window dissolved into a spider web of frosted glass. The sturdy metal of the Ford's door dimpled and tore as if struck by a violent, invisible hail. The world outside the car became a chaotic storm of noise and muzzle flashes, a hell of his cousin's making. Bill's hand instinctively went to the pistol he always kept by his side. Its single defiant bark was a lonely protest, a single note against a symphony of destruction. And then there was a sharp grunt, a sudden stillness behind the wheel. The last sound from him was the heavy thud of his body slumping against the driver's side door. His fight was over. The gunfire stopped. A profound, ringing silence descended, thicker and heavier than before. Shadows detached themselves from the tree line, solidifying into the shapes of men. They moved with a cold, detached efficiency. They didn't even glance at the figure in the car. Their focus was on the cargo. The back doors were pried open, and crate after crate of mason jars were hauled into the darkness. Their movements were swift, practiced, leaving no trace but their boot prints in the mud. When the last crate was gone, the men melted back into the woods as silently as they had appeared. They left behind a scene of chilling stillness. The shattered headlights cast jagged, broken beams into the darkness, like the eyes of a great beast that had been blinded. The air, once crisp with the scent of pine, now hung heavy with the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder. The only movement was a thin trickle of whiskey from a single shattered jar, its clear liquid mixing with the dark, damp earth in a final, wasted offering. The trial of Caleb Vance was more than a legal proceeding. It was a public reckoning, a final, painful chapter in a story that had haunted the community for a decade. The small county courthouse was packed to the rafters. Old men who had known Bill Young personally sat beside young people who had only ever heard his name whispered in ghost stories. The air was thick with the weight of unspoken history. Every person in that room, a silent juror in a trial that had been held in the court of public opinion for years. In the defendant's chair, Caleb Vance was a ghost of a man. The facade he had maintained for 10 years had crumbled, leaving behind a hollow shell. He wasn't defiant. He didn't rage or deny. He simply sat there, his eyes fixed on the worn floorboards, as if he could see the faces of Bill and Eleonora in the grain of the wood. When the charges were read, conspiracy and murder, he showed no reaction, offering a quiet plea of guilty. His confession had been a dam breaking, and now there was nothing left inside him to fight with. The prosecutor, armed with Eleonora's journal, painted a devastating picture of betrayal. He read passages aloud, and the sound of the dead woman's words, filled with sorrow and suspicion, silenced the entire courtroom. He presented Caleb as a modern-day Cain, a man who had sold his own kin into a bloody ambush for a handful of silver and a sliver of power. The evidence was overwhelming, the confession absolute. The prosecution demanded the harshest penalty the law would allow. But this was Appalachia, and justice here has always been a complicated, tangled thing. Caleb's lawyer didn't argue his client's innocence. Instead, he argued his weakness. He portrayed Caleb not as the architect of the crime, but as a foolish, resentful young man who was manipulated and threatened by the faceless, ruthless Tennessee outfit. He argued that Caleb never fired a shot, that his guilt was in his silence and his cowardice, not in a direct act of murder. He was a pawn, the lawyer claimed, who had been sacrificed by the true kings of the bloody game. The verdict, when it came, felt both inevitable and unsatisfying. The jury found Caleb Vance guilty, but not of first-degree murder. They convicted him on charges of conspiracy and accessory to the crime. The judge sentenced him to 20 years in the state penitentiary. He was led from the courtroom in chains, his head still bowed, a man condemned to live with his ghosts in a cell of his own making. The community was torn. For some, it wasn't enough. 20 years felt like a pittance for the life of a man like Bill Young and the decade of sorrow that followed. But for others, there was a quiet, reluctant sense of pity. They saw Caleb not as a monster, but as another victim of the violent world they all inhabited. Justice, it seemed, had been served, but it brought no peace. The trial was over, but the arguments over its verdict would echo through those hills for another generation, a final, ambiguous chord in the tragic ballad of Bill Young. Caleb Vance's 20-year sentence was, in the end, a life sentence. He walked into the state penitentiary, and the mountains never saw him again. He was a quiet, broken prisoner, haunted not by the guards or the high stone walls, but by the ghosts he had carried with him from Devil's Drop. He died of pneumonia 12 years into his sentence, a man who had traded a kingdom of his own making for a 6-by-9-foot cell. His betrayal had gained him nothing but a lonely death far from the hills that he had stained with his cousin's blood. For Jedediah Scoggins, the verdict was a hollow victory. The law had cleared his name, but the whispers of the community were a judgment from which there was no appeal. He would forever be the man who was accused of killing Bill Young. The suspicion clung to him like a shroud, deepening the bitter lines around his mouth. He retreated further into his solitude, his only companions the bubbling of his still and the corrosive memory of being judged for a crime he didn't commit. He lived out his days as an outcast, a testament to how an accusation, even when proven false, can leave a wound that never truly heals. And what of the Tennessee outfit, the faceless men who pulled the triggers? The law never touched them. But the mountains have a long memory and their own way of settling scores. Over the years, stories drifted back across the state line, whispered from one bootlegger to another. One of the ringleaders, it was said, drove his own car off a cliff on a road just as treacherous as Devil's Drop, his body found in a wreck of twisted metal. Another died in a suspicious fire at his speakeasy, consumed by the very enterprise he had killed for. And the last one, the man who had given the final order, was said to have gone mad, dying in an asylum, haunted to his last breath by the face of a man he'd murdered in the dark Carolina hills. The young niece who found the journal, the unwitting key to unlocking the truth, could no longer bear the weight of her family's history. She sold the small cabin and the land and moved away, seeking a life in a place where the name Young didn't carry the echo of gunfire and betrayal. She had given the dead a voice, but in doing so had silenced her own future in the mountains. The crime left a permanent scar on the community itself. The wall of silence had been shattered, replaced by a quiet, collective shame. The story of Caleb's betrayal became a cautionary tale, a dark lesson passed down through generations about how greed and jealousy could poison a man's soul and turn brother against brother. The events on Devil's Drop were no longer a mystery, but a wound in the valley's memory, a stark reminder that the deepest betrayals often come from those who stand closest to the fire. If you travel those winding Carolina roads today, you can still find the echoes of this story etched into the landscape and the memory of its people. The world has changed. The era of Prohibition is a dusty chapter in a history book, and the dirt track of Devil's Drop is now a paved county road. But the curves are just as sharp, the drop is just as steep, and the locals will tell you that on a moonless night, you drive it with your heart in your throat. The true heart of the legend, however, rests on a quiet hill overlooking the valley. Silver Creek Cemetery is still there, a peaceful, somber place. And in a quiet corner, you will find two simple, weathered granite stones standing side by side for nearly a century. William Young and Eleonora Young. Their names are faded, softened by years of wind and rain, but they remain. Sometimes, even today, you might find a single wild rhododendron blossom left on Bill's grave, a quiet offering from someone who knows the story and respects the vigil. But the facts of the case, the trial, the betrayal, the confession, have all faded into the background. What has survived, what has grown stronger with each passing year, is the ghost story. The memory of Bill and Eleonora is kept alive not in court records, but in the legend of the woman in black. To this day, people claim to see her. Teenagers on a dare will come home pale and shaken, swearing they saw a dark figure standing over the Youngs' graves, a figure that vanished when a flashlight beam touched it. Travelers on the road below still report hearing the faint sound of weeping carried on the wind when there is no wind to carry it. The story has become a part of the local folklore, as real as the mountains themselves. It's whispered around campfires, a ballad of love and loss that has transcended its violent origins. Old-timers say the mountains themselves hold the memory. The whisper of the wind through the pines is Eleonora's sigh. The sudden chill you feel near the cemetery is her sorrow. The world might forget the names and the dates, but the land does not. The story of the moonshiner and his eternally faithful wife is no longer just history. It is a permanent feature of this place, a ghost that walks these hills forever. We began this journey on a cold stretch of road with a bullet-riddled car and a question: what really happened on Devil's Drop? We found the answer, not in a heroic shootout, but in a sordid, quiet act of betrayal. A story of greed and jealousy, as old as the hills themselves. The law eventually found its man, and a measure of justice was served in a dusty courtroom. But that ugly human truth is not the story that has survived. This is the ultimate lesson of the woman in black. It is a story not about the brutal end of a man's life, but about the unending love of his wife. The community, bound by fear and a code of silence, allowed the facts of a murder to be buried. But through their whispers, their awe, and their respect for Eleonora's vigil, they resurrected a different kind of truth. They chose to remember the loyalty, not the betrayal. They chose to honor the love, not the violence. In the end, this is a ghost story that teaches us that some bonds are too strong to be broken by gunfire or the grave. It shows us how a deep and abiding love can become a legend, a story told to remind us that even in the darkest of times, loyalty is a light that can echo through generations. The law may have closed the case on Bill Young, but it was Eleonora's heart that wrote the final, enduring chapter. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. In the misty mountains of Appalachia, they say a word can be sharper than any blade, and a woman's pride can be a poison more potent than any rattlesnake's venom. They tell a story of a young man lying on his deathbed, not from fever or from battle, but from love. And they whisper the name of the woman who put him there with a single cruel sentence. Her name was Barbara Allen. Most folks have heard the song, a sad little tune about a hard-hearted girl. But here, in the isolated hollows, that song became more than music. It became a legend of a heart so cold it could freeze a man's soul. It raises a question that still echoes in these hills. Can a person truly be killed by a word? Today, we separate the ballad from the chilling folklore it spawned, to look into the icy heart of Barbara Allen and ask the one question the mountains have been asking for centuries. Was she a monster, or the most tragic victim of them all? You have to understand what life was like back then, in those hidden pockets of the Appalachians. It was a world carved out of the wilderness by sheer grit and stubbornness. Life wasn't measured in the turning of pages on a calendar, but in the rhythm of the seasons, the spring thaw that swelled the creeks, the long hot summers of planting and tending, the autumn harvest that decided who would eat well and who would go hungry through the biting winter. The mountains weren't just a backdrop, they were a living entity, providing everything you needed, but also capable of taking it all away in a heartbeat with a flash flood or a sudden blizzard. In the heart of one such settlement lived a young man they called Sweet William. The name wasn't just a convenience, it was a description. He was the kind of man who was first to help a neighbor raise a barn and the last to leave a campfire. He had a strength that came from working the hard soil and a laugh that could cut through the thickest mountain fog. He was the future, the promise of another generation surviving and thriving in this unforgiving land. Everyone loved him because he was the best of them, a reflection of the warmth and community that was the only real shield against the cold and the dark. And then there was Barbara Allen. If William was the warm hearth of the community, she was the frost on the window pane. She possessed a beauty that was almost painful to look at, sharp and perfect, like a shard of ice. But it was a remote beauty. She lived with her mother in a small cabin, keeping to herself, her silence often mistaken for arrogance. The other girls whispered about her pride, and the young men who tried to court her came away feeling as if they'd tried to warm their hands on a marble statue. She was a mystery, an outsider in a community where there were no secrets. Yet, as it so often happens, the fire was drawn to the frost. William saw something in Barbara that no one else did. Not coldness, but a guarded sorrow, a strength that had hardened into a shield. And she, in turn, saw in his open-hearted nature a warmth she'd never known. Their courtship wasn't one of public pronouncements, but of stolen glances across the clearing during a Sunday service, of a wildflower left on her doorstep, of two people from different worlds circling each other like the sun and the moon. For a brief, hopeful season, it seemed that William's warmth might just be enough to melt her icy heart. But this world was as fragile as it was harsh. It was held together by unwritten laws of respect, honor, and pride. A person's reputation was their most valuable possession, more precious than land or livestock. And in a place where life was a constant struggle, a wounded pride could fester like a snakebite, turning the promise of love into the certainty of a grave. The community, watching the two lovers, held its breath, sensing that this was a story that could only end in one of two ways, with a wedding or with a tragedy that would be whispered around their fireplaces for 100 years to come. The turning point, the moment the future split into what could have been and what was, didn't happen in a dark forest or with the flash of a knife. It happened in a place of celebration. The harvest had been good, and the community gathered in the largest clearing, the air thick with the smell of roasting meat, wood smoke, and the sweet, sharp scent of homemade apple cider. Fiddles were playing, people were laughing, and for a little while, the harshness of mountain life was forgotten. At the center of it all, of course, was Sweet William. He was in his element, surrounded by friends, his voice booming over the music. Flushed with cider and the simple joy of the evening, he raised his wooden cup. "A toast!" he shouted, a wide grin on his face. "A toast to the beauties of this valley who make the work worthwhile and the winters warm." Men cheered, and the women, both young and old, smiled at the compliment. It was a simple, clumsy, heartfelt gesture from a young man who loved his home and the people in it. But in a shadowed corner, one pair of eyes didn't smile. Barbara Allen had watched him all evening, a rare warmth in her own heart. She saw him as hers, a private treasure. And in that moment, his toast felt like a betrayal. He hadn't toasted her. He had thrown her into the common lot with every other woman there. To his mind, it was a harmless, all-encompassing compliment. To her proud and guarded heart, it was a public declaration that she was nothing special to him at all. It was a careless flick of the wrist that to her felt like a slap across the face. She didn't scream or cry. Her pain was a cold, quiet thing. The light in her eyes simply went out, replaced by a glacial hardness. Without a word, she stood up, smoothed her dress, and walked out of the clearing, vanishing into the night. Her departure was so silent that at first Only a few noticed. But a chill followed in her wake, and soon the whispers started. William, seeing her empty place, felt a knot of dread tighten in his stomach. The laughter died on his lips. He followed her, of course. He went to her cabin that night and the next day, but the door remained barred. He sent friends to plead his case, but they returned with shaken heads, speaking of a coldness they had never seen in a living soul. The community watched as a wall of silent, unforgiving pride rose between the two lovers. William's careless words had been the spark, but Barbara's wounded heart was the tinder. A fire had been lit, a slow, consuming blaze that wouldn't be put out with apologies. It was a fire that would demand a sacrifice. William's life wasn't being taken by disease. It was draining away from a wound no doctor could see, a sickness of the soul. His servants, loyal and terrified, saw their master fading like the last embers of a fire. In desperation, they went to the one person who held the cure or the final poison. They found Barbara Allen at her cabin, and their message was a raw plea. "Our Lord is dying, and he is calling for the one named Barbara Allen." There was no command in their voice, only a prayer. She rose slowly, so slowly you'd think time itself was wading through molasses. Every step she took from her cabin to his bedside was deliberate, a leisurely stroll towards a man's last moments. When she finally entered his room, the servant standing helplessly by the door felt a sudden chill, a damp cold that had nothing to do with the weather. It was as if she had brought the dead of winter into that small, suffocating space with her. William, pale as a death shroud, his voice a dry whisper, turned his face from the pillow. He looked at her, his eyes pleading for a single drop of mercy. "I am sick, and very, very low," he rasped. "And it's all for the love of you, Barbara Allen." It was his last gamble, his entire being laid bare, hoping to find a flicker of the woman he loved beneath the ice. But the woman who stood over him was not a lover. She was a judge. Her face was a mask of cold indifference. She looked down at the dying man, not with pity, but with a chilling clarity. Her voice, when it came, was not loud, but it cut through the silence like a razor. "I remember," she said, each word a perfectly formed drop of venom. "There, in the tavern of the city, when the wine was pouring like a river, you drank to the health of all the beauties, and you neglected me, Barbara Allen." Those words weren't a memory. They were a sentence. They were the final killing blow. The servants watched as the last spark of hope in William's eyes was extinguished. It wasn't a flicker. It was a snuffing out, as sudden and complete as a candle plunged into water. No weapon was raised, no blood was shed, but everyone in that room knew they had just witnessed an execution. William said nothing more. He simply took a shallow breath, and with the last of his strength, he turned his face to the cold, unforgiving wall. It was an act of final surrender. He was turning his back not just on her, but on the world itself, a world where the woman he loved had chosen her pride over his life. A moment later, a profound stillness fell upon the room, a silence deeper and more terrible than any scream. Sweet William was gone. Barbara Allen turned and walked out of that room without a backward glance. She left behind a profound silence, a dead man, and the shattered servants who had just witnessed a soul being extinguished by sheer cruelty. She stepped out into the crisp mountain air, her head held high, the victor in a war only she had been fighting. Her pride was satisfied. Her grievance was avenged. She had won. For the first few hundred yards, that cold satisfaction was a shield, protecting her from the truth of what she had done. But she had not gone a mile, just as the path began to wind back towards her own lonely cabin, when a new sound reached her. It was a sound that cut through the rustling leaves and the sighing of the wind. A single, mournful toll of a funeral bell, echoing from the small church in the valley. Dong. It was a sound of finality, a sound of fact. Sweet William was dead. The bell was telling the mountains the news, and that sound pierced her icy armor. The second toll followed the first, and with each resonant peal, a crack appeared in the frozen wall around her heart. It was no longer the sound of her victory, it was the sound of her damnation. The ballad says that the bell seemed to cry out her own name on the wind, a mournful accusation. Hard-hearted Barbara Allen. The pride, the anger, the memory of that silly toast in the tavern, it all evaporated, leaving behind a horrifying, empty void. The realization struck her with the physical force of a blow. The man she loved was in the ground because of her. She had traded his life for a moment of bitter triumph, and the bargain was a fool's one. Her heart, which could not be melted by his love, was now shattered by the sound of his death knell. The community would hear that bell too. The servant's story would spread from cabin to cabin, whispered over cook fires and spinning wheels. There would be no trial, no judge or jury. Her verdict was already being delivered by the hushed, horrified voices of her neighbors. She was no longer just the proud girl, she was the cruel woman, the one who had killed Sweet William with nothing but a handful of cold, unforgiving words. There was no trial held in a courthouse for Barbara Allen. There was no judge in a black robe, no jury of 12 good men and true. What law had she broken? There is no statute against having a heart of stone, no crime on the books for killing a man with a memory and 5 cruel words. The law of men, with its ink and paper, was silent. It had no language to describe what had happened in that death room. But in the mountains, there is another kind of justice, an older and more immediate law. And Barbara Allen's trial had already begun. The courtroom was every cabin, every clearing, every fireside in the valley. The servants who had stood helpless at William's bedside were the sole witnesses, and their testimony, spoken in hushed, horrified tones, was the only evidence needed. The story spread faster than a forest fire, a tale of love turned to poison, of a pride so monstrous it could watch a man die and feel nothing. The community, which had once whispered about her coldness, now spoke of it as a fact, an unnatural blight on the world. The verdict was unanimous. She was guilty. But Barbara wasn't listening to them. She was a prisoner in a different kind of court, the one held in the echoing silence of her own soul. The funeral bell had been the prosecution's opening statement, and it had shattered her every defense. As she ran home, stumbling through the woods, she wasn't fleeing justice. She was rushing to accept her sentence. When she burst through the door of her mother's cabin, her face was a mask of terror and grief. She was no longer a cold-hearted killer. She was a condemned woman. Her confession was not a plea for mercy, but a final, desperate command. She cried out to her mother, the words tumbling from her in a torrent of unbearable guilt. "Mom, Mom, make my bed, make it softly and long. My darling died for me today, and I will die for him tomorrow." In that moment, she was both the accused and the executioner. She understood the ancient law of the mountains, a heart for a heart, a life for a life. Her own pride had demanded William's life as payment, and now her conscience, awakened too late, demanded hers in return. And so the final verdict was delivered, not by the community, who would soon change their condemnation to a sad, shaking pity, but by Barbara Allen herself. She died the next day, not of fever or sickness, but of a broken heart, the very ailment she had inflicted upon her lover. Was it justice? Perhaps it was something more profound. It was a perfect, terrible symmetry. The law of men could never have balanced the scales so precisely. The mountains had rendered their own judgment, leaving 2 fresh graves as a permanent warning that a heart closed to forgiveness is a tomb waiting to be filled. And so they buried them in the old churchyard, side by side. He, the victim of a love too strong, and she, the victim of a pride that had turned to poison. In any other story, that would be the end. 2 graves on a lonely hillside, slowly being reclaimed by the wild grass and the passage of time. But in Appalachia, some stories refuse to stay buried in the ground. They grow. Out of Sweet William's grave, the old-timers say, there grew a rose. It wasn't just any rose, but one with petals so deep and red they looked like drops of blood, a symbol of the true and passionate love he'd held in his heart. And from Barbara Allen's grave, there grew a briar, its vines thorny and grasping, a testament to the sharp, tangled pride that had protected and ultimately destroyed her. They grew, reaching up towards the Appalachian sun as if pulled by some unseen force. The rose climbed the old stone wall of the churchyard, and the briar followed. Higher and higher they went, until at the very peak of the wall they met. And there, under the watchful eyes of the mountains, the soft red rose and the thorny green briar intertwined. They wove themselves together into what the ballad calls a true lover's knot, a symbol of forgiveness, a sign that the love that was denied in life had finally found its union in death. Now, you can't go to a specific place in Kentucky or North Carolina and find a headstone that reads Barbara Allen. Her grave is not a place on a map. The real marker isn't made of stone, it's made of music. The ballad itself is the echo. It survived the long ocean voyage from Scotland, and in the isolated hollows of Appalachia, it found its true home. It was passed down like an heirloom, from a grandmother's cracked voice to a child listening on a porch swing, a lesson and a lullaby all in one. The story became a part of the people, and that is what remains today. The traces are not in archives or history books, but in the culture itself. It's in the melancholy bend of a fiddle string, in the lyrics sung by 1,000 different voices over hundreds of years. The mountains do remember, and though most people have forgotten the fine details, the legend of the rose and the briar still hangs in the air of every old, overgrown cemetery, a ghostly reminder that love and pride are two powerful vines that, once tangled, can never truly be separated. So we come back to the question that has haunted this story from the start, a question that the wind still whispers in the high mountain passes. Was Barbara Allen a monster, or was she a victim? The truth, like most truths in these mountains, is not a simple thing. In that death room, standing over the man who loved her, she was a monster. She wielded her wounded pride like a weapon and dealt a killing blow. But in the moments that followed, when the sound of a funeral bell shattered her soul, she became the story's final, most tragic victim, a prisoner of a pride she could no longer live with. This is the eternal lesson encoded in the ballad of Barbara Allen, the reason it has survived for centuries while grander tales have turned to dust. It's a story that warns us that a heart shielded by pride is the most fragile heart of all. It teaches us that forgiveness is not a gift we give to others, but a key to our own freedom. The rose and the briar are not just a fanciful ending, they are the story's true moral. They tell us that even after a tragedy born of bitterness and spite, redemption is possible, that two souls torn apart by life can find their way back to each other in the end. This is more than just a ghost story or a sad old song. It is a piece of Appalachia's soul. It is a testament to the people who lived and died by a code of honor that could be both their greatest strength and their most fatal flaw. And even today, if you find yourself deep in the mountains when the fog is rolling in and the world grows quiet, you can almost hear it. A sad, distant melody on the wind and the mournful toll of a bell, forever crying out a warning and a lament. Poor Barbara Allen. On September 14, 2007, a clerk in the Douglas County Courthouse in Nebraska stamped a document that would send a shockwave through the entire legal world. It was a lawsuit, like thousands of others, but the name listed for the defendant wasn't a person or a corporation. It was God. The newspapers called it the act of a madman, a joke taken too far. But the man who filed it was no fool. He was one of the most powerful politicians in the state. Today, we push past the laughter and the headlines to ask a question that strikes at the very heart of law and faith. What happens when a man uses a human court to demand justice from the Almighty? To understand the lawsuit, you first have to understand the man. Ernie Chambers wasn't some crackpot off the street. He was a living legend in Nebraska politics. For nearly 4 decades, he was a senator in the state's unique one-house legislature. He was a lion, a civil rights champion whose voice boomed through the marble halls of the Capitol, fighting for the poor, the forgotten, and the marginalized. He was known for his razor-sharp mind, his unmatched eloquence, and a stubborn refusal to back down from any fight he believed was just. He was a master of the law. He didn't just know the rules. He knew their spirit, their history, and most importantly, their weaknesses. He had spent a lifetime watching the gears of justice turn, sometimes with agonizing slowness, sometimes with breathtaking fairness. He believed in the system, or at least he believed in what it was supposed to be, a shield for the innocent and a sword against the powerful. But in the mid-2000s, Senator Chambers saw a sickness creeping into the courts he so respected. He saw lawsuits that seemed to defy common sense, clogging the dockets and turning halls of justice into a circus. People suing for anything and everything, using the sacred process of the law to settle petty grievances or chase easy money. To a man like Chambers, this wasn't just inefficient. It was a perversion, a mockery of the very idea of justice. He felt the system was becoming a parody of itself. He could have given a fiery speech on the Senate floor. He could have written a scathing newspaper column. But Ernie Chambers wasn't a man who settled for small gestures. He believed that to expose an absurdity, you had to meet it with an even greater absurdity. An idea began to form in his mind, an idea so radical, so audacious, it could only come from a man who knew the law so well he was willing to break its unwritten rules. He decided he would file a lawsuit of his own, but his target wouldn't be a person or a company. He would aim higher. He would take the logic of the frivolous lawsuit and push it to its absolute metaphysical limit. He was about to demonstrate the flaw in the system by creating a case so perfectly logical and yet so utterly impossible that no one would ever be able to forget it. The calm of the Nebraska judicial system was about to be shattered. And so, on a Friday in September, Ernie Chambers walked into the Douglas County Courthouse and fired his shot. The document he filed read not like a legal complaint, but like an indictment against the cosmos itself. With the cold, precise language of the law, he laid out his case against the defendant, God. He accused the Almighty of being directly responsible for untold suffering, for unleashing deadly floods, terrifying hurricanes, and violent tornadoes upon the world. The lawsuit went further. It charged God with making terroristic threats on a global scale, promising death, destruction, and eternal damnation to billions of people, including Senator Chambers and his constituents in Nebraska. It claimed the defendant's actions sowed fear, incited hatred, and led directly to wars, oppression, and genocide. And what did the plaintiff demand? Not money. He demanded a permanent injunction. He asked a human judge to issue a legal order telling God to stop. You can just imagine the silence in the clerk's office as they read the defendant's name. But it was a legally filed document, and they had no choice but to accept it. The news spread like a prairie fire. First, it was a local curiosity, then a statewide joke. Within days, it was international news. The courthouse was flooded with calls from journalists around the world. Was it real? Was the senator serious? To anyone who thought it was a prank, Chambers had a chillingly simple and logical response. He argued that if the courthouse doors were open to any citizen with a grievance, no matter how frivolous it seemed, then they had to be open to him too. He was a citizen. He had a grievance. He had identified the responsible party. The system, he was saying, had to either hear his case or admit that its doors were not, in fact, open to all. The trap had been set. The court had no choice but to respond. The case landed on the desk of Judge Marlon Polk, a man who had dedicated his life to the clear, predictable order of the law. And with that, the entire judicial system of Douglas County, a place built on evidence and procedure, found itself staring into a black hole of its own making. The machinery of justice, designed to handle earthly disputes, had just been tasked with judging heaven. You see, for the wheels of justice to even begin to turn, a fundamental step must be taken. The defendant must be officially notified. A summons must be served. It is the cornerstone of due process, a right so sacred that without it, no case can proceed. And that single simple rule became the entire battlefield. The lawsuit's central question wasn't about floods or tornadoes. It was this: how do you hand a piece of paper to a being who is everywhere and nowhere at once? In the courtroom, Senator Chambers stood before Judge Polk, his face a mask of solemn purpose. He argued with brilliant, infuriating logic. He stated that since the defendant, God, is by definition omniscient, he must already know about the lawsuit. Therefore, a formal summons was an unnecessary piece of human bureaucracy. The court was in a bind. To agree with Chambers would be to make a theological ruling. To disagree would be to ignore the plaintiff's point. Imagine being Judge Marlon Polk, sitting on that bench, the weight of centuries of legal precedent resting on your shoulders. The courtroom wasn't filled with the sounds of chaos. There were no shouts, no struggle. There was only a profound, suffocating silence. It was the sound of a system encountering a problem it was never designed to solve. The air was thick with the tension of an impossible choice. The world's media watched, waiting for the verdict, but the judge was trapped. This wasn't a slaughter of men, but a slaughter of certainty. The weapon wasn't a rifle, but a paradox. Every path the judge could take led to a contradiction. If he dismissed the case as frivolous, he would be violating the principle of open courts that Chambers was so cleverly exploiting. If he allowed it to proceed, he would be throwing the rulebook out the window. The case became a ghost in the machine of justice. It couldn't move forward. It couldn't be dismissed on its merits. The court, an institution of immense power, was rendered utterly impotent. The legal process was bleeding out on the courtroom floor, not from a wound of violence, but from a single, unanswerable question. The mighty sword of the law had struck against the infinite, and it simply stopped. For weeks, the lawsuit hung in the air over Douglas County, a question mark suspended in the halls of justice. The initial shock had given way to a tense, expectant silence. In his chambers, Judge Marlon Polk found himself in a legal no-man's land. He couldn't simply laugh the case out of court. Ernie Chambers was a respected senator, and his legal argument, however bizarre its premise, was technically sound. He was exploiting a loophole in the system's own philosophy of open access. The judge was a man of the book. He searched through volumes of case law, looking for precedent, for any case in history that could offer a sliver of guidance. But there was none. He was searching for a map in a country that didn't exist. The choice before him was monumental. Either he would break the court's own procedural rules, or he would allow a case against God to proceed. Either option would create a legal earthquake. Outside the courthouse walls, the story had become a global phenomenon. Legal scholars debated the jurisdictional paradox on television. Theologians argued the implications of a court even considering the matter. Late-night comedians told jokes, but beneath the laughter was a genuine fascination. Ernie Chambers had done more than file a lawsuit. He had posed a philosophical riddle that caught the imagination of the entire world. And what of Senator Chambers himself? He was the calm at the center of the storm. He gave interviews, not with the triumphant smirk of a prankster, but with the measured tone of a professor. He calmly and patiently explained his reasoning to anyone who asked. He wasn't trying to win, he was trying to teach. He had laid the trap, and now he simply watched as the entire legal world wrestled with it, exposing the very absurdity he had set out to demonstrate. The community wasn't in fear, but in a state of captivated disbelief. The courthouse, normally a place of quiet, everyday dramas, had become the stage for a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Everyone was waiting. The silence from the judge's chambers stretched on, but it wasn't an empty silence. It was the silence of a system thinking, of a man wrestling with an impossible problem, preparing to render a judgment that would be remembered for decades to come. And then, the day came. Judge Marlon Polk entered the courtroom, the weight of his decision palpable in the silent, crowded room. This wasn't a trial in the traditional sense. There were no witnesses called to the stand, no dramatic cross-examinations. The battle was fought entirely on the sterile landscape of legal procedure. The world's media held their breath, waiting to see how a small county court would solve a problem that had stumped philosophers for millennia. Judge Polk didn't try to answer the unanswerable. He didn't rule on whether God was responsible for hurricanes or whether the lawsuit had merit. He did something far more clever. He found his answer not in theology, but in the mundane, practical rules of civil procedure. He found the one thread that could unravel the entire case without touching the explosive questions at its core. He dismissed the case. But the reason he gave was a masterpiece of judicial logic. He stated that for the court to hear a case, it must first have jurisdiction over the defendant. And to establish that jurisdiction, the defendant must be properly served a summons. Since the defendant, God, had no fixed address and could not be served notice, the court simply had no power to proceed. The case was thrown out not because it was absurd, but because in the eyes of the law, the Almighty couldn't be found. It was a brilliant legal escape. The judge didn't try to slay the dragon. He simply declared that there was no address to send the challenge to. But Ernie Chambers didn't see it as a defeat. He stood before the reporters, a slight, knowing smile on his face. He argued that the judge's ruling was, in its own way, a profound victory for his cause. For the court to declare that it couldn't find God's address, he reasoned, it first had to implicitly acknowledge that there was someone to find. The verdict was in. The law of men had been applied. The system had protected itself by retreating behind its own procedural walls. But was it justice? Or was it the most elegant sidestep in legal history, a moment where the human system of rules looked into the infinite and chose, wisely, to look away? The gavel had fallen, but the real questions were left hanging, unanswered, in the quiet air of the courtroom. The television cameras eventually left Omaha. The reporters filed their last stories, and the world's attention moved on to the next spectacle. But the case of Chambers versus God never truly disappeared. It simply sank into the bedrock of legal history, becoming something of a legend. Today, it's a story told in law school classrooms, a famous case study used to teach the dry-as-dust concept of jurisdiction. It's a ghost story that lawyers tell, a cautionary tale about the absolute limits of the law. As for Senator Ernie Chambers, he didn't fade into obscurity. He went right back to the Capitol building and continued his life's work. He remained that lion of the Nebraska legislature for years, a fierce, unapologetic voice for his constituents, a constant thorn in the side of the establishment. When he finally left office, he was the longest-serving state senator in Nebraska's history. His legacy is one of fighting for the powerless, and this lawsuit was just his most famous weapon in a long and storied career. And the lawsuit itself? That document is still there, filed away in the archives of the Douglas County Courthouse. It's just a few pages of typed words in a manila folder, a humble physical artifact of a metaphysical battle. It bears no special markings. It isn't framed on a wall, but it is a silent witness, a tangible piece of a story that seems too absurd to be true. It's proof that once, a man walked into a courthouse and tried to hold the creator of the universe accountable under the laws of Nebraska. Most people have forgotten the headlines, and the name Marlon Polk is just another name on a long list of judges. But the system remembers. The archives remember. The story of that impossible lawsuit has become a permanent, if strange, part of American legal folklore, an echo in the halls of justice that serves as a quiet reminder of the day a mortal man used human rules to challenge the divine. So we come back to the question we started with. What happens when a man uses a human court to demand justice from the Almighty? The simple answer is, the court finds a way out. The system protects itself. But that's not the real lesson here. Ernie Chambers never expected to win an injunction against God. He wasn't trying to stop the rain. He was trying to make a point. This story isn't really about a battle between a man and his maker. It's a story about a brilliant mind using the logic of the law against itself to ask an eternal question. Who is truly responsible for the suffering in the world? And where are the limits of our own systems of justice? He held a mirror up to the court and forced it to admit that there are some problems, some defendants, that are simply too big for its rules to handle. It's a story of protest in its purest, most creative form. It teaches us that sometimes, to expose an absurdity, you must become an even greater one. Ernie Chambers was willing to look like a fool to the entire world to prove a point about the sanctity of justice. He never got a response from the defendant, but he forced a worldwide conversation, and in doing so, he achieved a far greater victory. On a bright May morning in 1866, a young woman named Laura Foster packed a small bundle of clothes, told her father she was running off to be married, and rode her father's mare into the misty folds of the Blue Ridge Mountains. She was supposed to meet her lover, the handsome fiddler and war veteran Tom Dooley. But Laura Foster never arrived at their meeting spot. She was swallowed whole by the wilderness, leaving behind only whispers and a riderless horse that wandered home days later. What happened to Laura Foster on that hillside? Was it a simple crime of passion, the tragic end to a tangled love affair? Or was it something more sinister, a conspiracy of silence, a dark secret protected by an entire mountain community, a truth so twisted it would be immortalized in a folk song that haunts us to this day? Today, we become detectives of the past, sifting through the legends and lies to finally answer the question, who was truly responsible for the crime that created the legend of Tom Dooley? To understand what was lost, you have to understand the world that was. Wilkes County, North Carolina in 1866 was a land of breathtaking beauty and brutal hardship. The Civil War had ripped through these mountains, leaving not just economic ruin, but deep scars on the souls of the men who returned. They came back from the battlefields and prison camps to a world of poverty and uncertainty, their pockets empty and their hearts full of ghosts. This was a place of fierce clan loyalty, where disputes were settled by family and honor was a currency more valuable than cash. The air in these hollows was thick with pride, resentment, and unspoken tensions, a perfect tinderbox waiting for a single, fatal spark. At the center of this world was Laura Foster. By all accounts, she was a simple country girl, known throughout the valley for her striking beauty and a gentle nature. She lived a quiet life on her father's farm, her world defined by the seasons and the hard work of the land. Her dream was a common one, but for her, it was everything. To marry the man she loved, Tom Dooley. She was desperately, foolishly in love. A love so powerful, it blinded her to the dangerous currents swirling just beneath the surface of their lives. She was a wildflower, beautiful and vibrant, unknowingly blooming on the edge of a cliff. Then there was Thomas Dooley, the man they call Tom Dooley. Before the war, he was the prodigal son of the valley, impossibly handsome, a gifted fiddle player whose music could charm the birds from the trees and women into his arms. But the boy who went to fight for the 42nd North Carolina Infantry was not the man who came back. The war and the squalor of a Union prison camp had forged a darkness in him. The easy charm was still there, but it was now laced with a restless, reckless energy. He was a moth drawn to the flame of trouble, and in turn, he was a flame that drew others to their doom. And you cannot tell this story without Anne Melton. Anne was Laura's cousin, a woman of breathtaking beauty and a will of iron. Many believed she was Tom's first and truest love, a bond forged long before the war. While Tom was away, she made a practical choice, marrying an older, stable farmer named James Melton. But her marriage did little to tame the fire she felt for Tom. She was cunning, captivating, and deeply possessive. Anne Melton was the queen of this small, tangled kingdom, and she was not the kind of woman who tolerated rivals. These three lives were knotted together in a web of passion and jealousy that was an open secret in the community. Tom Dooler was courting Laura Foster openly, while just as openly carrying on his affair with the married Anne Melton. It was a dangerous game played in a community where everyone watched and everyone whispered. But even in their quiet lives, a darker shadow was gathering, unseen and unspoken. It was a secret sickness, a shameful disease brought back from the war, and a rumor of a pregnancy that threatened to unravel everything, turning a common love triangle into a matter of life and death. For weeks, the mountains held their secret. The initial search for Laura Foster had turned up nothing but tired men and unanswered prayers. Her father's mare had been found, wandering aimlessly, its saddle empty. As spring turned to summer, a grim silence settled over the valley. It was as if Laura had ridden into the morning mist and been erased from the world. The whispers continued, of course, but without a body, there was no crime, only a heartbreaking disappearance and a community left to wonder. The break in the case didn't come from a lawman's keen eye or a hunter's chance discovery. It came from the fevered ramblings of a woman named Pauline Foster, a cousin to both Laura and Anne, who worked on the Melton farm. Pauline, known to be suffering from the late stages of syphilis which often rotted the mind, began to have what she called visions. She claimed in moments of strange clarity that she knew where Laura was buried. No one knew whether to believe her ravings, but in the face of a dead-end search, desperation won out. Guided by Pauline's bizarre and unsettling directions, a search party made their way to a lonely, rhododendron-choked hillside. At first, they saw nothing, but then one of the men noticed it. A patch of earth that was slightly sunken, the leaves on top unnaturally disturbed. It was a scar on the landscape that didn't belong. With shovels and grim determination, they began to dig into the soft, dark soil. The stench that rose from the ground told them they had found her before their eyes ever could. What they unearthed was a horror. The body of Laura Foster, wrapped in a blanket, was pulled from the shallow grave. She was badly decomposed after months in the warm earth, but one brutal fact was unmistakable. A single deep wound pierced her chest, a wound made with a large knife, delivered with vicious force. There were no other signs of a struggle, just that one fatal act of violence. The burial was hasty, panicked. This wasn't a calculated execution. It was a desperate attempt to hide a body and a terrible secret. The discovery of the grave didn't bring clarity. It brought a new kind of confusion. The scene spoke of chaos and concealment, but the wilderness offered no easy answers. The only witness was a woman whose testimony was born of sickness and visions. The only real clue was the nature of the wound itself, a clue that pointed toward a man's strength and a man's weapon. The body had been found, but the truth remained buried, and the questions had only just begun to multiply. From the moment Laura Foster's body was pulled from the earth, one name was on everyone's lips: Tom Dooler. Suspicion didn't just fall on him, it crashed down with the weight of inevitability. He was the man she was running away to meet, the last person known to have plans with her. In the tight-knit world of Wilkes County, where everyone knew everyone else's business, the tangled love affair between Tom, Laura, and Anne Melton was common knowledge. Tom was the central figure, the sun around which these women orbited, and when one of them was extinguished, all eyes naturally turned to him. The motive seemed painfully obvious, a story as old as the mountains themselves. The community saw a man trapped between two women, a reckless philanderer who had finally gotten in too deep. The whispers claimed Laura Foster was pregnant with Tom's child, an entanglement that would have forced his hand and ruined his chances with Ann Melton, the woman many believed he truly loved. An even darker rumor circulated that Tom had given Laura a foul disease, syphilis, and she had threatened to expose him, bringing shame and ruin upon them all. In either version of the story, Laura Foster had become a problem, an obstacle to be removed. The circumstantial evidence was damning. The deep, single stab wound in Laura's chest was consistent with the large blade Tom was known to carry, a hunting knife he had brought back from the war. But the most condemning piece of evidence was his own action. As the search for Laura intensified and suspicion began to coil around him, Tom Dula did the one thing an innocent man should never do. He ran. He saddled a horse and fled across the state line into Tennessee, living and working under a false name. This flight was seen by everyone as a confession written across the landscape of two states. Why would an innocent man abandon his home, his family, and his name? To the people of Wilkes County, the answer was simple. He wouldn't. Tom's escape solidified the whispers into a hard, cold certainty. He wasn't just a suspect anymore. He was a fugitive and a murderer. In the court of public opinion, the verdict was already in. But as the shadow of the gallows began to fall over Tom Dula, another, more chilling possibility took root in the minds of the mountain folk. It was a story whispered over hearth fires, a theory that pointed not to the runaway lover, but to the woman at the very center of the storm, Ann Melton. She was Laura's own cousin, the woman who shared her bloodline and her lover. No one was closer to the heart of the tragedy, and many began to wonder if she wasn't the heart of the crime itself. The motive was primal and powerful, a jealousy so fierce it could curdle blood. Ann Melton was not a woman who shared. She was Tom's first love, and in her mind, his only true love. The news that he was planning to elope with Laura would have been more than a heartbreak. It would have been a profound betrayal, a public humiliation she could not endure. In the unforgiving code of the mountains, this was an offense that demanded a reckoning. The legend suggests that Ann, a woman scorned, decided that if she couldn't have Tom, no one would. Laura Foster wasn't just a rival. She was a testament to Ann's failure to hold her man, and she had to be erased. With this new suspicion, people began to re-examine the facts. The star witness, Pauline Foster, who had the convenient visions that led to the body, where did she live and work? On Ann Melton's farm. She was under Ann's roof, subject to her influence and her will every single day. Was it truly a supernatural vision that led Pauline to the grave, or was it a carefully planted suggestion from a manipulative mistress, a calculated move to have the body found only after Tom Dula was long gone and suspicion had hardened against him? Suddenly, Ann's behavior after the disappearance seemed less like that of a concerned cousin and more like that of a cold, calculating conspirator. Her composure was seen as unnatural, her lack of public grief suspicious. The very legal maneuvering that separated her trial from Tom's, once seen as a procedural matter, now looked like a deliberate tactic to keep her off the witness stand and prevent her from being questioned under oath. The community started to see not a woman caught in a tragedy, but a puppeteer pulling the strings from the shadows. The theory that began to form was as simple as it was terrifying. Ann had killed Laura in a fit of jealous rage, and Tom, arriving to find the horrifying deed done, made a fateful choice out of love and loyalty to protect her and take the blame himself. But there was another power at play in these hills, one older and more relentless than a lover's jealousy or a man's guilt. It was the silent, brooding force of the Foster clan itself. In the world of Appalachia, family was everything. It was law, government, and army all rolled into one. The Fosters were a proud and numerous clan, their roots sunk deep into the rocky soil of Wilkes County. To dishonor one was to dishonor them all, and what had happened to Laura was the ultimate dishonor. Their motive was not simple grief. It was a cold, burning rage against the shame that had been brought upon their name. Tom Dula, the charming outsider who had seduced their daughter, allegedly gotten her pregnant, and was the man she died with, was a walking monument to their family's humiliation. Whether he struck the fatal blow or not was almost secondary. He was the source of the rot, the cause of the scandal that was now the talk of 3 counties. They needed more than justice. They needed a cleansing, and for that, blood had to be paid. This created a climate of quiet, immense pressure. It's a theory whispered to this day that the Fosters, realizing they might never get the satisfaction of seeing the clever Anne Melton convicted in a court of law, decided to wage their own war in the shadows. They began to shape the narrative through social pressure and communal expectation. Witnesses who might have spoken of Anne's volatile temper or seen her near the scene found it easier to stay silent. Rumors that pointed away from Tom were mysteriously quashed, while those that implicated him grew louder and more detailed with every telling. Pauline Foster, the key witness, was caught in the middle of this storm. Was she just Anne Melton's pawn, or was she also a member of the Foster clan, being urged by her own kin to point the finger where it would do the most good for the family's honor? In this version of the story, the tragedy was no longer just a crime of passion. It was a battle between a lone man and an entire clan, a clan that had decided, with or without a court, that Tom Dula was the one who had to hang. With Laura Foster's body discovered and Tom Dula a fugitive, the investigation snapped into a singular, frantic focus: the manhunt. The law in those days wasn't a team of detectives meticulously gathering forensic evidence. It was a posse of determined men on horseback, driven by a raw sense of mountain justice. Led by former Wilkes County Sheriff William Dula, a relative of Tom's, they picked up the trail. But Tom Dula was a child of these mountains. He had a considerable head start, and the wilderness was his greatest ally. He vanished into the green labyrinth of the Appalachians like a ghost into the fog. For weeks, the posse tracked him through the rugged peaks and dense forests that straddled the border of North Carolina and Tennessee. The mountains themselves seemed to conspire to hide him, offering up 1,000 false trails, 100 hidden hollows where a man could disappear for years. Every snapped twig that wasn't his, every cold campfire that belonged to a hunter, was a dead end that cost the posse precious time. The pursuit was a grueling testament to the land's indifference. It was a place that could just as easily protect a fugitive as it could swallow a victim. The trail grew cold, and it seemed as though Tom Dula had succeeded, that he had been consumed by the wilderness he knew so well. It wasn't until a legendary mountain lawman, Colonel James Grayson, got word that a man matching Tom's description was working as a farmhand near the Tennessee border that the chase had its break. Grayson and the posse cornered Tom, who gave himself up without a fight. They had their man. To the outside world, this seemed to be the end of it. The promising lead hadn't evaporated, it had been captured. But this capture was its own kind of false trail. It provided an easy answer, a simple villain, and in doing so, it slammed the door on any other line of inquiry. With Tom in custody, no one seriously investigated Anne Melton. Her convenient alibi, provided by her own farmhands, was accepted without much question. The possibility of another party being involved, a drifter or a rival unknown to the community, was never explored. The entire weight of the state's investigation was now focused on building a case against the man they had chased across the mountains. This created a deep and growing frustration. They had their killer, but the evidence was flimsy, built on circumstance, motive, and his flight. They had no murder weapon, no confession, and their star witness was a woman whose mind was crumbling from disease. The community, which had craved a swift and certain resolution, was left with a captive but no real closure. The single-minded pursuit of Tom Dula had felt like a straight path to justice, But it had led them to a dead end, with the suspect in chains and the truth still hiding somewhere back in the mountain mists. When the lawmen brought Tom Dula back to Wilkes County in chains, they believed the hardest part was over. They were wrong. As they began to build their case, they ran into a wall, not a wall of brick and mortar, but of downcast eyes, tight-lipped mouths, and sudden, convenient deafness. Neighbors who had known the families for generations suddenly saw nothing. Men who drank with Tom at the local tavern heard nothing. Women who quilted with Anne and Laura knew nothing. The mountain had drawn a breath and held it, wrapping itself in a thick, impenetrable code of silence. This silence was born of a deep and primal fear. Anne Melton cast a long, cold shadow over the community. The whispers that she was the true killer were pervasive, and with those whispers came a chilling question. If she was capable of stabbing her own cousin in a jealous rage, what would she do to a neighbor who dared to speak against her? Her husband, James Melton, was a respected and established farmer. To accuse his wife was to make a powerful enemy. It was a risk no one was willing to take. Self-preservation was a lesson the mountains taught well, and it often meant keeping your mouth shut and your eyes on your own affairs. But the silence was more complex than simple fear. It was also a matter of tangled loyalties. The Dulas, the Fosters, the Meltons, these families were all interwoven by blood and marriage, a complex tapestry of kinship that stretched back generations. To testify against Anne or Tom was not just to accuse an individual, it was to draw a line in the sand between families, to risk a feud that could simmer for generations, passed down like a rusty rifle. Faced with the choice of speaking to outside lawmen from Statesville or maintaining the fragile peace within their own clan, the people of Wilkes County chose their own. The cost of breaking this code was made terrifyingly clear. An old story, told for 100 years, speaks of a woman who lived on the trail Laura Foster had taken. She let it be known that she might have seen Anne Melton walking towards the meeting spot on that fateful morning. A few nights later, her barn burned to the ground in a blaze that lit up the hollow. No one was ever caught, but the message was as clear as the fire itself. Keep silent, or what you own will turn to ash. After that, the whispers died, and the silence became absolute. The community understood. The price of the truth was too high. For nearly 2 years, the case against Tom Dula was a frustrating stalemate built on whispers and circumstance. His first trial ended in a guilty verdict, but it was overturned on appeal. A second trial was underway, and his brilliant lawyer, former Governor Zebulon Vance, was systematically dismantling the prosecution's flimsy case. He had painted Pauline Foster as a delusional, unreliable witness and pointed the finger of blame squarely at the calculating Anne Melton. It began to look as if Tom Dula, despite the mountain of public opinion against him, might just walk free. The truth seemed destined to remain buried, a secret lost to the silence of the hills. The turning point didn't come from a dramatic courtroom revelation or a newly discovered piece of evidence. It came from a slip of paper, a desperate note scrawled in a jail cell. As his second trial drew to a close and the possibility of acquittal seemed within reach, Tom Dula did something inexplicable. He took a pencil and a scrap of paper and wrote 4 simple, devastating words. I and Anne Melton. He passed this note to one of his lawyers, a cryptic and ambiguous message that could be interpreted in a dozen different ways. Was it a confession? A last-ditch effort to implicate the woman he felt had betrayed him? Or was it, as many have come to believe, the key to a hidden truth? The most enduring theory is that this note was Tom's attempt to articulate a complex reality, that he and Anne Melton were both involved, but not in the way anyone suspected. The note wasn't a confession of murder, but a confession of conspiracy. It was his way of saying that the plan had never been to kill Laura, but for Tom and Anne to run away together, and that Laura had somehow gotten caught in the crossfire of their own desperate escape plan. This tiny, forgotten clue, preserved in the state archives, throws the entire accepted narrative into chaos. It suggests a truth far more complicated than a simple love triangle murder. It points not to a lone killer, but to a shared plot, a pact between two lovers that went horribly wrong. The note changes everything. It reframes Tom's flight not as the act of a guilty murderer, but as the panicked escape of a man caught in a catastrophe of his own making. It was the moment the legend cracked, revealing a deeper, darker, and more tragic story beneath the surface. The trial was no longer just about who killed Laura Foster. It was about unraveling the true nature of the pact between Tom Dula and Ann Melton. The courtroom in Statesville held its breath. Governor Vance's powerful defense had cast a deep and profound doubt on the state's case. Tom Dula, the man everyone had condemned, now seemed like a victim himself, a pawn in a game played by a far more cunning mind. Acquittal felt not just possible, but likely. It was in this moment of rising hope that Tom Dula's own hand sealed his fate. The cryptic note, "I and Ann Melton," was seen by the jury not as a complex clue, but as a simple, damning confession of partnership. The ambiguity that Tom may have intended was lost. The prosecution finally had the link they needed. But the jury's verdict is not the end of this story. For the true unmasking didn't happen under the authority of a judge, but in the enduring judgment of the mountain people, a verdict whispered from one generation to the next. And in that court, the true killer was, and always has been, Ann Melton. She was the dark heart of the tragedy, the hand that held the knife. She was the architect of Laura Foster's death and Tom Dula's downfall. Tom's note was not a confession of his own guilt in the murder, but his last, desperate attempt to point towards hers without fully betraying the woman he still, inexplicably, loved. He couldn't bring himself to write the words "Ann killed her," but he could link their names together in the crime, a final, futile gesture towards a truth he knew would be buried with him. He was admitting his part in the conspiracy of silence, in the cover-up, and in the tragic aftermath, hoping someone would see the truth between the lines. Her motive was a poison as old as humanity itself, a possessive, all-consuming jealousy. Ann Melton had shared Tom Dula, but she had never accepted it. When she learned that Tom and Laura were not just courting, but were planning to elope, to build a life together far from her influence, it was a betrayal she could not stomach. It was an intolerable public declaration that she had lost. The legend, which many hold as gospel, says that Anne, under the pretense of making peace, lured her cousin Laura to that secluded hillside. There, the womanly truce turned into a bitter confrontation, and Anne's simmering rage exploded into a single, brutal act of violence. Tom Dula's only crime that day was one of love and loyalty. He arrived at the meeting spot not to kill Laura, but to run away with her, or perhaps to finally break things off. Instead, he found Anne, spattered with blood, standing over the lifeless body of her cousin. In that horrifying moment, faced with an impossible choice, he chose Anne. He chose to protect the woman who had been his first love, the captivating, manipulative woman who held his heart in a vice. His crime was not murder, but the digging of a shallow grave and the weaving of a lie that would cost him his life. The court of law would hang Tom Dula. But the court of the mountains knew better. They unmasked a killer far more frightening than a reckless young man, a beautiful, jealous woman who let the man she claimed to love swing from a rope for a crime she committed. The true climax of this story is not a guilty verdict, but the chilling realization that the real monster walked free, leaving a ghost and a legend in her wake. Let us now go back to that hillside, not as speculators, but as silent witnesses to the truth the mountains have held for over a century. The sun was warm that morning, filtering through the leaves of the old oak trees. Laura Foster arrived first, her heart aflutter with a mix of hope and nervous fear. In her hands, she clutched a small bundle of clothes, everything she needed to start a new life with the man she loved. She believed she was there to meet Anne for a final, difficult conversation, a truce, or a parting of ways between cousins before she and Tom disappeared together forever. She was a lamb, walking trustingly into the slaughterhouse. When Anne arrived, the air grew thick with a tension the warm sun could not touch. The conversation started with forced pleasantries, but the venom was not far beneath the surface. We will never know the exact words that were spoken, but we can hear their echoes. Anne's voice, once familiar, likely turned to ice. Accusations flew like stones, words of betrayal, of stolen love, of shame and jealousy. The beautiful clearing, meant to be the starting point of a new life, became a courtroom with only one judge and one executioner. There was a sudden, violent movement, a flash of steel in the dappled sunlight. It was not followed by a blood-curdling scream, but by a sharp, surprised gasp from Laura, a sound of disbelief more than pain. That sound was cut short, replaced by a soft thud as her body crumpled onto the blanket of leaves. The small bundle of clothes fell from her grasp, spilling a pathetic collection of folded dresses and girlish dreams onto the forest floor. In an instant, the birds in the surrounding trees fell silent. The wind itself seemed to die, and the woods were plunged into a profound and unnatural stillness. The hot rage in Anne's veins cooled to a chilling dread. She stood for a long moment, breathing heavily, the knife now feeling cold and alien in her hand. She looked down, not at her cousin, but at a problem that had been solved, creating a far greater one in its place. Laura's eyes were open, staring blankly at a sky she could no longer see. The silence of the clearing was now an accusation, a ringing void that was louder than any scream. Sometime later, Tom Doola walked into that clearing. He carried his fiddle in one hand and a shovel in the other, ready to dig a fire pit for the camp where he and Laura would spend their first night of freedom. He saw Anne first, standing like a stone statue. Then his eyes fell to the ground. The world stopped turning. He saw Laura, unnaturally still, her simple bundle of clothes scattered beside her like a child's forgotten toys. No words were needed. A look passed between Tom and Anne, a look of horror from him, and a look of desperate, silent pleading from her. In that moment, Tom Doola was no longer a lover planning an elopement. He became a protector of a terrible secret. He was a man of a certain mountain honor, and his honor, however twisted, belonged to Anne. His choice was made in that silent, horrifying instant. He set down his fiddle. He took the shovel, the tool he had brought for a life-giving fire, and began to break the earth. The rhythmic scrape and thud of the blade was the only sound in the clearing, a sound of a man digging not just into the soil, but into a lie so deep it would entomb them all. The trial of Tom Doola was more than a legal proceeding. It was a circus. Moved from the heated atmosphere of Wilkes County to the more neutral ground of Statesville, it became the sensation of the decade. The courtroom was packed every day with a sweating, breathless crowd, hungry for every sordid detail. You have to imagine the scene, a clash between the raw, unwritten code of the mountains and the starched collar justice of the state. At the head of Tom's defense was none other than Zebulon Vance, a celebrated former governor and Confederate officer, the most famous lawyer in North Carolina. The stage was set for a battle of titans over the life of one troubled fiddler. The prosecution built its case on a rickety foundation of circumstance. They presented their motive. Tom killed Laura to be free to continue his affair with Anne Melton, or to silence her about a pregnancy or a shameful disease. They leaned heavily on his flight to Tennessee, painting it as a clear admission of guilt. And at the center of their case was their star witness, Pauline Foster, who recounted her strange visions and claimed Anne Melton had confessed to her. But under the searing cross-examination of Governor Vance, her testimony crumbled, revealed as the confused and contradictory ramblings of a woman ravaged by illness. Vance's defense was a masterpiece of oratory and deflection. He portrayed his client not as a killer, but as a simple, honorable soldier who had been ensnared by a manipulative woman. With every question, with every booming objection, He pointed a long, accusatory finger directly at the empty chair where Anne Melton should have been sitting. He argued that she, driven by a mad jealousy, was the true murderer, and that Tom was either an innocent man framed for her crime or a foolishly noble one protecting her. He tore Pauline Foster's credibility to shreds, leaving the jury with a case full of smoke and shadows. Throughout the proceedings, Tom Dooler was a picture of stoic calm. While lawyers battled and witnesses wept, he sat composed, his face an unreadable mask. It was not the defiance of an innocent man, nor the arrogance of a cold-blooded killer. It was the quiet, unnerving acceptance of a man who had already made his peace with his fate. Anne Melton, meanwhile, was safe. Thanks to a legal maneuver that separated their trials, she could not be compelled to testify against him, nor he against her. She remained a ghost, an unseen presence whose guilt or innocence was debated in the courtroom, but never tested under oath. Despite Vance's brilliant defense and the thinness of the evidence, the jury delivered its verdict. Guilty. Tom Dooler was sentenced to hang. He appealed, and a second trial was held, but the outcome was the same. The legal system had its killer. But back in the hollows of Wilkes County, the verdict was met with a grim, knowing shake of the head. This wasn't justice, it was a convenience. They had hanged the fool and let the serpent go free. On the gallows, on May 1st, 1868, Tom Dooler played a final mournful tune on his fiddle. He then stood before the massive crowd and spoke his last, carefully chosen words. "Gentlemen, I stand before you today, and I declare that I am the only person who had a hand in the death of Laura Foster." It sounded like a confession, but it wasn't. He didn't say he killed her. He said he had a hand in her death, the hand that dug the grave, the hand that held the secret. With those ambiguous words, he plunged the gallows into the ground and stepped into legend, a martyr in the eyes of his people, protecting the woman he loved to the very end. The gallows rope that snapped Tom Dooler's neck did not end the story. It merely scattered the characters to their own private hells. The tragedy rippled outwards, forever altering the lives of everyone it had touched. For Anne Melton, the woman at the dark heart of it all, there was no victory, no triumphant return to her life with Tom gone. She had won, but the prize was a life sentence of suspicion and isolation. She returned to her husband, James, but she was a pariah in her own community. The whispers followed her like a shroud. Neighbors would fall silent when she entered a room, their eyes holding a cold, knowing judgment that no court could ever deliver. She was a ghost among the living, haunted by the memory of the man who died for her and the cousin she sent to a shallow grave. The legend of her end is as dark as her life. Years later, ravaged by the same syphilis that had plagued them all, Anne lay on her deathbed. As a furious storm, a true mountain tempest, clawed at the walls of her home, she was seized by a final, terrifying need to confess. The local myth, told as gospel, claims that as she drew a rattling breath to speak the truth of what happened on that hillside, a bolt of lightning struck the chimney. The roar of thunder was deafening, shaking the house to its foundation and drowning out her final words. Her secret, whatever it was, died with her, snatched away by an act of God or the devil, leaving only the legend behind. The lives of the other players were just as irrevocably broken. Pauline Foster, the tragic and unreliable witness, was cast out. Her reputation was in tatters, and her mind continued its slow, merciless decay. She died not long after, a victim of her disease and a pawn in a game far beyond her comprehension. Laura's father lived out his days with the hollow ache of a man who got a conviction, but not the truth. His daughter's memory forever tied to scandal and a famous murder ballad. The Dooler family bore the shame of the gallows. They retrieved Tom's body and buried him in their family plot, his grave marked by a simple fieldstone that is still visited to this day. They never believed he was a murderer, but a fool who died for a wicked woman's love. They lived with the stigma, their name now synonymous with the most infamous crime in North Carolina history. Even the men who were merely actors in the final drama were marked by it. Governor Zebulon Vance went on to serve as a U.S. Senator, but the Dula case remained one of his most famous, a rare and public loss in a celebrated career. Colonel James Grayson, the lawman who captured Tom, was further cemented as a folk hero, the man who always got his man. But for the families at the heart of the story, there was no glory, no moving on. The crime left a wound on the soul of Wilkes County, a scar that would be passed down through generations, a cautionary tale of love, jealousy, and the devastating price of silence. The rope that hanged Tom Dula didn't silence his story. It just gave it a voice that would echo for a century and a half. The traces of this tragedy have not vanished. They are etched into the very soil of Wilkes County, tangible reminders that this is not just a legend, but a true story of love and death. You can still visit Tom Dula's grave today. It's a simple plot of family land marked by a weathered stone, where visitors often leave small tokens, a coin, a flower, a guitar pick, offerings left for the ghost of a handsome fiddler. Miles away, Laura Foster lies in a different cemetery, her final resting place far from the man she died for, their separation in death as permanent as it was in life. But the most powerful remnant is not made of stone, it's made of music. Long before the lawyers and the newspapers, the people of the mountains preserved the story in the only way they knew how. They sang about it. The original folk ballad of Tom Dooley was a raw, haunting piece of oral history passed down through generations. Its verses were often darker and more complex than the famous version, with lines that pointed the finger directly at Ann Melton, capturing the community's true belief. It was this local ballad that kept the memory alive, a flickering candle in the dark hollows of time. Then, in 1958, a clean-cut group of folk singers called the Kingston Trio recorded their version. They simplified the narrative, smoothed out the rough edges, and turned a sordid Appalachian murder into a romantic, chart-topping hit. Their song, with its catchy rhythm and mournful refrain, blasted the story across the world. It cemented the name Tom Dooley in the popular imagination and ensured that this small-town tragedy would achieve a strange and lasting immortality. The song is the story's living ghost, a tune that drifts on the radio waves, its tragic origins unknown to most who hum along. Today, if you travel those winding roads in Wilkes County and talk to the old-timers, the story is still there, living and breathing. They will point you toward the hills where Laura's body was found, a place still thick with rhododendron and shadow. They'll tell you that on a quiet night, when the wind sighs through the pines, it sounds like the mournful notes of Tom Dooley's fiddle. And some will swear that if you're near that lonely hillside after dark, you might just see a spectral figure wandering through the trees, the ghost of Laura Foster, forever searching for the lover who was supposed to meet her on that long-ago morning. The world might have forgotten the details, but the mountains never do. So we return to the question that hung in the mist at the very beginning. What happened to Laura Foster? The answer, we find, is not a simple one. It was not just a crime of passion. It was a perfect storm, a tragedy born from a collision of desperate love, savage jealousy, a twisted code of mountain honor, and a community that chose silence over a truth that was too dangerous to speak aloud. The law, in its formal and rigid way, found a killer. But it never found the whole truth. It settled for a convenient villain and closed the book, content to let the deeper, darker story fester in the shadows. This is a story that teaches us a hard lesson, that justice and the law are not always the same thing, especially in a place where family loyalty is its own kind of law. It's a chilling reminder of how a single, violent act can poison generations, and how a lie, once told, can take on a life of its own. But more than that, the legend of Tom Dooley is a testament to the enduring power of a story. The courts delivered a verdict, but the people of the mountains delivered a ballad. And in the end, it was the song, not the law, that kept the truest version of the story alive. The Ballad of Tom Dooley is more than just a folk song. It is the final testament of a community that knew the truth and chose to sing it rather than speak it. It's the ghost of a handsome fiddler, forever playing a mournful tune for the foolish choice he made. It's the whispered confession of a guilty woman, a confession the thunder tried to drown out. It's the cry of a young girl, silenced by a knife on a lonely hillside. The courts may have closed the case, but the mountains never did. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. Or at least, as much of the truth as a mournful old song is willing to give up. Imagine a man standing in the twilight of the Appalachian Mountains. A shotgun roars, and the buckshot tears through the air, striking him square in the face. But the man doesn't fall. He doesn't even scream. He simply spits the lead pellets onto the ground as if they were cherry pits, a cold grin spreading across his face. This wasn't a scene from a movie. This was the reality for those who dared to cross Tally Iron Jaws Hall. The whispers in Wise County said he was more than a man. They said he was enchanted, that bullets couldn't kill him. But was he a demon born of mountain folklore? Or was the truth something far stranger, something hidden in the very marrow of his bones? Today, we separate the legend from the man to find out what really made Tally Hall the bandit who couldn't be killed. To understand the man, you must first understand the mountains that made him. In the late 19th century, Wise County, Virginia, was a world unto itself. It was a labyrinth of steep hollows, dense forests, and rushing creeks where the outside world felt 1,000,000 miles away. The land was both a provider and a tyrant. It gave families corn from the bottomlands and game from the woods, but it demanded back-breaking work in return. Life here was simple, hard, and governed by unwritten laws older than any courthouse. Family was everything, and an insult to your kin was an insult to you. In this world, Mabra Tally Hall was born. He wasn't born a monster or a legend. He was just another mountain boy, learning the ways of his people. And in these parts, the most important craft, the very lifeblood of the local economy, was turning corn into whiskey. Moonshining wasn't seen as a crime by many. It was a tradition, a skill passed from father to son. It was how you turned a surplus crop into cash, how you paid for medicine, tools, or a piece of land to call your own. Tally learned the trade early, mastering the art of the still, understanding the subtle science of fermentation and distillation under the dark Appalachian night. He was a big man, powerfully built from a life of hard labor. People knew him as strong, quiet, and fiercely protective of his own. He worked his still, provided for his family, and lived by the mountain code. In these early days, he was just a distiller, respected for the quality of his product. He was part of a community of others just like him, men who saw the federal government's whiskey tax not as a law to be obeyed, but as an intrusion by a foreign power trying to steal the bread from their tables. The conflict wasn't just about money, it was about pride and independence. The people of these mountains had always taken care of themselves. They built their own homes, grew their own food, and settled their own disputes. The arrival of federal marshals, the revenuers, was seen as a declaration of war on their entire way of life. These outsiders didn't understand the mountains or the people who lived in them. They saw moonshiners as simple criminals, not as farmers and family men trying to survive. And in this simmering tension, the seeds of Tally Hall's future were sown. He wasn't just making whiskey, he was making a stand. Every barrel he sold was an act of defiance. But this quiet rebellion couldn't last forever. The government was determined to enforce its laws, and men like Tally were just as determined to resist. The calm of the mountains was about to be shattered by the crack of rifles, and a simple moonshiner named Tally Hall would soon be forced to become something far more dangerous to survive. The world was coming for him, and it would learn that he would not be taken easily. The law came for Tally Hall not with a polite knock, but with the splintering of wood and the cold gleam of rifle barrels. It happened on a misty morning, deep in a holler where the smell of sour mash hung heavy in the air. Tally was working his still with his brother when two federal marshals, led by a man named Red Blevins, crashed through the undergrowth. They weren't there to talk. They were there to make an example. With a sneer, Blevins kicked over a barrel of fermenting corn, the lifeblood of the Hall family business spilling into the dirt. For a mountain man, this was more than the destruction of property. It was a profound insult, a strike against his pride and his ability to provide. Tally stood frozen for a moment, his massive hands clenched into fists. He didn't say a word. According to the stories passed down, Marshal Blevins then raised his axe, not to the still itself, but to the worm, the delicate copper coil that was the heart of the operation. As the axe came down, something inside Tally Hall snapped. The quiet distiller was gone, and in his place stood something far more primal. What happened next became the first chapter of his legend. Tally didn't reach for a gun. He lunged forward, moving with a speed that was terrifying in a man his size. He met the marshals not with bullets, but with bone and sinew. He broke one man's arm with a single brutal twist and sent the other flying with a blow to the chest that knocked the wind clean out of him. Red Blevins, the leader, found himself lifted off the ground by his throat, staring into eyes that held no mercy. Tally didn't kill him. He simply threw him down the hillside like a sack of grain, leaving him broken and humiliated. The marshals limped back to the town of Wise, carrying with them not just bruises and broken bones, but a story of a man who fought like a cornered bear. The line had been crossed. This was no longer about an unpaid tax. Tally Hall had assaulted federal officers. A warrant was issued for his arrest, and his name was no longer just whispered among moonshiners. It was now spoken with fear and anger in the courthouse. He was officially a fugitive, a wanted man with a price on his head. Tally knew what this meant. There was no going back. He couldn't return to a quiet life. He had stood his ground, and now the full weight of the law was coming for him. But instead of running, he dug in. He gathered his brothers and his kin, men who believed in the same code he did. The forest that had been his workshop now became his fortress. The first drops of blood had been shed, not by Tally, but by the government's attempt to break him. And Tally Hall had answered in the only language he knew they would understand. The war had begun. With a price on his head, Tally Hall became the most hunted man in Wise County. But hunting him and catching him were two very different things. The mountains were his kingdom, and he moved through them like a ghost. This drove his rivals, other moonshiners whose business he had crushed with his own brand of violent enforcement, to a point of desperation. They decided to do what the law couldn't. They set a trap on the Pound Gap, a treacherous road that snaked through the mountains, a place where a man could disappear without a trace. They waited in the deep shadows as Tally rode alone, a silhouette against the rising moon. As he passed a narrow bend, the night erupted. A shotgun blast, fired from less than 20 feet away, struck him full in the head and upper body. The sound echoed through the holler, a deafening roar that sent birds scattering from the trees. Tally's horse shrieked and crumpled to the ground, its legs tangled in a dying heap. The ambushers stepped out from their cover, rifles ready, expecting to see a body. But Tally Hall was still standing. He swayed on his feet, stunned by the impact, but he did not fall. The men watched in frozen disbelief as he slowly raised a hand to his face. There was a strange, gravelly sound, and then he spat something dark onto a broadleaf plant on the roadside. He did it again and again. The moonlight caught the objects, and the attackers felt a cold dread creep up their spines. They were lead pellets. Buckshot. He was spitting the bullets out of his own flesh. It was in this moment that the man died, and the legend was born. The attackers weren't looking at a moonshiner anymore. They were looking at something torn from the pages of a dark folk tale, a creature the mountains themselves had made. He took a step towards them, his face a mask of cold fury. One of the men, shaking with fear, raised his rifle and fired again. The bullet slammed into Tali's chest with a sickening thud, a sound like a hammer hitting stone. It barely staggered him. The sounds that followed were not of gunfire. They were the sounds of snapping wood as Tali ripped a rifle from one man's hands and broke it over his knee like a twig. They were the dull, heavy thuds of fists meeting flesh, followed by choked-off cries of pain. He didn't use a gun. He didn't need to. He moved among them like a storm, and when the terrible, frantic noise was over, only silence remained. He left the men broken and scattered on that lonely road, a living testament to his unnatural resilience. From that night on, he was no longer just Tali Hall. He was Iron Jaws Hall. The story spread like wildfire, carried on hushed whispers from one holler to the next. They said he was protected by a witch, that he had made a pact with the devil. The truth, doctors would speculate many years later, may have been a rare medical condition called Paget's disease, which causes bones to become abnormally thick and dense, essentially creating a form of natural armor. But in the dark woods of Wise County, no one cared about a medical diagnosis. The only truth that mattered was the one they saw with their own eyes and heard in the terrified tales of the survivors. Tali Hall was enchanted. He was bulletproof, and if you shot him, you had better pray you killed him with the first shot, because you would not get a second. The silence that fell over Pound Gap after the failed ambush was deeper and more terrifying than the roar of the shotgun that had started it. The broken men who dragged themselves back to civilization did not speak of a botched attack. They spoke of a nightmare. They told a story not of a fight, but of an encounter with something inhuman, something that ate lead and paid it back with crushing force. Their words, laced with genuine terror, were far more potent than any rumor. The legend of Iron Jaws Hall was no longer a whispered bit of folklore. It was now a sworn testimony, sealed in fear. Tali Hall himself seemed to understand the power of what had happened. He didn't retreat deeper into the mountains. Instead, he did the opposite. He became more visible, more brazen. He knew that fear was a more effective weapon than any rifle. His reputation preceded him, a silent, invisible guard that cleared his path. Other moonshiners, men who had once been his rivals, now fell in line. They either paid him a tribute to operate, a tax of their own, or they got out of the business entirely. To defy Tali was to challenge a man who bullets supposedly couldn't harm. No one was willing to take that chance. The authorities were now faced with an impossible situation. The reward for Tali's capture was increased, becoming a small fortune for the time. But money meant nothing against superstition. Deputies who were brave enough to face a dozen armed men would hesitate at the thought of confronting Tali Hall alone. Informants dried up, their fear of the law replaced by a much more primal fear of iron jaws. The manhunt, once an active pursuit, became a cold case file gathering dust on a shelf. They were hunting a ghost who was very much alive, a man who ruled a shadow empire from the heart of their jurisdiction. The community became a landscape of fear and fascination. On one hand, Tali was a boogeyman. People would lock their doors a little tighter at night, and his name was used to frighten misbehaving children. He was the embodiment of the violence and lawlessness that festered in the deep woods. But on the other hand, a quiet, grudging respect grew for him in some corners. He was a mountain man, one of their own, who was single-handedly defying the federal government and winning. He was a symbol, however dark, of Appalachian grit and refusal to bow down. The ashes of that ambush on Pound Gap were not from a fire, but from the smouldering ruin of Tally Hall's mortality. What was left was a silence born of pure dread. He had become the undisputed king of the Wise County underworld, not just a criminal, but a living legend whose power was rooted in the belief that he could not be killed by ordinary means. The law was powerless, his rivals were terrified, and Tally Iron Jaws Hall walked the mountains not as a fugitive, but as a conqueror. Tally Iron Jaws Hall never stood trial in a courthouse. He was never made to sit on a hard wooden bench and listen to lawyers argue over his fate. The law of men, with its warrants, judges and juries, proved utterly powerless against him. His trial was a rolling, years-long affair, held in the dark hollows and on the treacherous mountain roads. The prosecuting attorneys were the bounty hunters and federal marshals who came for him, and the evidence they presented was the buckshot and rifle slugs they fired his way. The bounty on his head grew to be a legendary sum, drawing daring men from neighboring states. They came with new rifles and hardened resolve, dreaming of the fame and fortune that would come from bringing in Iron Jaws Hall. They formed posses, laid intricate traps, and combed the mountains, convinced they would succeed where others had failed. They were, in effect, a traveling court, come to Wise County to deliver a sentence. But Tally Hall was his own defense attorney, and his arguments were brutally effective. One by one, the posses were outsmarted, the traps were sidestepped, and the bounty hunters were met with a terrifying response. Some were found beaten near to death, left as a warning on the side of a road. Others simply vanished into the woods, never to be seen again. The verdict in each of these violent encounters was the same. Tally Hall walked away. He was judged by the laws of survival, and in that court he was consistently found innocent by virtue of being the last man standing. This was not justice, it was dominance. Tally had replaced the law of the land with his own law of fear. But the justice of the mountains is a patient, cruel thing. For every man he intimidated, he created an enemy. For every family he terrorized, he sowed the seeds of a future reckoning. His invincibility had made him arrogant, and he had forgotten the most fundamental rule of his world. There is always someone tougher, someone more desperate, or someone with a better aim. The final trial came without warning. A lawman, some say a deputy named Doc Swindle, decided the only way to stop a legend was to meet it head-on. He didn't come with a warrant. He came with a rifle and a resolve as hard as the mountain stone. He hunted Tally not as a lawman pursuing a criminal, but as a predator stalking its prey. He found him on a lonely path, and there was no talk, no chance to surrender. The air cracked with the sound of a single, well-aimed shot. This time, Iron Jaws fell. He hit the dirt, and this time he did not get back up. The bullet, they say, was special. Some claim it was silver, others that it was filled with mercury, designed to overcome whatever magic protected him. But whether it was magic or lead, the verdict was finally in. Tally Hall was guilty, and the sentence was death. It was a verdict delivered not by a jury, but by a lone gunman, and it raises the ultimate question. Was this the law of men at last catching its fugitive? Or was it simply the brutal, unforgiving justice of the mountains finally claiming one of its own? Tally Iron Jaws Hall was buried in a small, remote cemetery in Wise County, not far from the lands he once ruled. For years, his grave was marked only by a simple fieldstone, as if even in death, people were afraid to carve his name for fear of what it might conjure. Today, a more formal headstone stands, a silent testament to the man who was once a living terror. Local historians and descendants still visit, standing over the patch of earth that finally managed to hold him, and they wonder. The physical landscape has changed. Pound Gap is no longer a treacherous dirt track, but a paved highway, US Route 23, that carries thousands of cars a day. Commuters and truckers speed through the cut in the mountain, their minds on schedules and destinations, completely unaware that they are passing through the very spot where a man once stood and spat buckshot back at his would-be killers. But for those who know the story, a drive through the gap, especially as evening falls, feels different. The shadows seem deeper, and the wind whistling through the rocks sounds like a whisper from the past. The legend of Iron Jaws has outlived the man by more than a century. It survives in the oral traditions of Appalachia, a story told by grandparents to their grandchildren, a campfire tale that happens to be true. While modern science offers a plausible explanation in the form of Paget's disease, that dry medical term has none of the power or romance of the legend. In the mountains, the story of the enchanted moonshiner who couldn't be killed by bullets remains the preferred version. It speaks to a deeper truth about the region, a belief in the extraordinary, and a deep-seated suspicion of simple explanations. The name Hall still echoes through Wise County and the surrounding region. The descendants carry not just the name, but the complex legacy of their infamous ancestor. For some, it's a dark chapter best forgotten, a stain of violence on the family history. For others, it's a source of a strange, defiant pride, a reminder of an ancestor who refused to bow to anyone, who was a king in his own right, however brutal his reign. The story hasn't vanished. It's simply gone underground, living on in family Bibles and hushed conversations. The mountains remember everything, and the shadow of Tali Iron Jaws Hall is a long one. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the start of our journey. Was Tali Iron Jaws Hall truly enchanted by bullets? The logical mind points to science, to the rare bone disease that likely turned his skull and ribs into a natural, horrifying armor. And perhaps that is the simple, factual truth. But in the mountains, the truth is rarely simple. The real magic wasn't in his bones, it was in the power of belief. His legend became a weapon more potent than any gun, a shield more effective than any steel plate. The fear he created was so real, so absolute, that it may as well have been a genuine enchantment. This is a story that goes beyond a simple tale of a mountain outlaw. It is a raw and brutal lesson about the soul of Appalachia itself. It's a story about the fierce, untamable spirit of independence, but also a dark warning of what that spirit can become when it's stripped of its humanity. Tali Hall began as a man defending his way of life, a symbol of resistance against an outside world he didn't trust. But in his war against the law, he became a tyrant far more terrifying than any government agent, a monster who preyed on his own people. He is the ultimate Appalachian paradox, a folk hero and a villain forged in the same fire. The story of Iron Jaws teaches us that some legends are born not from fantasy, but from a truth so strange it has to be seen to be believed. He was a man of flesh and blood, but he became something more, an idea, a nightmare, a force of nature. Force. He walked the earth for a time, a king in a kingdom of shadows and fear, until the mountains that created him finally took him back. His name is now a whisper on the wind, a reminder that the old wild magic of these hills has not entirely faded. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. In a quiet Memphis cemetery, there's a gravestone for a respectable old woman named Frida Lincoln. But the woman buried there lived another life, under another name. 60 years before her peaceful death, she was known as Laura Bullion, the thorny rose of the Wild Bunch gang. They captured her not in a hailstorm of bullets, but in a respectable city boarding house, with a fortune in stolen banknotes hidden in her luggage. Was she a ruthless outlaw, the financial mastermind for America's most wanted criminals? Or was she just a desperate woman, forged in the dust of the dying West, trying to survive in a world that gave her no quarter? The truth, as it always is buried somewhere between the legend and the law. Today, we're going to peel back the years, find the real woman behind the myth, and tell the ballad of Laura Bullion. Laura Bullion wasn't born in an Appalachian holler, but the world that made her was cut from the same rough cloth. Imagine West Texas in the 1870s. The Civil War had bled the country dry, and the land that was left was vast, empty, and unforgiving. This wasn't a place for quiet farmers and picket fences. It was a landscape of dust and desperation, where the line between the law and the outlaw was often just a puff of gun smoke. This was the world that welcomed Laura into it, a world where survival was the only sacrament. Her father wasn't a preacher or a politician. The whispers said he was a bank robber, a man with German roots who rode with his own small, forgotten gang. For young Laura, a life of crime wasn't a choice she made one day. It was the air she breathed. She didn't learn about honesty and hard work leading to prosperity. She learned that the straight and narrow path usually led straight to an early grave, and hard work just made you somebody else's mule. The lessons she learned at her father's knee weren't from any schoolbook. She learned the quiet language of a coded telegram. She learned the feel of a fast horse, the difference between the sound of a curious neighbor and a coming posse. Most importantly, she learned the cold, hard calculus of the outlaw world. That money, real money, wasn't something you earned by the sweat of your brow. It was something you took. There's no single documented event, no diary entry to point to, but you can feel it in the story of her life. You can imagine a young girl, no older than 10, looking a suspicious sheriff dead in the eye and lying with a placid calm that would make a saint sweat. A girl who learned to patch a bullet wound before she learned to properly mend a dress. She wasn't just taught this life, she had a talent for it. The ice in her veins ran colder than a winter creek. This is where her spirit finds its kin, in the Appalachian mountains. The folks in those hills understood. They understood what it meant to be forgotten by the government, to be squeezed by the coal companies, to live by a code of family and survival that outsiders called lawless. Laura Bullion may have been a daughter of the Texas plains, but her soul was forged in that same fire of defiance. It was a fire that would soon catch the attention of the most dangerous men in the country. By the time she was a young woman, Laura Bullion was no longer just a bandit's daughter. She was a legend in the making. Her path crossed with William News Carver, a man as handsome as he was deadly, a core member of Butch Cassidy's Wild Bunch. In him, she found a partner, and in the gang, she found her calling. This was her prime. This was the time before the Pinkertons and the prison cells, a brief, glittering moment when she was the undisputed queen of the outlaw world. She wasn't just a camp follower who mended shirts and waited for the men to return. Laura was the gang's quiet genius. While men like Butch and Sundance were kicking in bank doors and blowing safes off trains, Laura was playing a far more delicate game. She was the one who could take a stack of scorched, blood-stained banknotes and make them clean. She was the expert scout, the ghost who could drift into a town, learn its rhythms, map its banks, and disappear without a trace. Her greatest skill was transformation. She could shed her identity like a snake sheds its skin. One week, she was a dusty figure in a remote Wyoming hideout. The next, a respectable cattleman's wife in a San Antonio hotel, turning stolen gold into legitimate currency. She was the calm eye in their hurricane of chaos, the cool-headed strategist who ensured their violent raids actually turned a profit. Without her, they were just thieves. With her, they were an empire. And with Will Carver, she had found her king. You can imagine them together, two dark-eyed, intelligent people who saw the world for what it was and decided to take their share. Theirs wasn't a romance of whispered poetry. It was a partnership forged in adrenaline and shared secrets, a bond of loyalty that was the only law they recognized. They were a team, moving seamlessly between the rugged outlaw underworld and the polite society they were bleeding dry. This was the world she had built for herself, a world of dangerous freedom, flush with money and devoid of rules. A life lived on her own terms, where her intelligence was her greatest weapon and her courage was her shield. She had respect, she had love, and she had a level of independence that most women of her time could only dream of. It was a life balanced on a knife's edge, but it was hers. But every legend has a crack in their armor, a single thread that, when pulled, can unravel everything. For Laura Bullion, it wasn't greed or a quick temper. It was a professional pride as cold and sharp as a honed knife. Her success wasn't just about the money. It was about proving she was smarter than the bankers she robbed, the lawmen who hunted her, and the Pinkerton agents who put her name in their ledgers. She didn't just want to win, she needed to dominate the game. For years, this pride was her greatest asset. It made her meticulous, patient. She would never rush a plan, never take an unnecessary risk. While the men of the Wild Bunch might get drunk and boastful, Laura remained a ghost in the machine, her movements precise and calculated. Her pride demanded perfection, and that perfection kept them all one step ahead of the gallows. It was her signature, this flawless execution. But things changed. Will Carver was killed in a shootout, a bloody end to her first great partnership. Her new man was Ben Kilpatrick, the tall Texan. Kilpatrick was a formidable outlaw, a giant of a man, but he lacked Carver's cool finesse. He was a hammer where Carver had been a scalpel. And in her relationship with him, Laura's pride began to shift. It morphed from a cautious professionalism into a dangerous overconfidence. Perhaps she believed she was smart enough for the both of them, that her intelligence could shield his recklessness. This is where the armor cracked. After the Great Northern train robbery, they were sitting on a fortune in stolen banknotes. The old Laura, the one whose pride was rooted in caution, would have known those notes were poison. She would have burned them or buried them. But the new Laura, the one who had outsmarted the law for years, saw a challenge. Passing those notes wasn't just a necessity, it was the ultimate proof of her superiority. It was a direct taunt to the entire system of law and order. Her pride had become hubris. She began to believe she was untouchable, that her will alone was enough to bend reality. She convinced herself that she could walk into a city like St. Louis and through sheer audacity make those hot banknotes spendable. This fatal pride, the very thing that had fueled her rise, was now blinding her to the simple, deadly truth of a telegraph wire and a circulated serial number. The boom of dynamite on July 3rd, 1901 didn't just split open a train car. It split Laura Bullion's life in two. Near Wagner, Montana, Ben Kilpatrick and the remnants of the Wild Bunch pulled off their last great score, stopping the Great Northern Express. They escaped with a fortune, over $40,000 in fresh, unsigned banknotes. When Kilpatrick brought that haul to Laura, he wasn't just bringing her money. He was bringing her a challenge that struck at the very core of her identity. Now, you have to understand, this wasn't like fencing stolen gold or laundering old bills. Unsigned banknotes from a national bank were a special kind of poison. Within hours, the Pinkerton Detective Agency, the most relentless manhunters in the country, would have telegraphed the serial numbers of every single missing bill to every major city. Every bank teller, every shopkeeper, every hotel clerk would have that list. Trying to spend one of these notes was like lighting a signal fire on a dark plain, screaming, "Here I am, come and get me." For a woman whose entire reputation was built on being smarter, quieter, and more careful than the law, this was an intolerable situation. It was a direct affront from the system she had so long outwitted. The humming of the telegraph wires was like a personal taunt. They weren't just protecting the money, they were challenging her. They were daring the great Laura Bullion, the financial wizard of the Wild Bunch, to make a move. For a lesser criminal, the answer would be simple: bury the money and run. But Laura's pride wouldn't allow it. In that moment, faced with a mountain of toxic cash, her fatal flaw took the reins. The cautious strategist was silenced by the arrogant master. This wasn't a trap to be avoided, it was a final exam to be aced. Her mind didn't see the risk, it saw the ultimate validation of her genius. The decision was made not in a heated argument, but in a cold, quiet certainty. She and Kilpatrick would go to St. Louis, a major city teeming with police and Pinkertons, and they would pass those notes. This was her point of no return. It was a declaration of war. By choosing to launder that money, she was telling the entire world that she believed she was infallible. It was the ultimate act of professional hubris, a gamble fueled by years of success. She wasn't just trying to get rich, she was trying to prove, once and for all, that no lock was too complex, no system was too smart, and no law was a match for her mind. The train ride to St. Louis was a long, slow journey into the jaws of the trap. With every mile of track they covered, the world of the Wild Bunch, a world of open plains and hidden canyons, grew more distant. They were plunging into the modern age, a world stitched together by telegraph wires that hummed with their descriptions and serial numbers. Every newspaper they passed at a station stop felt like a wanted poster. The world itself was screaming a warning, but Laura Bullion wasn't listening. You have to believe that the ghost of her old self, the cautious strategist who had survived so long, was whispering in her ear. That voice of reason must have been pointing out the folly of it all. This isn't a cattle town where a sheriff can be bought, it would say. This is a city. They have police departments, detective bureaus, and telegraph offices on every corner. The game has changed, Laura. This is a losing hand. Any other outlaw would have felt that cold dread, the instinct to turn the horse around and ride for the Badlands. But pride is a powerful anesthetic. It numbs the fear, and it silences the voice of reason. Her hubris answered every doubt with a simple, arrogant reply. They expect us to run. They expect us to hide in the dirt like animals. They will never expect us to walk right into their world, dressed in fine clothes, and look them in the eye. She was convinced that their audacity was their greatest camouflage, that her intelligence was a shield no lawman could penetrate. So they didn't hide. Arriving in St. Louis, they didn't seek out some back-alley flophouse in the criminal underworld. No, that would be too obvious. Instead, they took a room at a respectable boarding house on Locust Street, playing the part of a wealthy Texas couple enjoying the city. Each decision was an escalation, a deliberate step deeper into enemy territory. She was surrounding herself not with allies, but with potential witnesses, isolating herself from any chance of a clean escape. This path of no compromise led to a single, final choice. It wasn't enough to have the money, to possess it in secret. Her pride demanded that she prove she could master it, tame it, and spend it. She stood in that quiet boarding house room, a fortune in stolen paper at her fingertips, and made the decision. She would personally go out and pass the first note. It was the ultimate act of defiance, a final rejection of every warning, both internal and external. She was no longer just breaking the law, she was daring it to stop her. And so we come to the final moment, the last quiet breath before the storm. Picture Laura in that St. Louis boarding house room. Outside, the city hums with streetcars and commerce. Inside, the air is thick with the smell of old paper and new money. The trunk full of banknotes sits in the corner like a coffin filled with treasure. She's dressed in the finest clothes money can buy, a respectable lady about to go shopping. In her hand, she holds a single, crisp, stolen bill. This is the off-ramp. This is the last chance for peace. Ben Kilpatrick, the tall Texan, a man who feared no gunfight, was spooked by this city. He wasn't a fool. He could feel the eyes on them, the invisible web of the law tightening around them. Imagine that giant of a man looking at her with genuine fear in his eyes. "Laura," he might have said, his voice a low rumble. "This don't feel right. Let's just burn 'em. Let's take the gold we got and ride south. We don't have to do this." For a single fleeting second, the world holds its breath. This is her final crossroads. She can hear the sense in his words. The old Laura, the ghost of the cautious girl who survived the Texas plains, is screaming at her to listen. She can see the two paths laid out before her. One leads south to Mexico, to a quiet, anonymous life, a life of survival. It's the smart play, the safe play. The other path leads right out the door and onto the streets of St. Louis. It's a path of pure ego, a path that leads either to ultimate triumph or a prison cell. She looks from Ben's worried face to the banknote in her hand. The internal struggle is a silent war. To run would be to admit defeat, to concede that the system had finally outsmarted her. It would be an admission that she was nothing more than a common thief, forced to hide in the shadows. But to walk out that door that was to prove she was who she always believed herself to be, a master of the game, a queen in her own right. And in that quiet room, her fatal pride won the war. She gave him a look that wasn't meant to be cruel, but it was. It was the look of a queen who has already decided the fate of her kingdom, pitying the soldier who still feels fear. "They're looking for outlaws, Ben," she said, her voice calm and steady. "They're not looking for us." And then she opened the door and stepped out into the hallway, closing it quietly behind her. With that soft click, the last chance for peace was gone forever. The walk from the boarding house was the longest of Laura's life, but she felt no fear. She felt only the cold, exhilarating thrill of the final move in a long game of chess. The city of St. Louis wasn't a threat. It was a backdrop for her masterpiece. The clang of the streetcar, the drone of voices, the smell of coal smoke and roasted peanuts, it was all just noise. Her world had narrowed to the crisp, stolen banknote tucked in her purse and the mission ahead. She was a predator walking through an unsuspecting herd. She chose a small, respectable dry goods store. Not too big, not too small. A place where a woman of means might purchase a pair of fine gloves or a spool of silk thread. She walked in, the little bell over the door announcing her arrival with a cheerful jingle that felt like the opening note of her triumph. She browsed for a moment, the picture of casual wealth, her mind a steel trap of calculation and calm. She selected her item and approached the counter. The shopkeeper was a balding man with a friendly, unassuming smile. This was the moment. She laid the stolen banknote on the polished wood. The world seemed to hold its breath. For a second, the transaction was perfectly normal. The man took the bill, his eyes registering its high denomination without a flicker of suspicion. A wave of pure, triumphant pride washed over Laura. She had done it. She had beaten them all. Then the world tilted. The man's friendly smile didn't disappear, but it froze on his face. It became a mask. He looked from the bill to her face, and for a fraction of a second, she saw something in his eyes that wasn't there before. Recognition. He mumbled an excuse, something about needing to get change from the back room, and disappeared behind a curtain. The cheerful jingle of the bell had become a warning. The air in the shop grew heavy, thick, and silent. The game was over. She knew it. The bell jingled again, but it wasn't the shopkeeper. Two men, large and dressed in plain, heavy wool coats, stepped inside. They didn't look like customers. They didn't draw their weapons. They didn't need to. Their presence was a cage that had just been locked. They moved with a quiet, practiced certainty that was more terrifying than any shouted command. Her heart, which had been so steady, began to beat a frantic, trapped rhythm against her ribs. One of the men stepped forward. He didn't speak her name, the one whispered in outlaw camps and Pinkerton offices. He spoke to the shopkeeper, who had reappeared from the back room, his face pale. "Is this the woman who tried to pass the note?" The words hung in the air, absolute and final. The world, which had been a vast chessboard for her to command, had shrunk to the space between her and these two men. Then came a sound, not loud, but it echoed louder than any gunshot. It was the quiet, metallic click of a pair of handcuffs being opened, then another as they closed around her wrists. The cold steel felt like a brand, a permanent declaration of her defeat. The argument she had been having with the entire world, her silent insistence that she was smarter and untouchable, was suddenly, permanently over. The thorny rose had finally been plucked. As the cold steel of the handcuffs locked around her wrists, there was no explosion of violence, no desperate struggle. There was only a cold, quiet finality. The intoxicating pride that had carried her out the boarding house door, that had felt like an impenetrable shield, simply vanished. In its place was a vast, hollow emptiness. The world, which had seemed so sharp and clear moments before, was now a dull, grey blur. In that instant, she saw her mistake with a clarity that was more painful than any bullet. It wasn't the law that had beaten her. It was her own damn self. They led her out of the shop into the afternoon light. A small crowd had gathered, drawn by the sight of the lawmen's coats. Their faces were a mixture of curiosity and judgment. But Laura Bullion did not look away. She held her head high, her back ramrod straight, and walked to the waiting police wagon. Her face was a mask of stone. This was her last performance. She would not give them the satisfaction of seeing her break. She would not let them see the terror and regret that was now a frozen lump in her chest. Her silence was the only weapon she had left. At the police station, the questions were inevitable. The lawmen weren't fools. They knew a score this big wasn't a solo job. They knew about the Wild Bunch, and they knew about Ben Kilpatrick. They laid it out for her in the dim light of an interrogation room. "Where is he, Laura?" For a moment, the old code of the outlaw, the code of loyalty, flickered inside her. But it was just an ember. The fire was out. The game was over. Protecting him now was pointless. It would only delay the inevitable by a few hours. For Laura, this was the last move on a board where she had already been checkmated. It was no longer a question of honor, but of cold, hard logic. The strategist in her, the part that had been silenced by hubris, made one final pragmatic calculation. With a voice devoid of emotion, a voice that sounded like a stranger's, she gave them the address on Locust Street. It was a simple statement of fact that ended an era. As she sat in a barren holding cell, the lock clicking shut, she knew what was happening across town. She could picture it with perfect, agonizing clarity. The quiet approach of the agents, the splintering wood of the boarding house door, the look of utter shock and betrayal on Ben Kilpatrick's face as he was caught completely unaware. Her capture hadn't just ended her freedom, it had been the Judas kiss that sealed his fate too. Her active role in the story was over. The thorny rose, the queen of the outlaws, was now just another name on a jailer's list. The first and most brutal ripple from Laura's capture slammed into Ben Kilpatrick. He wasn't caught in a gunfight or a desperate chase. He was caught sitting in a boarding house room, waiting for his partner to return from a shopping trip. The splintering wood of the door and the sudden rush of lawmen was an ambush he never saw coming. And in the cold silence that followed as they snapped the cuffs on his wrists, he must have understood the simple, devastating truth. She had given him up. The outlaw code, the bond of loyalty that was the only real law in their world, had been broken. Her pride didn't just cost her freedom, it cost Ben Kilpatrick his. But the wreckage spread further than one man's cell. With the capture of Bullion and Kilpatrick, the Wild Bunch, as a functioning entity in America, ceased to exist. Butch and Sundance were already ghosts on their way to South America. Will Carver was in his grave. Now, two more of its key figures were gone. It wasn't a spectacular end in a hail of bullets. It was a quiet, almost pathetic dismantling. Their capture was proof that the world had changed. Telegraphs and detectives had finally strangled the life out of the horse and revolver outlaw. The legend of the Wild Bunch died in that St. Louis boarding house, leaving behind nothing but a few scattered members who were now just ghosts haunting a dead campfire. The Bullion name itself became a kind of curse. Any family she had, distant cousins or even her shadowy outlaw father, were now tied to the sensational story of the outlaw queen. Her choice to live in the spotlight of infamy cast a permanent shadow over them. They would have to live with the whispers, the pointed fingers, the suspicion of every local lawman. She hadn't just sacrificed her own future. She had severed her own roots, making herself an orphan of her own creation and staining the name for anyone who had to carry it. And finally, there was the wreckage of the truth itself. The newspapers had a field day. They didn't tell the story of a complex, intelligent woman who made a fatal error in judgment. They told the story of a gunslinging queen, a caricature of a woman driven by greed and a lust for violence. The real Laura Bullion, the quiet strategist, the master of disguise, the woman who lived by a code of professional pride, was lost forever. She was replaced by a cheap headline. The tragedy wasn't just that her life of crime came to an end, but that the real story of who she was and why she did it was buried under a mountain of newsprint. When Laura Bullion stood trial, it wasn't just a woman facing a judge. It was a clash of two separate Americas. You can just imagine her, a creature of dust and wind, standing perfectly still in a polished St. Louis courtroom. Her world was one where justice was decided by a fast horse and a firm trigger finger. This new world was a sterile place of paper and ink, of lawyers in stiff collars speaking a language of statutes and precedents she neither knew nor respected. She faced the machinery of the modern legal system, and she did not flinch. The prosecution's case was a simple, brutal piece of clockwork. They had the stolen banknotes, they had the testimony of the shopkeeper, they had the arresting officers, and most damning of all, they had Ben Kilpatrick, captured because of the information she provided. They painted her as a parasite, a cold-hearted criminal mastermind who fed off the veins of honest society. To them, the case was black and white. A law was broken and a price had to be paid. But Laura's defense wasn't spoken by any lawyer. It was in her silence, in the cold, unblinking way she stared down the judge and jury. Her very presence in that room was an argument. She was a product of the outlaw code, a belief that the real criminals weren't the people who robbed the trains, but the railroad barons and bankers who had already stolen the country from the common man. Her silence screamed that their laws were a convenience, a set of rules made by the rich to protect their own spoils. She had simply played their game with a different set of tools. The press and the public couldn't get enough of it. They weren't seeing a common thief in the dock. They were seeing a legend. She was the outlaw queen, a dime novel heroine brought to life. To the respectable citizens of St. Louis, she was a terrifying symbol of the chaos they were trying to pave over. But to others, watching from the cheap seats or reading the breathless newspaper accounts, she was a symbol of something else. A wild, defiant freedom that was being systematically strangled out of the American West. She wasn't a martyr, not really, but she was a spectacle, a last beautiful monster from a dying age. The verdict was never in doubt. The machinery of the law is not designed to understand different codes of honor. It is designed to crush them. The jury found her guilty. The judge, looking down at this unrepentant woman, sentenced her to 5 years in the Missouri State Penitentiary. The gavel fell with a sharp crack, like a rifle shot ending a long standoff. But was it justice? The law had been served, a criminal had been punished. But in that courtroom, one world had simply proven it was more powerful than another. The America of telegraphs and legal codes had finally, officially, conquered the America of open ranges and personal justice. Laura Bullion wasn't just sentenced for passing a stolen banknote, she was sentenced for being on the losing side of history. So what became of the great forces that Laura Bullion had provoked? What was the fate of her true antagonist? It wasn't a single man, but a vast, sprawling system. The railroads, the banks, and their relentless enforcers, the Pinkerton Detective Agency. And the chilling truth is this: while Laura's life was shattered, the system she fought against barely registered the blow. The Great Northern Railroad didn't miss a single scheduled run. The National Bank of Montana, having had its stolen banknotes taken out of circulation, simply printed more. The $40,000 that had cost Laura and the Wild Bunch their freedom was, to these corporate giants, little more than a rounding error in their ledgers, an inconvenient line item in an annual report. They were not wounded, they were annoyed. Their power didn't diminish, it grew. The very forces of industrial America that she had tried to bleed continued their march, paving over the Wild West she represented without even looking back. And the Pinkertons? They didn't celebrate a grand victory over a worthy foe. For them, Laura Bullion was not a legend or an outlaw queen. She was a case file. Her capture was a professional success, a testament to their modern methods of information sharing and relentless pursuit. They closed the file, collected their fee, and moved on to the next train robber, the next union organizer, the next threat to their clients' profits. Her personal tragedy was just a statistic that proved their system worked. This is the ultimate bitter irony of Laura Bullion's story. It was never a fair fight. She wasn't a rebel fighting a tyrant. She was a woman with a revolver and a sharp mind standing in the path of a locomotive. The outcome was never in doubt. Her antagonists, faceless, impersonal, and impossibly powerful, didn't need to seek revenge or meet some form of cosmic justice. Their victory was simply to continue existing, to keep growing while she was locked away, forgotten. It wasn't a story of good versus evil. It was the story of an individual versus an institution, and the institution always wins. In 1905, after serving 3.5 years, a woman walked out of the Missouri State Penitentiary. She was 30 years old, but the fire in her eyes had been banked to a cold ember. The world she walked back into was not the one she had left. The whine of the telegraph wire had replaced the howl of the coyote. Automobiles were starting to appear on city streets. The Wild West, her Wild West, was not just dying, it was dead and buried. The ghosts of the Wild Bunch, her only real family, were scattered to the four winds. Butch and Sundance had vanished into South America, destined for a bloody end in a Bolivian village. Ben Kilpatrick was still languishing in prison, and when he finally got out, his old instincts would lead him straight to another train robbery and a grisly death by an ice mallet. The community she had once ruled hadn't rebuilt. It had been systematically exterminated. There was nothing left to go back to. Laura Bullion understood this with a cold, absolute clarity. Her name was now a permanent fixture in the ledgers of the law. To continue as Laura Bullion was to live as a hunted animal, a relic waiting to be put in a cage for good. So she made the most audacious choice of her life. It wasn't to rob a bank or a train, it was to commit the perfect murder, the murder of her own identity. Laura Bullion died sometime in 1905. In her place, a new woman was born, Frida Lincoln. She moved to Memphis, Tennessee, deliberately choosing a quiet southern city far from the dust of her past. There, the outlaw queen, the financial genius of the Wild Bunch, became an interior designer and a seamstress. She lived a life of deliberate, crushing anonymity. She joined a church. Her neighbors knew her as a respectable, if quiet, widow. No one in her new life ever suspected that the polite woman who helped them pick out curtains had once counted scorched money for the most wanted men in America. Her past became a ghost that only she could see. Her legacy wasn't a family to carry on her name, but a silence she had to maintain every single day for over 50 years. The outlaw community hadn't buried the memory of its glory days. She had buried her own, digging a grave for it so deep that no one would ever find it. She survived, but she did it by becoming a ghost in her own life. And yet, if you go looking for Laura Bullion today, you won't find much. There is no crumbling cabin bearing her name, no remote canyon called Bullion's hideout. For 60 years, she worked tirelessly to erase every physical trace of herself from the American landscape. And she succeeded. The only tangible piece of her that remains is that quiet gravestone in Memphis, a final, perfect disguise in stone, bearing the name Frida Lincoln. But the ghost of a name is harder to kill than a person. Laura Bullion's story didn't die. It mutated. It escaped the prison of fact and became a legend. Her name is still whispered by historians of the Old West, a fascinating footnote in the saga of the Wild Bunch. She has become an archetype, the outlaw queen. In this legend, she's often stripped of her true, quiet genius, her skill with numbers and disguises, and is instead reimagined as a pistol-packing hellcat, riding alongside the men with guns blazing. It's a more exciting story, perhaps, but it's a paler version of the truth. Her life has become a different kind of cautionary tale, one not told to scare children, but one that fascinates adults. It's a story about the awesome, terrifying power of self-reinvention. It asks the question, can you ever truly bury your past? Can a life of such thunderous rebellion ever find peace in the quiet hum of anonymity? For 56 years, she proved that it could. But her death and the rediscovery of her true identity proved that the past is never truly dead. It just waits. So while the woman is gone, her spirit does haunt the landscape of our history. She haunts the gaps in the story, the spaces where women were ignored or forgotten. She is the ghost that forces us to look closer at the old photographs of the West, to look past the famous men with their guns and mustaches, and to wonder about the silent, watchful women in the background. Her story is a crack in the glossy, romantic myth of the Old West, a reminder that behind every famous outlaw there might have been a woman who was smarter, quieter, and far more dangerous than the history books ever let on. So in the end, we come back to the question we asked at the start. Was Laura Bullion a hero or a villain? The truth is, she was neither. She was something far more rare. She was a brilliant mind born into a world that had no place for her ambition. She was a queen in a kingdom of dust and gunpowder, a kingdom that was already sinking into the sea of the modern world. To call her a hero is to ignore the wreckage she left behind. But to call her a simple villain is to ignore the courage and genius it took to live the life she did. Ultimately, this isn't just a story about robberies and getaways. It's a story about pride. It's a chilling lesson in how a person's greatest strength can curdle into their most profound weakness. Laura's meticulous, arrogant pride was the engine that drove her success, allowing her to outwit and outmaneuver the entire system. But that same pride blinded her to the fact that the system was bigger than she was, and it made her believe she was infallible. She was a master strategist, brought down not by a Pinkerton's bullet, but by a fatal move of her own making. She survived, yes, but only by killing the most vibrant part of herself. She traded a life of thunderous rebellion for one of silent, lonely penance. The story of her two lives, one as an outlaw queen, the other as a quiet seamstress, is the story of a woman who was at war not just with the world, but with her own nature. And that, my friends, is the ballad of the Thorny Rose, a woman who proved you can escape the law, but you can never truly escape yourself. Imagine you are lost, stripped of everything you love, dragged hundreds of miles from your home and forced to watch as your children are torn from your arms. Now, imagine it's October. The Appalachian winter is closing in like a fist, and your only way home is a 600-mile walk through an untamed wilderness. You have no food, no map, and no weapon but your own will to live. How far would you go to get back? Would you eat tree bark and frozen roots? Would you crawl on frostbitten feet until the bones showed through? And what would you do if the only person with you went mad from hunger and decided you were her next meal? This isn't a Hollywood script. This is the true story of Mary Draper Ingalls, a 23-year-old mother from the edge of the Virginia frontier. Her name isn't as famous as Daniel Boone's, but her journey is one of the most brutal and terrifying survival epics in American history. The official records tell us she escaped captivity and walked home. But the whispers and legends passed down through the generations tell a much darker story, one of starvation, madness, and the absolute limits of human endurance. Today, we're going to follow her bloody footprints back through time and ask a bone-chilling question. What unspeakable things did Mary have to do to survive those 43 days in a frozen hell? Before the screams, there was the quiet work of building a life from scratch. Picture it. The year is 1755, and you're standing in Draper's Meadow, a small settlement on the very edge of the known world. Today, it's near Blacksburg, Virginia, but back then, it was the last stop. Beyond it lay an ocean of trees, a wilderness so vast and ancient it felt like it could swallow you whole. The mountains weren't just a backdrop, they were a living, breathing entity that watched over the valley. They gave you timber for your home and game for your table, but they also held secrets, and they never let you forget how small you were. This little patch of cleared land was a fragile bubble of civilization, and at its heart were families like the Ingalls and the Drapers. William and Mary Ingalls were young, strong, and filled with the kind of hope that only pioneers can understand. They weren't looking for gold or glory, they were looking for a future. Their days were measured by the sun and the seasons. William's hands were calloused from the axe and the plough, carving a farm out of the forest. Mary, just 23 years old, ran the home, her life a steady rhythm of mending clothes, tending the garden, and raising their two little boys, 4-year-old Thomas and 2-year-old George. And as that summer sun beat down, Mary was heavy with their third child. Every stitch she sewed, every meal she prepared, was an act of faith in a future that seemed to stretch out before them, as promising as the valley itself. They weren't alone in this endeavor. A community is a fortress built of people, and Draper's Meadow was a tight-knit clan. When a new cabin needed to be raised, every man lent his back. When sickness came, the women shared remedies and watched over each other's children. They were bound together by hardship, by faith, and by the shared, unspoken understanding that their survival depended on one another. But beyond their cleared fields, the world was on fire. The French and Indian War wasn't some distant conflict fought by men in red coats. Here, on the frontier, it was a phantom war fought in the shadows. The French, desperate to halt the westward push of the British colonies, had forged alliances with native tribes, including the powerful Shawnee. They armed them, paid them, and pointed them east, urging them to unleash chaos on the remote settlements. Draper's Meadow, isolated and miles from any fort, was a perfect target, a lone candle flickering in a gathering storm. The people of the meadow knew the danger, of course. It was a low hum of anxiety beneath the surface of their daily lives. Every strange sound from the woods, every rumor that trickled in from the east, was a reminder of their vulnerability. Yet, life had to go on. The corn was growing tall, the harvest needed to be brought in, and a new baby was on the way. They held on to the comforting routines of their existence, praying that the war would remain a distant thunder. They didn't know that the storm was already upon them, and that in a matter of hours, their entire world was about to be washed away in blood. To understand the blood that was spilled in Draper's Meadow, you have to understand the ink that was used to claim the land. That valley wasn't empty when the first settlers arrived. For generations, it had been a thoroughfare, a seasonal hunting ground for the Shawnee and other tribes. It was a part of their world, a land not owned but used, a place woven into the fabric of their memory and their survival. The streams had their names, the mountains held their spirits. Then, men from the east arrived with pieces of paper issued by a distant king that claimed this ancient land was now theirs. The architect of this push into the wilderness was a man named Colonel James Patton. He was an Ulster Scot, tough as a hickory root and driven by a relentless ambition. He'd secured a massive land grant from the British Crown, 100,000 acres, with the mission to settle the Virginia frontier. He was a land speculator, a military man, and a politician. To the colonial government, he was a visionary, building a buffer against the French and their native allies. To families like the Drapers and the Ingalls, he was the man who offered them a dream, a piece of land to call their own, a chance to build something that would last. They were the human bricks in the wall he was building against the wilderness. But this grand vision was built on a foundation of betrayal. Just over a decade earlier, at the Treaty of Lancaster, colonial officials had made a deal with the Iroquois Confederacy, who, in a move of political power, sold off the rights to the Ohio Valley, land they didn't truly control and that the Shawnee considered their own. The Shawnee never signed that treaty, they never agreed to it. In their eyes, every cabin razed, every tree felled, every field ploughed in places like Draper's Meadow was an invasion. Colonel Patton's land grant wasn't a legal document to them. It was a declaration of war written on sheepskin. In these mountains, a family name was everything. For the Ingalls and the Drapers, their name was a seed they were planting in new soil, a legacy they hoped would grow into a dynasty of farmers and families. Their identity was tied to the deed in their pocket and the sweat on their brow. But for the Shawnee, a name like Cornstalk carried the weight of ancestors, the sacred duty to protect the hunting grounds that fed their people. Their identity was inseparable from the land itself. So when these two worlds collided, it wasn't just a dispute. It was a clash of destinies. The settlers saw themselves as pioneers taming a savage land. The Shawnee saw themselves as patriots defending their home from invaders. Draper's Meadow was the fault line, and the tremor was about to begin. In a place as isolated as Draper's Meadow, news traveled on foot and was paid for in whispers. Every few weeks, a lone trapper or a circuit rider would appear out of the woods, a ghost from the outside world, and the community would gather to drink in his words like water. But in the summer of 1755, the news they brought was poison. They told stories of homesteads on the Greenbrier River burned to ash, of families vanished from their cabins without a trace. These tales spread through the settlement like a fever, leaving a chill that the summer heat couldn't touch. The names of the Shawnee leaders were no longer abstract. They became specters that haunted the daylight. The settlers spoke of a warrior named Kilbuck, whose ferocity was legendary. And they spoke of a young chief named Cornstalk, a man whose reputation was already growing into myth. They said he was a brilliant strategist, a man who could move his war parties through the dense forest like a silent wind, striking and disappearing before a proper defense could be mounted. He wasn't some distant enemy. He was a neighbor whose land they now occupied, and his grudge was as deep and personal as the valleys themselves. The tension wasn't just based on far-off rumors. It was in the air they breathed. A few months prior, a hunter from a nearby settlement had been found dead by a stream, his rifle gone, his body bearing the unmistakable marks of a tomahawk. It was a clear and brutal message. You are not safe here. The men started carrying their rifles with them even to the fields, and the women kept the children closer to the cabins. Every snapped twig in the woods, every owl's call that sounded just a little too human, sent a jolt of ice through their veins. This constant fear began to fray the edges of their small community. Some whispered that Colonel Patton had been too bold, that his relentless push westward had painted a target on all their backs. Others argued that his was the only way, that to show fear was to invite attack. A quiet suspicion could curdle a lifelong friendship. A glance held a second too long could be mistaken for an accusation. The very silence that had once been a source of peace for these settlers now felt menacing, as if the endless forest was holding its breath, waiting for the perfect moment to reclaim what it had lost. And Mary Ingalls felt it all. As a mother with two small boys and another life growing inside her, her senses were sharpened to a razor's edge. She watched her sons, Thomas and George, playing in the dirt near the cabin, their laughter a fragile sound in the heavy, watchful air. She would feel a kick from within her womb, and her hand would instinctively go to her belly, a gesture not just of love, but of a fierce, desperate desire to protect her children from a world that felt like it was closing in. A world where the line between a peaceful home and a slaughterhouse was as thin as a cabin wall. The people of the mountains have always known that the world speaks in signs if you're quiet enough to listen. And on the morning of July 30th, 1755, the signs were all there. They said later that the birds in the forest had fallen silent just before dawn, a heavy, unnatural hush that replaced the usual morning chorus. The air was thick and still, refusing to stir, holding its breath. It was the kind of oppressive quiet that comes before the sky tears open in a storm, a silence that felt heavier than any sound. The human omen arrived on horseback. Colonel James Patton rode into the settlement that morning, his face etched with a gravity that chilled everyone who saw it. He wasn't there for a social call. He was the embodiment of the war, the walking, talking proof that the conflict was no longer a distant rumor. He was there to deliver ammunition and warnings, to speak of organizing the militia, to put a hard edge on the fears that had been whispered in the dark. His presence was meant to be reassuring, a symbol of colonial authority, but it had the opposite effect. It was like planting a lightning rod in the middle of the cabins. He was a magnet for the very violence he was trying to prevent. And Mary felt it. She felt it deep in her bones, a cold dread that coiled in her gut. She was at her sister-in-law Betty Draper's cabin, going through the familiar motions of the day with the other women. But her hands felt clumsy, her mind distant. A wave of profound unease washed over her, so strong it almost made her dizzy. She looked out the cabin door at her sons, Thomas and George, playing near the edge of the woods. In that moment, their small, innocent forms seemed terribly fragile, like ghosts already fading into the deep green shadows. She tried to dismiss the feeling, blaming it on the heat and the weight of her unborn child. But the premonition was a physical thing, a cold hand gripping her heart, whispering that the world as she knew it was about to end. The men of Draper's Meadow were in the fields, their backs bent to the harvest. The rhythmic swing of the scythe, the feel of the sun on their necks. It was the hard, honest work that had defined their lives. They were far enough from the main cabins that the sounds of the settlement were just a faint murmur on the summer air. William Ingalls worked alongside his brother, his mind on the harvest, on the coming winter, on the new baby his wife Mary was due to deliver any day. Suddenly, a sound ripped through the tranquility. It wasn't a bear or a mountain lion. It was the unmistakable, terrifying crack of a rifle shot, followed instantly by another, and then a chorus of them. But it was the sound that came next that froze the blood in their veins. A human scream. A woman's scream, high and sharp with pure terror, cut short. Then another, and the chilling war cries of the Shawnee warriors, a sound they had only heard in frightened tales around the fire. William dropped his scythe. For a heart-stopping second, he was paralyzed, his mind refusing to process the horror. Then instinct took over. He and the other men broke into a desperate sprint toward the cabins, their hearts hammering against their ribs. They were farmers, not soldiers. Some had rifles, but they were leaning against a fence line 100 yards away, useless. All they could do was run, fueled by a primal terror and a desperate need to protect their families. They burst through the tree line just in time to see hell itself. Their homes were wreathed in smoke and flame. The Shawnee warriors, their bodies slick with sweat and paint, moved with brutal efficiency. William saw it all in a horrifying slow-motion tableau. He saw Colonel Patton fall, a tomahawk cleaving his skull. He saw his neighbor, Caspar Barger, cut down as he tried to flee. But the image that would be burned into his memory forever was of his wife, Mary. He saw her being dragged from a cabin, her face a mask of shock and terror. He saw his two little boys, Thomas and George, crying, being herded like livestock by the warriors. And he saw his home, the cabin he had built with his own two hands, beginning to burn. He was 100 yards away, unarmed, helpless. To charge forward was suicide. To stay was to witness the end of his world. He could only watch in impotent agony as the raiding party gathered its terrified captives and melted back into the shadows of the forest, leaving behind a scene of carnage, silence, and smoke. The first drops of blood had become a flood, and for the survivors of Draper's Meadow, there was no going back. Inside Betty Draper's cabin, the world was small and safe. The women worked, their movements familiar, the air filled with the quiet sounds of domestic life. Then, the sound came. It wasn't thunder. It was the sharp, flat crack of a rifle, so close it made the floorboards vibrate. Before a single question could be asked, another shot echoed it, and the outside world erupted into a symphony of terror. The cabin door didn't open. It was obliterated, kicked in with a single violent motion. It was as if the forest itself had burst into the room, a whirlwind of painted faces, dark eyes, and the glint of steel. There was no negotiation, no warning. It was a storm of pure, calculated violence. Time seemed to stretch and warp. A minute of chaos felt like an eternity. The air filled with the coppery smell of gunpowder and fear. Betty Draper instinctively clutched her infant child to her chest, a desperate, futile shield of a mother's love. A warrior moved towards her with a terrifying, fluid speed. There was a swift, brutal motion, a blur of action that the mind couldn't properly track, followed by a hollow thud against the cabin's log wall. The infant's desperate cry was instantly and unnervingly silenced. Betty's mouth opened in a scream that made no sound, her arms, suddenly light, falling empty to her sides. Outside, Colonel James Patton, a man who had faced down governors and generals, met his end not in a formal battle, but in his own front yard. He was a pillar of colonial strength, but against the lightning speed of the raid, he was just a man. He managed to draw his sword, a flash of silver in the chaos, but he was overwhelmed in an instant. He fell face down into the very dirt he had fought so hard to claim, his authority dissolving into the bloody earth. Mary saw it all in disconnected flashes of nightmare logic. She saw a painted hand clamp down on her son Thomas' small arm, yanking him forward. She saw George, just a toddler, his face a mask of tears and utter confusion as he was lifted from his feet. Her own body was frozen, trapped between the ferocious instinct to fight for her children and the paralyzing absolute certainty of death. She was no longer a wife or a pioneer, and she was a terrified animal, watching as her young were stolen from the den. The chaos subsided as quickly as it had begun. The screams faded into whimpers, and the sharp crack of gunfire was replaced by the hungry roar and crackle of flames as the cabins began to burn in earnest. This was not a battle, it was a harvest, a human harvest. In the middle of the path, a small corn-husk doll lay face down in the dirt, a solitary, innocent witness to a horror it could not comprehend. The life they had built was gone, reduced to ash and silence in less time than it takes to say a prayer. To us, sitting here centuries later, the men who stormed Draper's Meadow were monsters, pure and simple. But to understand the true horror of that day, you have to do something deeply uncomfortable. You have to try, just for a moment, to see the world through their eyes. In their own minds, they were not criminals. They were soldiers, patriots. They were the righteous hand of vengeance for a people being systematically erased from their own lands. Imagine a young Shawnee warrior, perhaps even Cornstalk himself, lying on a ridge overlooking the settlement the night before. He doesn't see cozy cabins filled with hopeful families. He sees an infection. He sees a scar on the land that his ancestors had hunted for 1,000 years. Every puff of smoke from a settler's chimney is a signal of his people's slow death. Every ring of an axe is the sound of his world being torn apart. The laughter of the children playing in the dirt is the sound of his own children's future being stolen. Their logic was as cold and hard as a river stone. These people are the vanguard of an endless wave that will not stop until the Shawnee way of life is nothing but a memory. They believed that to stop a flood, you must break the dam. The switch didn't flip for them on that July morning. It had been flipped years before, in council houses where they heard of broken treaties and stolen land. The raid on Draper's Meadow wasn't an act of passion. It was a calculated act of war, a political statement written in blood and fire. When a warrior struck down Colonel Patton, he wasn't just killing a man. He was striking down the symbol of the government that had betrayed them. When another committed that unspeakable act against Betty Draper's infant, in his mind, it was a terrifying but logical act of total war. It was a message sent with brutal clarity. We will not just kill your men. We will erase your future. We will burn the memory of you from this land. There is no safe place for you here. After the slaughter, as they melted back into the forest with their terrified captives, there was likely no remorse. There was grim satisfaction. The objective was complete. The enemy outpost was destroyed. The captives were a valuable prize. Women and children could be adopted into the tribe to replace their own people lost to war and disease. The boys, like Thomas and George, were a blank slate, young enough to be molded into Shawnee warriors. Mary, with her skills, was a useful asset. To them, this was not a massacre. It was a successful military operation. They were not filled with a chilling emptiness, but with the grim purpose of a people fighting a desperate war for their very survival. And that, my friends, is a far more terrifying truth than simple, mindless evil. For a long time, no one moved. The surviving men stood frozen at the edge of the tree line, watching the black smoke curl into the indifferent blue sky. The silence that fell over Draper's Meadow was louder than any scream. It was a dead, hollow quiet, punctuated only by the hungry crackle of the fires that were consuming their homes, their past, and their future. Finally, cautiously, William Ingalls and the others began to walk forward, moving like old men into the ruins of their own lives. The scene that met them was one of biblical devastation. The ground was littered with the refuse of the attack, spent wadding from the rifles, a discarded tomahawk, and the bodies of their friends and neighbors. They found Colonel Patton, his silver hair matted with blood. They found Caspar Barger. They found the others who hadn't been fast enough. Every step was a new horror, a new confirmation of the nightmare they had just witnessed. William's heart hammered in his chest as he searched for his family, a desperate, sickening prayer on his lips that he wouldn't find them here, among the dead. He reached the spot where his cabin had stood. It was now just a collapsing skeleton of burning logs. His wife and 2 sons were not there. A wave of something that was part relief and part a deeper, more profound terror washed over him. They weren't dead. They were taken. He sank to his knees in the dirt, the reality of it crashing down on him. Mary, 9 months pregnant. Little Thomas and George, dragged into that endless, hostile wilderness. The image of their terrified faces was a brand on his soul. The other survivors gathered in the smoking clearing, a small, dazed band of broken men. Their shock was a physical thing, a heavy blanket that smothered thought. But as the sun began to dip toward the mountains, shock curdled into a white-hot rage. Philip Barger, seeing his brother's body, grabbed his rifle and swore an oath of vengeance. He wanted to go after them, right now, to plunge into the forest and hunt them down. For a moment, a wild, suicidal energy gripped them all. The primal need to do something was overwhelming. But William Ingalls, his heart shattered, forced himself to think. The Shawnee were expert woodsmen on their own ground. They had a massive head start. To charge blindly into the forest at dusk was not a rescue mission. It was suicide. They were farmers, not trackers. Their grief was a fire, but it would not light their way in the dark. A grim, terrible reason prevailed. They had to get help. As night fell on the smoldering remains of Draper's Meadow, one of the men mounted the least injured horse and galloped east, a messenger of horror, to raise the alarm and summon a posse. For William Ingalls, the hunt had already begun, but it would be a hunt of agonizing patience, of staring into the dark woods and praying for a miracle that felt impossible. The news of the Draper's Meadow massacre traveled faster than any horse. It was a poisoned arrow shot into the heart of the frontier, and it spread a sickness of fear through every isolated cabin and fortified settlement along the New River. The fragile illusion of safety that these pioneers clung to was shattered. If a community as established as Draper's Meadow could be wiped out in broad daylight, then no one was safe. Absolutely no one. In the days that followed, settlers from the surrounding area gathered at the small, palisaded fort that served as the local strongpoint. They came for safety, but they brought their terror with them, and it filled the cramped space like a thick smoke. The community, once a fortress built on mutual reliance, began to crack under the strain. You see, my friends, a tragedy like this doesn't just unite people. It can also tear them apart, exposing the fault lines of fear and self-preservation that run beneath every society. Lines were drawn in the dirt, right there in the muddy courtyard of the fort. On one side were men like Philip Barger, their eyes burning with grief and rage. They demanded immediate bloody retribution. They wanted to form a war party right then and there, ride into the Ohio country and burn every Shawnee village they found. To them, caution was just another word for cowardice. On the other side were the older, more pragmatic men. They understood the futility of such a plan. They argued that a small, vengeful posse charging into the wilderness would be an ant marching into a hornet's nest. It would only lead to more death and leave their own homes defenseless. They urged patience, waiting for the official colonial militia for a proper, organized campaign. And then there was the third group, the largest group of all, the silent. They didn't argue, they didn't make speeches, they just watched with hollow eyes. And at night, they would whisper to their wives about packing up and heading back east, back over the mountains where the hand of the law was stronger. The Shawnees' raid had been a brutal act of psychological warfare, and it was working perfectly. It had planted the seeds of terror, and now they were watching them grow, choking out the courage of an entire region. A conspiracy of silence began to take hold. Many knew the trails the Shawnee used. Some had even traded with them before the war. But to share that knowledge, to offer help to William Ingalls, was to mark your own family for the next attack. The fear was a physical presence. People who had been friends for years now avoided each other's gaze. They barred their doors earlier, shushed their children's play, and prayed that the trouble would pass them by. In a handful of cabins, there were small acts of quiet courage. A woman leaving a loaf of bread and a slab of bacon on the doorstep of a family who had lost everything. But these were flickering candles in a vast and encroaching darkness. For William Ingalls, this was a special kind of hell. He had lost his family, and now he was losing his community. He was a man crying for help in a room full of people who were pretending to be deaf. William Ingalls could not wait. The colonial militia was a slow, lumbering beast, and every hour that passed was an hour that took his family deeper into an enemy world. He knew, with the chilling certainty of a husband and father, that he had to go now. A small, grim-faced posse formed around him. This wasn't an army. It was a handful of men bound by grief and rage, his brother John, Philip Barger, who thirsted for vengeance for his own brother, and a few others from the settlement. They were farmers and hunters, not soldiers, armed with long rifles, leather pouches of shot, and a desperate, burning hope. They plunged into the forest, following the trail of chaos left by the Shawnee war party. For the first few days, the trail was brutally clear. The warriors, confident in their head start, had made little effort to hide their tracks. The posse found the campsites, the ashes of small fires still warm. They found discarded items dropped by the captives, a woman's comb, a torn piece of a shirt. Each discovery was a double-edged sword, a spark of hope that they were on the right path, and a fresh stab of pain, a tangible reminder of the terror their loved ones were enduring. William would pick up these small things, his hands trembling, imagining Mary or his sons just hours ahead, just beyond the next ridge. But the Appalachian wilderness is not a neutral ground. It is a fortress of tangled rhododendron, steep ravines, and confusing mist-shrouded peaks. It was a home to the Shawnee and a deadly maze to the settlers. The posse was strong, driven by adrenaline and fury, but the mountains began to wear them down. The easy trail became a phantom. The Shawnee, knowing they were now being pursued, began to use every trick of their ancient craft. They walked for miles in the rocky beds of streams, leaving no footprints. They split their party, creating false trails that led to nowhere, then regrouped miles away. The hunt became an ordeal against nature itself. The men's provisions dwindled. Exhaustion settled into their bones, a cold, heavy weight that even their rage couldn't burn away. They were chasing ghosts. The mountains seemed to swallow the trail whole. One afternoon, after days of grueling pursuit, they came to the edge of a wide, stony creek bed. The tracks, which had been their only physical connection to William's family, simply ceased to exist. They had vanished. The men cast about for hours, wading through the cold water, scanning the opposite bank, but found nothing. The trail was gone. The silence that fell over the small band of men was profound. They stood in the middle of an infinite forest, defeated. The fire of their vengeance had been starved of air, and all that was left was the cold ash of despair. For William Ingalls, this was a moment of absolute soul-crushing failure. He had come so close, but the wilderness had chosen a side, and it was not his. There was no fierce firefight, no dramatic rescue. There was only the quiet, brutal realization that he had lost. The walk back to the ruins of Draper's Meadow was a funeral march. The men who had charged into the woods fueled by a righteous fury now stumbled home, hollowed out by their defeat. William Ingalls had lost his family in the massacre, and now, standing at the edge of that cold stream, he had lost them all over again. He returned not as a rescuer, but as a man condemned to wait and to wonder, a ghost haunting the edge of a wilderness that had swallowed his entire world. And so, my friends, if you're waiting for the part of the story where a sheriff slaps iron cuffs on the guilty men and hauls them before a bewigged judge, I have to tell you that story doesn't exist. There was no grand trial for the warriors who fell upon Draper's Meadow. In the eyes of the colonial government, this wasn't a crime to be prosecuted. It was an act of war. The Shawnee weren't fugitives hiding within the law. They were an enemy nation with its own territory, its own leaders, and its own reasons for fighting. Cornstalk and Kilbuck would never see the inside of a Virginia courtroom. The only justice the law of men could offer was slow, clumsy, and distant. A reward was eventually posted for the return of the captives, a piece of paper that was meaningless hundreds of miles away in the Ohio wilderness. The militia, when it finally mustered, was more concerned with defending against the next raid than avenging the last one. The wheels of colonial justice turned with the speed of a dying glacier, while for the captives, every tick of the clock was an eternity. For William Ingalls, the verdict was clear. The system had failed. The law was a distant abstraction, useless against the immediate brutal reality of his loss. But in the mountains, there is another kind of court, another kind of justice. And in the fall of 1755, Mary Draper Ingalls found herself standing trial in it. Her captors were not on trial, she was. The courtroom was the vast, unforgiving landscape of the Ohio Valley. The judge was the coming winter. The jury was hunger, fear, and exhaustion. The verdict would be simple and final, life or death. While William was hunting shadows in the east, Mary was enduring the verdict of her captors. She had been judged not as a criminal, but as an asset. Her skill with the needle and thread spared her from the brutal gauntlet ritual upon her arrival at Lower Shawneetown. She was put to work, her hands making fine shirts for the very men who had destroyed her world. But this small mercy was a cage within a cage. The true sentence had already been carried out on her family. Her sons, Thomas and George, were judged young enough to be assimilated and were torn from her side, adopted into different families, their pasts to be systematically erased. Her infant daughter, Louisa, was deemed just another mouth to feed and was given away. Mary was now a prisoner, not just of the Shawnee, but of her own bottomless grief. The law of men had abandoned her. The justice of the tribe had shattered her family. In that profound darkness, she came to a realization. If there was any justice to be had, she would have to seize it for herself. It would not be a justice of punishment or revenge. It would be the justice of survival, the justice of reclaiming a life that had been stolen. The Shawnee had passed their sentence on her. Now, she was about to deliver her own. You might think this is where the story finds its happy ending. The hero has returned. The ordeal is over. But for Mary and William Ingalls, the reunion was not an end to the suffering. It was the beginning of a new kind of pain. When William finally held his wife, he was holding a stranger made of skin and bone. her eyes haunted by things he could never understand. The joy of her survival was a fragile light in the crushing darkness of their shared losses. She was alive, but her children were not with her. The verdict of her escape was life, but the price was a lifetime of remembering. They could not go back to Draper's Meadow. The place was a tomb, the very soil poisoned with memories. So they moved on, driven by the pioneers' stubborn refusal to be broken. They settled on the New River, establishing Ingalls Ferry, a vital link that would become a cornerstone of the region. They built a new home, had more children, and tried to stitch together the shredded fabric of a normal life. But a curse followed them. The knowledge that their eldest son, Thomas, was still out there, somewhere in the Ohio country, was a wound that would not heal. And the ghosts of their two youngest, George and their infant daughter Louisa, who they would later learn had both died in captivity, were a constant presence. Mary had survived, but a part of her soul had been left behind in that frozen wilderness, forever wandering. And what of the men who had brought this hell upon them? The wheels of mountain justice turn slowly, but they grind exceedingly fine. The war raged on for years, a bloody, tangled ledger of raid and reprisal. The Shawnee leader, Cornstalk, would continue to be a formidable adversary to the colonists. But his fate would be a dark mirror of the violence he had unleashed. Years later, in 1777, he would go to an American fort on a mission of peace to warn them of an impending attack by other tribes. Instead of being treated as a diplomat, he was taken hostage. And when a settler was killed nearby, a vengeful mob stormed the fort and murdered the unarmed Cornstalk in cold blood. There was no trial, no judge. It was the same brutal, lawless justice of the frontier that had visited Draper's Meadow, coming full circle. The community itself tried to forget. The name Draper's Meadow was spoken in hushed tones, if at all. The site of the massacre was abandoned, the burned-out cabins slowly reclaimed by the forest, the graves of the dead sinking back into the earth. It became a haunted place, a scar that the land itself was trying to cover over. The survivors scattered, seeking new ground, trying to build lives far from the shadows of that terrible day. The story was not celebrated or memorialized. It was buried. It was a trauma so profound that the only way people knew how to deal with it was to turn their backs and walk away, hoping the silence would eventually smother the screams. But a story this powerful doesn't just fade away into the mist. It leaves echoes. It seeps into the soil and becomes part of the land itself. The most powerful echo, of course, was human. 13 years after the massacre, a treaty was signed and a teenage boy was returned to the Ingalls family. It was Thomas. But the joyful reunion was also a tragedy. He was a ghost from another world. He spoke Shawnee. He had forgotten English, forgotten his parents, forgotten the life he was born into. His reintegration was a long, painful struggle, a living testament to the chasm that had opened up between two worlds. Yet, he endured. The Ingalls family grew, and they never, ever forgot. The story of Mary's ordeal was their founding legend, passed down from parent to child, a sacred inheritance. It was preserved not in dusty history books, but in the living memory of a family, until Mary's own son, John, finally wrote it down, ensuring it would never be lost. And the physical traces are still there, hidden in plain sight. If you go to Blacksburg, Virginia today, you can find the site of Draper's Meadow. It's not a haunted ruin in the woods. It's the heart of the Virginia Tech campus. Thousands of students walk across that land every single day, their minds on exams and their futures. They sit by a quiet duck pond, a memorial to that day, many of them having no idea they are studying on ground that was once soaked in blood and terror. Travel a little further and you'll find the New River. This, to me, is the greatest monument of all. It is the silent, winding witness to her ordeal. It is the same river whose icy water she waded through, whose banks she crawled along in delirious agony. When you stand on its edge, You are standing in the exact footsteps of her 600-mile journey into hell. Its currents still whisper her name. You can even go and stand at her grave in Radford, Virginia, and touch the cold stone that bears her name. It's a tangible link, a direct connection to this woman of impossible courage. People build new lives. They pave roads and raise buildings and try to look forward. But they can never completely erase the past. It's always there, just beneath the surface. The highways and the college campuses can cover the scars, but they can't erase them. The mountains watched it all happen, and the mountains remember. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning around this digital campfire. What unspeakable things did Mary Draper Ingalls have to do to survive? The historical record, the official documents, will never tell you. They can only tell you the distance she walked and the date she returned. But the story she told her son, the story of the old Dutch woman and her descent into madness, that is the only answer we have. Did the woman truly try to kill and eat her? Or was it a terrifying hallucination brought on by starvation, Mary's own mind fracturing under the strain? In the end, my friends, it doesn't matter. The horror was real either way. Mary walked to the absolute zero point of human experience, a place where civilization is stripped away and only the primal will to live remains. The unspeakable thing she did was look into that abyss and find the strength to crawl back out. This is not just a story of survival. It is a story about two kinds of strength. There is the strength of the warrior, the strength to conquer, to take, to destroy. We saw that in the brutal efficiency of the raid. But then there is another kind of strength, a quieter and perhaps more profound kind. It is the strength of the root that holds fast to the earth in a storm. It is the strength of a mother who, having lost everything, decides that her own life is still a testament to the family she loved. Mary Draper Ingalls had that strength. She refused to be erased. Her journey home was an act of defiance, a declaration that even after the fire, after the slaughter, after the loss of her children, she was still here. This is the indomitable Appalachian spirit, forged in the crucible of stories just like this one. It's a story of heartbreak and endurance, of cruelty and unimaginable courage. It reminds us that the foundations of this country were not built on neat treaties and noble ideals alone. They were built on the suffering and the sacrifice of people like Mary, on ground consecrated by blood and tears. Her journey is seared into the very landscape, a lesson that must not be forgotten. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. In the mountains of Harlan County, Kentucky, there came a time when the law was not your friend. It was a hired gun, a time when a union card was a death warrant, and children learned to sleep on the floor to dodge the bullets fired through their bedroom walls in the dead of night. The outside world called it a labor dispute, but for the people living it, it was a war. A war so brutal that its anthem was not just a song, but a desperate question. Which side are you on? Today, we descend into the darkness of bloody Harlan to tell the story of the decade-long battle that forced every man, woman, and child to choose. To understand the war, you first have to understand the world that was lost, and the men who were pushed until they had nothing left to lose. Before the bullets flew, there was the quiet desperation of the company town. Imagine a world sealed off by ancient mountains, a place where the coal company wasn't just your employer, it was your landlord, your grocer, your government, and your God. You lived in a company house, a flimsy shack perched on a hillside, often without running water, that could be taken from you at a moment's notice. Your children were born with company doctors, and you bought their food at the company store. But you didn't use real money. You used scrip, a private currency that was worthless anywhere else, and the prices were always inflated. This was a system designed for debt, a set of invisible chains that tethered you and your family to the mine. Every day you went deeper into the hole, both literally and financially. Your life, from cradle to grave, was mortgaged to King Coal, and the work itself was a daily descent into hell. Deep beneath the beautiful green hills, men crawled on their bellies in the dark, breathing in the fine black dust that would one day choke the life from their lungs. They gambled every shift against the black damp, a pocket of unbreathable gas that could suffocate you in an instant, or the ever-present threat of a roof collapse that could bury you alive. For clawing the wealth of the nation from the earth's guts, they were paid pennies.
These weren't just workers. They were fathers, husbands, and sons. They were proud mountain folk whose families had lived on this land for generations. Their dreams were simple: a small plot of land to call their own, shoes for their children, and the dignity of a fair day's pay for a deadly day's work. They were men who understood hardship, who accepted the risks of the mine as a fact of life. They were patient, they were resilient, and they were quiet. But then the Great Depression hit, and the coal operators in Harlan, in a final act of desperation and greed, slashed the miners' wages to a level that was no longer survivable. It was the final turn of the screw on a people already pressed to their limits. This wasn't just an insult. It was a death sentence delivered by starvation. And in that moment, the quiet patience that had defined these men for generations began to curdle into a cold, hard rage. The mountains themselves seemed to hold their breath, waiting for the spark that would ignite the powder keg. By the spring of 1931, the whispers had turned into a low growl that echoed through the hollows. The United Mine Workers had arrived, and with them, a flicker of hope that terrified the coal operators. For every man who signed a union card, a family was thrown out of their home. For every secret meeting, a union man was beaten on a dark road. The law, in the form of Sheriff J.H. Blair and his army of deputized thugs, was no longer a shield for the people. It was a hammer for the companies. The crime scene wasn't a single place. The entire county was becoming one, primed for an explosion. That explosion came on May the 5th in a narrow pass near the town of Evarts. The scene itself was deceptively peaceful. A dusty road winding between two steep, wooded hillsides, a natural choke point. On any other day, it was a place of quiet Appalachian beauty. But on this day, the trees weren't just trees. They were hiding places. The silence wasn't peace. It was the tense, held breath before a storm. On those hillsides, miners lay waiting, their squirrel rifles and old shotguns clutched in their hands. They were men who had been hunted, and now they had become the hunters. When the shooting finally stopped, a new kind of silence fell over the pass, a heavy, ringing silence punctuated by the groans of the wounded. The scene left for the authorities was one of utter chaos. 3 company cars, riddled with bullet holes, sat stalled on the road. The dust was littered with a confusing mix of shell casings, the heavy brass of the deputies' machine guns, and the simple spent shells from the miners' hunting rifles. Blood stained the dirt road, a testament to the ferocity of the 15-minute battle. The immediate evidence told a terrifying story, but offered no easy answers. 3 deputies and 1 miner were dead. The official report would call it a cold-blooded ambush, an act of insurrection by lawless miners. But the miners would whisper a different tale, one of self-defense, of a motorcade of gun thugs on their way to shoot up another picket line, of a people who finally decided to shoot back. The tracks leading away from the road vanished into the dense woods, swallowed by a wilderness that knew how to keep its secrets. The Battle of Evarts left behind more than bodies and brass. It left behind a bone-chilling question that hung in the smoke-filled air. This wasn't a simple murder. This was an organized, armed uprising. Who had planned it? Who gave the order to fire? The scene spoke of desperation and rage, but the wilderness offered no confessions. It only confirmed a terrible new reality.
The war in Harlan County had gone hot, and the mountains themselves had become the first and most mysterious witness to the bloodshed. In the chaotic hours after the Battle of Evarts, as the bodies of the deputies were carried out of the pass, Sheriff J.H. Blair didn't need a detective to find his prime suspects. He already had his culprits. For months, a clear and public enemy had been challenging his authority and the absolute power of the coal operators. The finger of blame pointed squarely, and without a moment's hesitation, at the organizers of the United Mine Workers of America. These were the men who had come into his county preaching a gospel of discontent. They were, in the eyes of the establishment, outside agitators with foreign ideas about collective bargaining and workers' rights. They held secret meetings in darkened schoolhouses and on remote hillsides, whispering promises of a better life into the ears of desperate men. They were the ones who had lit the fuse of rebellion, and in the minds of the company men, the explosion at Evarts was the inevitable result. Their motive seemed undeniable. For weeks, Blair's deputies had been systematically breaking the strike, beating organizers and evicting families with brutal efficiency. The union was losing. The ambush at Evarts wasn't just a random act of violence, it was a calculated message, a bloody declaration that the UMWA would not be crushed without a fight. It was a violent attempt to seize control of the county and to terrorize the law-abiding citizens and workers who had refused to join their cause. This wasn't a mystery. It was an open war, and the Union had just fired its deadliest shot. The evidence, as far as the law in Harlan was concerned, was self-evident. Every man on that hillside was either a Union member or a sympathizer. The Union had been advocating for resistance, and now resistance had turned deadly. Whispers immediately became official reports. Names of known Union leaders and the most outspoken miners were put on arrest warrants. The narrative was simple and powerful. The Union came, and then there was violence. Therefore, the Union was to blame. For Sheriff Blair, the case was already open and shut, and the manhunt for the Union men began immediately. But while Sheriff Blair's fury was aimed squarely at the Union men on the hills, a colder, more complicated suspicion began to take root behind the closed doors of the Coal Operators Association. The ambush at Evarts had been too perfect, too precise. The miners were desperate, yes, but this level of coordination suggested something more than just spontaneous rage. It suggested information. It suggested a leak, and a leak could only come from the inside. Suspicion, like a mountain mist, began to curl around the figures who stood between the two warring camps, the mine foreman and the company guards who had been deputized by Blair. These were men who came from mining families themselves, who spoke the same language and understood the grievances of the men in the pits, yet they drew their paychecks directly from the operators. They were trusted by both sides, and therefore trusted by neither. Could one of these men, a man who walked the line between loyalty and blood, have been the true architect of the massacre? The motive wouldn't have been a simple cry for workers' rights. It would have been something far more personal and venomous. Imagine a foreman whose father had been killed in a roof collapse years earlier, a death ruled an accident, but always whispered to have been caused by company negligence. He had risen through the ranks, his loyalty a perfect mask for a patient, simmering hatred. For a man like that, the Union wasn't a cause, it was a weapon. Looking back, the signs were there. One particular foreman, known for his harsh discipline, had been conspicuously absent from the convoy that day, claiming a sudden illness. In the aftermath, his grief seemed hollow, his questions to the other deputies sharp, not with sorrow, but with the careful precision of a man confirming the details of a plan gone right. He knew the convoy's route, their departure time, and their numbers. A single, anonymous tip to a Union contact was all it would have taken to turn that dusty road into a killing field, sacrificing a few of Blair's thugs to ignite a war that could burn his true enemies to the ground. The thought was chilling, that the Battle of Evarts wasn't an act of rebellion, but a calculated act of revenge,
orchestrated by a traitor who wore the company's own badge. But there was a third shadow that fell across the mountains, one that terrified the union and the operators alike. This wasn't a local feud. The Great Depression had set the entire nation on edge, and whispers of revolution were drifting out of the cities and into the forgotten hollows of Appalachia. This third suspect wasn't a man, but an idea, a radical, violent ideology that saw the struggle in Harlan not as a labor dispute, but as the first battleground in a new American Civil War. Agents of more extreme movements, men who found the United Mine Workers too tame, began to slip into the county. They weren't miners. They were professional organizers, hardened veterans of bloodier conflicts in other parts of the country. They spoke not of contracts and wage increases, but of seizing the mines and overthrowing the system entirely. They saw the miners' desperation not as a problem to be solved, but as fuel for a much larger fire. Their motive was pure and terrifyingly impersonal: chaos. For them, a negotiated peace was a failure. They needed martyrs. They needed headlines. They needed a war. The Battle of Evarts, with its shocking death toll, was a perfect victory in their eyes. It escalated the conflict beyond the point of no return, forcing the hand of both the Union and the state. It transformed a local strike into a national symbol of class warfare. Their presence was felt not in public speeches, but in the shadows. Strange pamphlets would appear in the mining camps overnight, calling for armed resistance. Seasoned men with city accents were seen in hushed conversations with the most desperate and angry of the young miners, teaching them not how to picket, but how to build a barricade, how to choose a location for an ambush. They were ghosts in the machine, whispering poison into the ears of men who were already half-mad with hunger and injustice. For these outsiders, the dead at Evarts were not a tragedy. They were a necessary sacrifice to ignite the revolution they craved. In the wake of the Battle of Evarts, Sheriff Blair's investigation was not a search for truth. It was a hunt for vengeance. He unleashed his army of deputies with a single, simple objective: round up every known union man and sympathizer. Warrants were issued for dozens of miners, but this wasn't a process of careful arrests. It was a brutal sweep. Doors were kicked in at midnight. Men were dragged from their beds in front of their screaming wives and children, their faces already bloodied by the time they were thrown into the back of a truck. But the mountains, which had served as a fortress for the coal operators, now became a sanctuary for the miners. The deputies, many of them outsiders themselves, were clumsy and loud in this terrain. They knew the roads, but the miners knew the land. Men vanished into the deep woods and winding hollows, swallowed whole by a wilderness that was loyal to its own. Posses would track a man for days, following a clear trail to the mouth of an abandoned mine or a remote cabin, only to find the trail had gone cold, as if the man they were chasing had simply turned to mist and drifted away on the wind. The few men they did manage to capture offered no clear answers. Under the brutal persuasion of a deputy's blackjack, stories changed and collapsed. Some men, desperate to stop the beating, would name anyone, spinning wild tales of a grand union conspiracy led by organizers who were already long gone, having fled the state. Others, defiant to the end, would say nothing at all. The evidence Blair presented to the prosecutors was a tangled mess of coerced confessions and contradictory testimonies. The promise of a swift, clean conviction for the murder of his deputies evaporated into a fog of confusion and lies. The investigation was hitting a wall, and Blair's frustration festered into a more indiscriminate cruelty. Unable to catch the supposed ringleaders, his deputies turned their rage on the community at large. They would stop cars on lonely roads, not to ask questions, but to deliver beatings. They prowled the edges of the mining camps, their presence a constant, suffocating threat. The initial assumption that a few union leaders were responsible was proving impossible to prove.
The hunt for a specific culprit devolved into a general war on the mining population, and with every failed raid and fruitless interrogation, the fear in Harlan County grew deeper, and the truth buried itself a little further in the dark, silent earth. As Sheriff Blair's hunt intensified, his deputies slammed into a wall. It wasn't made of stone or wood, but of something far stronger, the absolute, unyielding silence of the mountain people. The louder the deputies shouted, the deeper the silence became. Questions were met with blank stares. Threats were answered with a shrug. Men who had worked side by side their whole lives, who knew every secret in the holler, suddenly saw nothing, heard nothing, and knew nothing. An invisible pact of silence, an omerta of the coalfields, had descended upon Harlan County. This silence was not born of ignorance, but of a cold, calculated understanding of survival. To speak to Sheriff Blair's men was not to help the cause of justice. It was to paint a target on your own front door. Everyone knew the price of talking. It meant a visit in the dead of night, the sound of heavy boots on your porch, a beating that left you unable to work for a week. It meant your wife and children being terrorized by gun thugs who would shine their headlights into your windows just to let you know they were watching. But the silence was also a matter of profound loyalty. In these isolated communities, blood and neighborly bonds were the only true law. The men on that hillside at Evarts were not abstract criminals. They were your cousin, your brother-in-law, the man who helped you rebuild your fence last spring. To turn against them was to turn against your own kin, to betray the only social fabric you had. The law of J.H. Blair was temporary and corrupt, but the judgment of your neighbors was forever. You would starve before you became a snitch. The psychological toll was immense, especially for those who might have been tempted to speak. Old man Hemphill, who lived on the road to Evarts, made the mistake of telling the postman he'd seen a car he didn't recognize parked near the pass the day before the shooting. It was an innocent remark, nothing more. A week later, he woke to find his family's milk cow, their only source of extra income, lying dead in his field with its throat cut. No one had to say a word. The message was understood by everyone in a 50-mile radius. After that, no one dared to even whisper about what they might have seen. The mountains had closed ranks, and the truth of what happened at Evarts was locked behind a wall of fear that no amount of force could ever break down. For years, the war in Harlan was a grinding stalemate of terror and endurance. The seasons changed, but the fear did not. The truth of the Battle of Evarts and the countless ambushes that followed seemed destined to be buried forever, lost to the wall of silence and the corruption of the law. The turning point, when it finally came, wasn't a dusty clue found in an old cabin or a deathbed confession whispered in the dark. It came from the outside world, in the form of men who carried briefcases instead of shotguns. In the mid-1930s, a United States Senate subcommittee, known as the La Follette Committee, began investigating violations of workers' rights across the country. And their gaze finally fell upon the dark and bloody ground of Harlan County. These men from Washington were a new kind of power, one that Sheriff Blair couldn't intimidate and the operators couldn't buy. They came armed not with guns, but with subpoenas, and they began to do something no one in Harlan had dared to do for years. They began to listen. The forgotten clue wasn't a single object, it was the collective memory of the people. One by one, miners, their wives, and their children came forward to testify. Each story, on its own, had been just a whisper of pain. But now, under the protection of federal marshals, the whispers became a roar. They spoke of beatings on dark roads, of cars dynamited, of the murder of Bennett Music, a 15-year-old boy. The committee chambers, hundreds of miles away, filled with the ghosts of Harlan's decade of suffering. But the clue that finally broke the back of the beast wasn't a memory. It was a number on a ledger. The committee's investigators got their hands on the financial records of the Harlan County Coal Operators Association. And there it was, in cold, hard print, a secret slush fund. They found cancelled checks and accounting entries that proved beyond any doubt that the operators were directly paying the salaries of hundreds of Sheriff Blair's deputies. The gun thugs terrorizing the county weren't public servants. They were a private army, funded by corporate interests. Suddenly, the whole dark picture snapped into focus. This wasn't just a case of a brutal sheriff abusing his power. It was a conspiracy. The law in Harlan County hadn't just been broken, it had been bought and paid for. This financial record was the key, the undeniable proof that turned whispers into evidence and paved the way for the unmasking of the entire rotten system. The La Follette Committee's investigation acted like a slow, inexorable sunrise over the dark mountains of Harlan. For years, the world had seen only the shadows, the gun thugs, the ambushes, the terror. Now, as the light of federal scrutiny grew brighter, the long, distorted shadows were traced back to the men who cast them. The ledger, that simple book of numbers, was the key that unlocked the entire conspiracy. The moment of revelation was at hand, and it was more chilling than any single act of violence. The true perpetrator of the Harlan County War was not a single man hiding in the hills with a rifle. It wasn't a radical agitator with a bomb. The true mastermind was a collective, an entity with a clean collar and a respectable name. The Harlan County Coal Operators Association. The ledger exposed them with brutal, undeniable clarity. There, in neat columns, were the payments, thousands of dollars flowing directly from the association's accounts into a special fund controlled by Sheriff J.H. Blair. The law in Harlan County wasn't an institution. It was a line item on a corporate expense report. And their motive? It wasn't personal hatred or political ideology or even a twisted sense of justice. It was something far colder, far more mundane, and infinitely more terrifying. Profit. The motive was greed, distilled to its purest and most violent form. A union contract meant paying livable wages, investing in mine safety, and giving up the feudal control they held over their workforce. It was cheaper to hire killers. The beatings, the evictions, the dynamite, the midnight raids, it was all just the cost of doing business. It was a simple, brutal equation where a miner's life was worth less than the cost of a union contract. This single damning revelation unmasked the entire decade of terror. Sheriff J.H. Blair was not a rogue lawman. He was the highly effective, well-paid manager of the association's security forces. His deputies were not peacekeepers. They were mercenaries on a corporate payroll. The violence wasn't random chaos. It was a calculated, systematic campaign of intimidation designed to protect profits at any human cost. The web of terror that had seemed so tangled and confusing was, in fact, devastatingly simple. It was a privately funded war waged by the rich against the poor. The unmasking was complete. The smoke of the Battle of Evarts finally cleared to reveal the true enemy, and they weren't wearing a miner's dusty overalls or a deputy's badge. They were wearing business suits and sitting on the boards of coal companies. They had turned an entire county into their personal fiefdom and had purchased the law itself to serve as their private army. The gun wasn't in the hand of one man, but in the ink of the men who signed the checks. Now that we know the truth, let's go back. Let's stand in the shadows of those mountains and watch the tragedy unfold, not as a mystery, but as the execution of a plan. The terror in Harlan County began not with the roar of a gun, but with the quiet scratch of a pen on a checkbook in a smoke-filled office. It was decided, with the cold arithmetic of greed, that it was cheaper to pay for violence than to pay a living wage. A ledger became a rifle, and an accountant's entry became an ambush. Picture again that dusty road near Evarts. The convoy of company cars rolls into the narrow pass, full of men who believe the law is on their side because they carry the sheriff's badge. They don't know that their lives are just a down payment. Then, from the hillside, comes a single crack, sharp and clear, echoing off the rock faces. And in its echo, a hellstorm erupts. The air fills with the deep, stuttering bark of Thompson submachine guns and the sharp, scattered retort of hunting rifles. For 15 minutes, the pass is a vortex of smoke, splintered glass, and the deafening noise of a community tearing itself apart. Then, as suddenly as it began, there is silence. A silence made heavy by the sight of stalled cars, shattered windows, and still forms lying in the road. Imagine being a child in a company shack, trying to sleep. The only sound is the crickets and the wind in the pines. Then, another sound. The low rumble of a car coming slowly up the holler, a car that doesn't belong. Your mother's hand is suddenly on your shoulder, pulling you from the bed to the floorboards. You lie there, heart hammering against your ribs, smelling the damp earth beneath the house. A moment later, the night explodes. The window shatters inward, and the wall next to your bed splinters as a shotgun blast tears through the thin wood. The car speeds away, its taillights vanishing into the darkness, leaving behind the tinkle of falling glass, your mother's whispered prayers, and a fear that will never, ever leave you. The roads themselves became weapons. A union man driving home to his family would see a pair of headlights appear in his rearview mirror, growing closer, pinning him in their glare. He would grip the wheel, his knuckles white, his mind racing. Was it just a neighbor, or was it them? Every curve in the road was a potential trap. Every dark stretch of woods a place to be run off into a ditch. The county, once a home, had become a hunting ground, and the journey from the mine to your front porch was the most dangerous part of the day. And then there was the ultimate act of this calculated terror. A union organizer, Marshall Music, is driving with his family. The road ahead is clear. For a moment, it might feel like a normal day, but then the world is ripped apart by a deafening roar. The force of the blast throws the car from the road, twisting it into a barely recognizable shape of steel and smoke. In that single horrific instant, a journey is ended. A family is shattered. A 15-year-old boy's life is extinguished, not in a moment of passion or rage, but as a consequence of a line item in a corporate budget titled "Strike Expenses." This was the war in Harlan. It wasn't a fight between two equal sides. It was a systematic campaign of terror, planned in boardrooms and executed by men who had sold their badges and their souls. Every scream in the night, every bullet hole in a cabin wall, every newly dug grave was a direct result of a choice made by men in suits who likely never set foot in a mine. The true horror of Bloody Harlan is not just what happened, but the chilling, deliberate reason why. When the trials finally began, they were not held in the small, compromised courthouse in Harlan. The case had been elevated to the federal level, and the coal operators and Sheriff Blair, men who were once kings in their own domain, were now defendants in a United States court. The atmosphere was electric. Miners who had once hidden from Blair's thugs now sat in the witness stand, protected by federal marshals, their faces illuminated by the flashbulbs of a curious national press. For the first time, the quiet, fearful whispers of the hollers were being entered into the official record, spoken aloud for the whole world to hear. The defendants, the powerful men of the Coal Operators Association, and their chief enforcer, J.H. Blair, sat at their tables with an air of defiant indignation. They were not accustomed to being questioned. In their eyes, this was a political circus, a witch hunt orchestrated by Roosevelt's New Deal to break the rightful power of industry. Their high-priced lawyers spun tales of defending private property against a violent, communist-inspired insurrection. They portrayed Blair not as a tyrant, but as a heroic lawman standing against anarchy. But their narrative began to crumble under the weight of the testimony. One by one, miners and their wives took the stand. With simple, halting words, they painted a devastating mural of the decade of terror. They spoke of night riding, of beatings, of houses riddled with buckshot, of the constant, gnawing fear. They presented the ledger, the cold, hard proof of a conspiracy. The trial became a battle of two realities: the operator's world of contracts and legal rights, and the miners' world of blood and survival. And yet, in a stunning blow to the government and the miners, the first trial in 1938 ended in a hung jury. The operators' immense influence, their deep connections, and their ability to cast doubt had proven just strong enough. For a moment, it seemed as if the wall of power was unbreakable. The operators walked out of the courtroom, not convicted, their smirks a final insult to the men and women who had dared to speak against them. It was a moment of profound injustice, an echo of the crooked law they had mastered for so long. But the verdict in the court of public opinion had already been delivered. The La Follette Committee's investigation and the national press coverage had exposed the rot in Harlan County to the entire nation. The operators had escaped a conviction, but they had not escaped the shame. Facing the certainty of a second, even more grueling federal trial, and with their public reputation in tatters, they finally understood that their private war was over. In 1939, after nearly a decade of bloodshed, the Harlan County Coal Operators Association did what no amount of violence could force them to do. They surrendered. They signed a contract with the United Mine Workers of America. There were no jail sentences for the masterminds, no hangman's noose for the architects of the terror. The justice served wasn't the clean, righteous verdict the miners had hoped for, but it was a victory nonetheless, won not by a gavel, but by sheer, bloody-minded endurance. The ink on the union contract was barely dry, but the war had already left ghosts that would walk the hollers for generations. For the miners and their families, the victory was real, but it was not clean. They had won a measure of dignity, a livable wage, and the right to stand together, but the cost was etched into their very souls. A piece of paper couldn't bring back a murdered son, heal the memory of a shotgun blast through a bedroom wall, or erase the years spent living in the shadow of a gun thug's menace. The men who survived the mines and the picket lines carried the war home with them. It showed in the haunted look in their eyes, in the way they taught their children to distrust any man in a suit, any car that slowed down on a dark road. The fear, once it gets into the bones, doesn't leave. It's passed down, a bitter inheritance. Sheriff J.H. Blair and the coal operators who had funded his reign of terror never saw the inside of a prison cell. They returned to their comfortable lives, their power diminished, but their freedom intact. They had lost the war, but they had escaped justice. Blair faded from public life, but he never faded from memory. His name became a new kind of ghost, a bogeyman used by parents to frighten their children into behaving, a curse whispered in the corners of union halls for the next 50 years. The families of the deputies and gun thugs, many of whom were just local men trying to earn a paycheck, found themselves on the wrong side of a line that would never be erased. Their children grew up bearing names associated with betrayal and violence, forever marked by the choices their fathers had made. The war redrew the map of Harlan County. The lines weren't on any piece of paper. They were lines of loyalty and betrayal that ran straight through families, churches, and neighborhoods. The neighbor who had put on a deputy's badge was never fully trusted again. The store owner who had sided with the company found his business mysteriously dwindling. Friendships that had endured for a lifetime were shattered by the simple, brutal question of which side you were on. The children of union men and the children of company men went to the same schools, but they carried with them a silent, inherited animosity. Harlan County was no longer just a place. It was a memory of a war, and everyone who lived there was a veteran, whether they had carried a gun or not. Their lives were forever defined not by the peace that followed, but by the battle they had been forced to endure. You might think this war is over, a faded chapter in a history book, but you would be wrong. The story of Bloody Harlan is not history. It is a living memory etched into the very landscape of the county. Go there today and stand in that narrow pass near Evarts. When a coal truck rumbles by, the sound still echoes off the hillsides like the ghosts of machine gun fire. The road has been paved, but the place itself remembers. It is a scar on the land that will never fully heal. The tangible remnants are still there if you know where to look. They say that in some of the older brick buildings in town, you can still find the patched-over pockmarks left by stray bullets from forgotten shootouts. Walk through the old hillside cemeteries, and you'll find the tombstones of the men who fell on both sides, their names carved in stone, their stories now reduced to a pair of dates. These silent stone witnesses are the most honest memorials to the conflict, a quiet testament to the price that was paid. But the most powerful echo of Bloody Harlan isn't made of stone or steel. It's a song. That night, when Florence Reese, a hungry and terrified Union man's wife, tore a page from a calendar and scribbled down the words to "Which side are you on?" she created something more powerful than dynamite. That song escaped the mountains. It became the anthem for the oppressed everywhere, sung on picket lines from Detroit to London, chanted in the streets during the civil rights movement, and translated into dozens of languages. A simple question, born of desperation in a Kentucky shack, became a global call to arms for justice. And the stories themselves are a living remnant. Sit on a porch with the old-timers, the grandsons and granddaughters of the men who fought, and they will tell you. They will tell you about the night the gun thugs came, stories passed down like family heirlooms. They'll tell you that the deep-seated distrust of outsiders and authority isn't paranoia. It's a lesson learned in blood. The world moves on, calendars change, but in Harlan County, the past is never truly past. It breathes in the mountain air, a constant whispering reminder that you must always be ready to answer that one simple question. And so we return to where we began, to that simple, haunting question, born of terror and hunger. Which side are you on? For a decade, the war in Harlan County was the answer. It wasn't a dispute over wages. It was a bloody 10-year war fought to decide if a man's life was worth more than a ton of coal. It was a war to determine if the law belonged to the people or if it could be bought and sold like any other commodity on the open market. This is a story not just of a crime, but of a conspiracy written in a ledger book. It's a chilling reminder of what happens when corporate greed is given a badge and a gun, when human lives are reduced to columns of profit and loss. But it is also a fierce testament to the enduring power of the human spirit when pushed to the absolute edge. The coal operators had the money, the guns, and the law. But the miners had something more powerful. They had their solidarity. And they had a song that turned their suffering into a shield, and their defiance into an anthem that would outlive all the men who tried to silence them. The guns in Harlan County are silent now. The picket lines are gone. But the story remains, a warning carried on the mountain wind. It reminds us that there are moments in history when there are no neutrals, when silence itself is a choice. And now, my friends, you know the story of Bloody Harlan, a story written in coal dust and paid for in blood that still asks every single one of us, which side are you on? The last gunshot echoed through the Hillsville courthouse, and then a silence fell, a silence heavier and more terrible than any sound before it. Through the thick grey smoke of black powder, the afternoon light struggled to reveal a scene of absolute carnage. The judge, the sheriff, the prosecutor, the very pillars of the law lay bleeding onto the floorboards. The assassins, the notorious Allen clan, had already vanished back into the mists of the Blue Ridge Mountains. This wasn't just murder. It was a declaration of war against the 20th century itself. What could possess men to commit such a brazen act in broad daylight? What unwritten code could be so powerful that it demanded a bloodbath in a hall of justice? To find the answer, we must look past the men who fired the guns to the woman who forged their iron will in the heart of the mountains. Today, we uncover the story of Barbara Allen, the matriarch of a clan that answered to no law but her own. Hillsville, Virginia, in the spring of 1912, was a town caught between two worlds. Down its muddy main street, you could see the slow, inexorable march of the 20th century in the form of new storefronts and the occasional motor car. But looking up at the surrounding Blue Ridge, you could feel the pull of the old world, a world of isolated hollows, deep-rooted clans, and unwritten laws that had governed these mountains for generations. The brick courthouse stood as the very symbol of this struggle, a place where the new rule of law was meant to replace the old code of blood and honor. At the heart of this new order was Judge Thornton Massey. He wasn't a local man, not born of the same mountain soil as the families he presided over. He was an outsider, an educated man of principle who believed that justice should be blind. To him, a man's last name shouldn't matter, whether it was Allen or Smith. The law was the law, a universal standard that was meant to tame the wildness of the frontier and bring civilization to the hills. He was a stern but fair-minded man, tasked with the impossible job of imposing a foreign authority on a people who had never recognized any authority but their own kin. Sheriff Lewis Webb, on the other hand, was a man of the county. He had to walk a delicate line every single day. He wore a badge representing the government in the state capital, but he lived and worked among neighbors who settled their disputes with fists or a hunting rifle. He knew the Allens. He understood their pride, their temper, and their profound contempt for his office. Every time he served a warrant in a remote holler, he was stepping into a world where his badge meant less than nothing. He was the local embodiment of a law that many saw as an occupying force. Alongside them stood William Foster, the Commonwealth's attorney. He was the voice of the system, the man who used words and legal precedent to fight battles that were more often settled with threats and intimidation. He believed in due process, in evidence, in the power of a logical argument to uncover the truth. In that Hillsville courtroom, he was preparing to argue a case against Floyd Allen, not realizing he was bringing a book of rules to a gunfight. These men were not just public officials. They were pioneers of a new way of life. They were husbands, fathers, and respected members of a community trying to build a future based on order and reason. But a shadow was gathering over them, a tension that was palpable in the cold March air. The upcoming trial of Floyd Allen wasn't just another case on the docket. It was a test of will. It was a direct challenge to the Allen clan's belief that they were a law unto themselves. The world these men were trying to build was one where disagreements were settled by juries, not ambushes. A world where a judge's gavel was more powerful than a patriarch's command. They woke up on the morning of March the 14th, believing in that world, in the safety of their courthouse, and in the strength of the laws they had sworn to uphold. They had no idea that by day's end, their world would be left in ruins, and their bodies would be the final, bloody evidence of a war that had been brewing for centuries. The Hillsville courthouse was no longer a place of law. It was a slaughterhouse. As the acrid fog of gunpowder began to settle, it revealed a scene of pure pandemonium. Men and women who moments before had been calm spectators scrambled for the exits, their screams echoing in the suddenly cavernous room. Those who remained were frozen in shock, staring at the carnage with wide, uncomprehending eyes. The air, thick with the smell of sulfur and fear, hummed with a terrible ringing silence where the rule of law had just been executed. The first people to rush in found Judge Massey slumped behind his bench, the symbol of his authority, now his deathbed. His gavel lay on the floor beside him, a useless piece of wood in a world where steel and lead had spoken the final word. Near the main door, Sheriff Lewis Webb lay fallen, a testament to his final futile attempt to restore order. Across the room, Commonwealth's attorney William Foster was also down, his legal arguments silenced forever. It was a systematic dismantling of the county's legal system carried out in less than 2 minutes. The evidence of the ambush was everywhere. The floor was littered with spent shell casings, glinting like deadly seeds sown on the hardwood. Bullet holes peppered the walls, the witness stand, and the judge's bench, silent witnesses to the storm of violence. Investigators would later count dozens of impacts, a clear sign of multiple shooters firing with reckless abandon. The Allens' chairs were empty. They had simply stood up, unleashed hell, and melted back into the mountains that had raised them, leaving only chaos and death in their wake. The scene offered no mystery as to who was responsible. Every terrified whisper from the survivors confirmed it: the Allens. But the how and the why were a far darker puzzle. How could a family bring a private army into a courtroom? Was this a spontaneous explosion of mountain temper or a cold, calculated assassination? The contradictory accounts from traumatized witnesses only deepened the confusion. The crime scene itself was a brutal message, written in blood and gunpowder. In these mountains, some lines of kinship were thicker than any law, and the price for crossing them was absolute. If you were to search for the man at the eye of this hurricane, all fingers would have pointed to one person: Floyd Allen. He wasn't just a participant, he was the cause. Floyd was the patriarch, a man carved from the hard granite of the Blue Ridge who had amassed wealth, land, and a fearsome reputation. In his corner of Carroll County, his word was law and his will was absolute. He moved through the world with the unshakable confidence of a king in his own kingdom, a place where the official law was an irritation, a suggestion from a distant world that he was free to ignore. His motive was as clear and cold as a mountain spring. It was pride, a fierce, unyielding pride that defined the very soul of the Appalachian clan system. The initial charge against him, interfering with an officer, was an insult. But the verdict, a year of hard time in the state penitentiary, was an intolerable humiliation. For a man like Floyd, a year in a prison uniform was not a punishment. It was an execution of his honor. It was the state declaring that he, Floyd Allen, was no better than any other man, that his power and his name meant nothing within the walls of their courthouse. The evidence was immediate and overwhelming. The shooting began the very second after Judge Massey pronounced the sentence. Witnesses recounted Floyd standing up, his face a mask of cold fury, and uttering the words that became the spark in the powder room: "I ain't a-goin'." That phrase, spoken with the full weight of his authority, was not a plea or a protest. It was a command. It was the signal to his kin that the time for talking was over. The community didn't need a detective to solve this mystery. They had all seen the simmering rage in Floyd Allen's eyes. He wasn't just a suspect. He was the epicenter of the earthquake that had just leveled the rule of law in Carroll County. But in the shadow of the patriarch stood a figure arguably more dangerous: Claude Allen, Floyd's son and heir apparent to this kingdom of defiance. Where Floyd's rage was born from a lifetime of power and a sudden public challenge to it, Claude's was something different. It was the pure, distilled poison of the Allen creed, passed down from one generation to the next. He was a true believer, a young man who had been taught from the cradle that the only response to an outside threat was overwhelming violence. The twist here is not one of greed or jealousy, but of ideology. Claude's motive was not simply to protect his father, it was to prove himself the worthy inheritor of the Allen legacy. For him, his father's conviction was a stain on his own honor. A year in prison for Floyd meant a lifetime of shame for Claude. He couldn't allow the world to see the Allens as a clan that could be tamed, caged, and broken by Flatlander laws. He was there not just to prevent a sentence, but to make a statement that would echo through the mountains for 100 years. When we re-examine the chaos of that day, one terrible detail rises to the surface. Most historical accounts and eyewitness testimonies agree. Claude Allen fired the first shot. He didn't wait for his father's signal. He didn't hesitate. As the judge pronounced the sentence, Claude drew his pistol and shot Judge Massey point blank. This was not the act of a man caught up in the heat of the moment. It was the act of an executioner. He didn't just join the fight, he started the war. In that single, irrevocable moment, he betrayed any possibility of a non-violent outcome and sealed the fate of everyone in that room, turning a family's defiance into a public massacre. But to truly understand the firestorm at Hillsville, you have to look beyond the men and their motives to the larger war being waged. The true external threat wasn't a single person, but an entire century. The 20th century was coming for the Blue Ridge Mountains, not with a friendly handshake, but with the cold, calculating ambition of industry and centralized government. Railroads were cutting through ancient hills, timber barons were eyeing the vast virgin forests, and land speculators were using complex laws to divest mountain families of the very ground their ancestors had settled. This encroaching world saw the old ways of the mountains, the clan loyalty, the self-reliance, the deep suspicion of outsiders as a barrier to progress and profit. And the local instrument of this new world was the courthouse. Judge Massey, Sheriff Webb, and Prosecutor Foster were not just men doing their jobs, they were the local agents of this powerful external force. They represented a system that valued deeds and statutes over blood loyalty and tradition, a system that sought to replace the unwritten code of the mountains with the codified law of the state capital. From the Allens' perspective, this wasn't justice, it was a hostile takeover. Every new law, every tax, every court summons was another tightening of a noose around their way of life and their sovereignty. Floyd Allen's trial was the flashpoint. For the state, it was a necessary act to prove that no man was above the law. But for the Allens, it was the final, arrogant push of an invading army trying to break the back of the strongest clan in the county. The massacre, seen through this lens, becomes something more than a family's rage. It was a brutal, desperate act of rebellion against a future they did not want and a system they refused to recognize. In the immediate aftermath of the massacre, the state of Virginia responded with a fury it had never before unleashed. Governor William Hodges Mann called it a blot on the name of the Commonwealth and vowed that the Allens would be hunted down like animals. He dispatched the state militia and, more importantly, hired the infamous Baldwin Felts Detective Agency, a private army of detectives known for their brutal and effective methods in breaking Union strikes. A massive manhunt, one of the largest in Virginia's history, was underway. But the lawmen and detectives quickly discovered they were not fighting men. They were fighting a legend, and their enemy was the land itself. The Blue Ridge Mountains, so beautiful from a distance, became a labyrinthine fortress for the fugitives. Every hollow, every creek bed, every rhododendron thicket was a potential hiding place. The Allens knew the secret trails, the hidden caves, the sympathizers' cabins where a door would always be open. The detectives, with their city boots and their organized grid searches, were like children lost in an ancient, hostile forest. The pursuit became a frustrating and humiliating chase after phantoms. A tip would come in that the Allens had been spotted crossing into North Carolina, and a posse would ride for days, only to find the trail was cold, the rumor baseless. Another report would place them in a remote mining camp, but by the time the law arrived, the camp was deserted, with only the faint warmth of a recent fire as proof that anyone had been there at all. The Allens were a mist, dissolving whenever the law drew near, leaving the authorities grasping at nothing but fog and rumors. Back in Hillsville, the investigation into the crime itself was just as tangled. While everyone knew the Allens were guilty, the chaos of the shootout had created a dozen conflicting narratives. Who fired the first shot? Eyewitnesses, still reeling from the trauma, gave contradictory accounts. Some swore it was Claude Allen, others pointed to his cousin, Sidney Allen. The sheer number of guns fired made ballistic evidence a nightmare to sort through. For a brief moment, the state even pursued the theory that this was a wider conspiracy, a planned uprising against the government. But these trails led nowhere, circling back to the same frustrating truth. The Allens had acted as one, a single entity moved by a singular, violent purpose. The law was looking for a single mastermind, failing to understand they were fighting the spirit of an entire clan. The Baldwin Felts detectives soon learned a chilling lesson. The mountains were a fortress of rock and shadow, but the people who lived in them were a fortress of silence. As the manhunt dragged on, the lawmen came down from the cold, empty hillsides and tried to gather intelligence in the small communities and isolated farmhouses. What they encountered was a wall, as solid and impenetrable as a cliff face. Doors that had been open to strangers were now bolted shut. Faces that were once friendly turned to stone. When asked about the Allens, the answer was always the same. Saw nothing. Heard nothing. Know nothing. This wasn't just a lack of cooperation. It was a deeply ingrained code of omerta, the unwritten law of the mountains. The first pillar of this code was fear, and it was a fear well earned. The Allens had ruled their corner of the county for decades through a mixture of influence and raw intimidation. To speak against them was to invite ruin. A farmer whose land bordered the Allens might find his best cow missing one morning, or his fence cut in the dead of night. A whisper to the sheriff could mean finding your barn burned to the ground a week later, with no one to blame but the shadows. The community knew the Allens' justice was swifter and more certain than any verdict from a distant court. But it was more than just fear. It was kinship. In the tangled genealogy of the Appalachian hollows, the Allen family tree had roots in every direction. They were connected by blood and marriage to half the families in the county. Asking someone to turn on the Allens was often asking them to betray a cousin, a brother-in-law, or a childhood friend. To these people, the lawmen from the city were the true outsiders, the invaders. The Allens, for all their violence, were their own. Loyalty to blood was a sacred duty that trumped any law written in a book. This wall of silence drove the detectives to the edge of madness. They were in a foreign country, surrounded by people who looked and spoke like them, but who lived by an ancient, invisible set of rules. The truth of the massacre wasn't a secret buried in the ground. It was a story being actively protected behind every locked door and every pair of cold, watchful eyes. The community had closed ranks, forming a silent army that was just as effective as the Allens' own guns at keeping the law at bay. Weeks turned into a month, and the mountains held their secret. The manhunt, for all its resources and manpower, was a spectacular failure. The Allens had been swallowed by the wilderness, and the wall of silence held firm. The detectives were frustrated, the governor was furious, and it began to look as if the Allen clan might have truly committed the perfect crime, disappearing into folklore as ghosts of the Blue Ridge. But the men from the Baldwin Felts agency were not mountain men. They were masters of human weakness, and they knew that every fortress has a crack. They shifted their strategy. They couldn't out-hike the Allens, so they decided to buy them. Massive reward notices were posted on every courthouse door, every general store window, every fence post from Virginia to Tennessee. The price on the Allens' heads grew to a small fortune, enough money to change a poor dirt farmer's life forever. They were no longer just hunting men with guns, they were hunting them with greed, planting a seed of temptation in the heart of the community. And then, it happened. The turning point came not with a shout, but with a whisper. A secret message, passed through a trusted intermediary, reached the detectives. It wasn't a grand confession, and it didn't come from a core member of the clan. It came from the periphery, from someone whose loyalty was weaker than their desire for the reward money, or perhaps someone who was simply tired of the chaos the Allens had brought down upon them all. The message contained the one thing the law had been missing: a specific location. A small farmhouse, a known sympathizer's home, where Floyd and Claude Allen were believed to be hiding. This was the forgotten clue they had been searching for. It wasn't an overlooked piece of evidence on the courthouse floor. It was a piece of human intelligence, pried loose from the wall of silence by the relentless pressure and the lure of cash. Suddenly, the vast, intimidating wilderness shrank to a single point on a map. The hunt was no longer a blind chase through an endless forest. It was a focused, surgical strike. The momentum had shifted. The Allens' greatest shield, the loyalty of their people, had finally been breached, and the lawmen now knew exactly where to find their prey. Under the cover of a moonless night, the law closed its iron fist around the farmhouse. The Baldwin Felts detectives, moving with the cold professionalism of seasoned hunters, took their positions, their rifles and shotguns aimed at every door and window. There would be no escape this time. The tip from their secret informant had been good. Inside that small wooden building were the two most wanted men in Virginia, Floyd and Claude Allen, the patriarch and the instigator. The air was thick with a silence that felt heavier than any sound, the calm before a final bloody storm. As the first light of dawn began to bleed over the mountain ridges, the call for surrender was issued. It was met not with words, but with the bright orange flash of a rifle from a darkened window, the sharp crack echoing across the valley. The farmhouse erupted in a blaze of gunfire. The Allens were not surrendering. They were making their last stand, turning a simple farmhouse into a fort and choosing to die in a blaze of glory rather than be taken alive. For hours, the siege raged, a furious exchange of lead that tore the small building to splinters. But the fight was hopeless. Surrounded and outgunned, the end came swiftly. In a final desperate rush, the detectives stormed the house. And then the legends were made of flesh and blood. Floyd Allen, the powerful patriarch, was found wounded. His fight bled out of him. The aura of invincibility shattered. He was no longer the king of Carroll County, but a captured, bleeding old man. His son Claude, the young firebrand who had started the massacre with a single shot, was also taken, his youthful fury finally extinguished by the overwhelming force of the law. As they were led out of the ruined farmhouse in chains, the full, horrifying truth of their motive was finally unmasked. It wasn't written in a hidden diary or a forgotten letter. It was written in the blood they had spilled and the defiance they had shown to the very end. This was never just about a minor charge or a one-year sentence. This was a battle for a way of life. They were soldiers in a war against a future that had no place for them, fighting for a code of honor that demanded violence against shame. The true culprit, the force that had driven them, was the unwritten law of the mountains, the creed that had been hammered into them since birth. The men who walked out of that farmhouse were the living, breathing products of Barbara Allen's terrible gospel, and Allen does not go to jail. In their capture, they had failed their code, but their final desperate stand proved just how deeply they believed it. The chase was over, and the men behind the myth were finally exposed. Now, with the benefit of history, we can finally step back into that courtroom and witness the terrible harvest of the Allen Creed. Picture the scene. The room is packed, the air thick with tension. Judge Thornton Massey, a man of the law, looks down from his bench. Below him stands Floyd Allen, a man of the mountains, surrounded by his kin. It is a standoff between two worlds, and the wooden walls of the courthouse have become the frontier. The judge's voice cuts through the silence, clear and firm, as he delivers the sentence, 1 year in the state penitentiary. The words hang in the air for a heartbeat, an intolerable insult. Floyd Allen draws himself up to his full height, his face like carved stone. He looks not at the judge, but at his own clan, and makes his declaration, a phrase that will become his epitaph. "I ain't a-goin'." Before the last syllable has faded, the room explodes. The first shot cracks like a whip, a sound so sharp and final it seems to suck all the air from the room. Judge Massey jerks backward, a look of stunned disbelief on his face, and then slumps forward over his bench. His gavel, the symbol of his authority, slides from his hand and clatters onto the floor below. That single sound breaks the spell, and hell is unleashed. The courtroom becomes a roaring, blinding vortex of chaos. Muzzle flashes from the Allen's pistols create strobing, hellish images in the suddenly dark, smoke-filled room. The noise is deafening, a continuous thunder that rattles the windows and shakes the floorboards. Men and women scream and dive for cover, crawling under heavy wooden benches as bullets splinter the wood just above their heads. Papers from the prosecutor's table are thrown into the air by the concussions, fluttering down through the haze like pale, terrified birds. Sheriff Webb, reacting on pure instinct, draws his revolver. He takes but a single step towards the Allens before he is thrown backward, falling near the doorway he was sworn to protect. Across the room, Commonwealth's Attorney Foster rises from his chair, his mouth open as if to object, but his argument is silenced forever as he too collapses to the floor. It is not a gunfight, it is an execution. Then, as suddenly as it began, the shooting stops. An unnatural ringing silence descends, broken only by the choked sobs of the survivors. The thick, acrid smoke of black powder hangs in the air, a suffocating fog that obscures everything. As it slowly begins to clear, the full horror is revealed. The chairs where the Allens had been sitting are empty, and on the walls, on the judge's bench, on the witness stand, are dozens of dark, round marks, the 57 silent witnesses to 90 seconds of absolute carnage. The Allen clan was gone, leaving behind only blood, smoke, and the shattered ruins of the law. The trial of Floyd and Claude Allen was not a legal proceeding, it was a public reckoning. The state of Virginia, its authority profoundly wounded, put the full weight of its power on display. The small town of Wytheville, where the trial was moved to ensure a less biased jury, became the center of a national media circus. Reporters from as far away as New York and Chicago descended, eager to capture every detail of what they called the Savage Mountain Feud. For the state, this was a show trial in the truest sense, a chance to prove, once and for all, that the law of the Commonwealth was stronger than any clan's code of honor. In the defendant's box, Floyd and Claude Allen were not broken men begging for mercy. They were defiant to the last. Floyd sat with the stoic, quiet dignity of a fallen king, his gaze steady, his contempt for the proceedings clear in every line of his weathered face. He listened to the testimony against him not as a criminal, but as a captured enemy general forced to endure the rituals of his conquerors. Beside him, his son Claude was a caged wolf, his eyes burning with an unrepentant fire. They offered no apologies, no explanations. They had lived by their code, and they would die by it. The prosecution's case was simple and brutal. This was a premeditated assassination of the law itself. They painted the Allens as a lawless tribe, a cancerous growth on the body of civilized society that had to be cut out. The defense, in a nearly impossible task, tried to argue that this was a tragedy of culture, a spontaneous eruption of violence born from the unique and volatile honor code of the mountains. They weren't trying to prove innocence. They were trying to explain a worldview that the jury box, filled with merchants and flatland farmers, could never possibly comprehend. The verdict was a foregone conclusion. When the jury foreman stood and pronounced both Floyd and Claude Allen guilty of murder in the first degree, a wave of relief and grim satisfaction washed over the courtroom. But the Allens themselves did not flinch. They had expected no quarter from this foreign court, and they were given none. The sentence followed swiftly: death in the state's electric chair. This final judgment was perhaps the ultimate symbol of the clash of worlds. The Allens had dealt in the hot, personal violence of the pistol. The state would answer with the cold, impersonal, technological power of electricity. In March of 1913, almost a year to the day after the massacre, father and son were executed. For the newspapers and the world outside, justice had been served. But back in the hollows of Carroll County, the story was far from over. The executions didn't end the legend, they cemented it. Floyd and Claude became martyrs, their deaths a final, terrible proof to many that the government's justice was just a more organized form of killing, a verdict that still sparks arguments in these hills to this day. The executions of Floyd and Claude Allen were not an end, but the beginning of a long, painful reckoning. The Allen clan, once a formidable power in the Blue Ridge, was shattered. Their name, once spoken with a mixture of respect and fear, now became a synonym for senseless murder. The clan's other key figures were systematically hunted down and brought to justice. Sidney Allen, Barbara's own son, was wounded in a shootout and captured. He, along with his uncle Sidney Allen, was sentenced to decades in the state penitentiary, a fate that, for men raised on a doctrine of absolute freedom, was a kind of living death. The Allens' land holdings diminished, their political influence evaporated, and their aura of invincibility was gone forever, replaced by a legacy of infamy. At the heart of this ruin sat Barbara Graham Allen, the matriarch who had planted the seeds of this destruction. She lived to see the catastrophic harvest of her teachings. She saw her brother-in-law and nephew sent to the electric chair. She saw her own son, Sidney, locked away in a cage. The central commandment of her life, Allen's "don't go to jail," had become a bitter, ironic prophecy. Her family had either been sent to their graves or to a prison cell, the ultimate humiliation she had raised them to avoid. She died in 1920, a lonely, unyielding woman surrounded by the ghosts of the men she had forged, her final years spent in the quiet desolation of a kingdom turned to ash. The scars on the community of Hillsville ran just as deep. The families of Judge Massey, Sheriff Webb, William Foster, and the others were left with an unfillable void. They were not just statistics in a famous crime, they were husbands, fathers, and brothers whose absence left a permanent wound on the town. For decades, the massacre was a shadow that hung over Carroll County, a topic spoken of in hushed tones. The event divided neighbors and created a legacy of bitterness and distrust that would take generations to heal. Hillsville was no longer just a quiet mountain town. It was now a landmark of American violence. The men who escaped the electric chair still paid a heavy price. Sidney and Sidney Allen served long years behind the bleak walls of the Virginia State Penitentiary. Sidney, in a final act of Allen defiance, managed a daring escape but was eventually recaptured. Both were eventually paroled, returning as old, broken men to a world that had moved on without them. They were relics of a bygone era, their lives a long, slow postscript to the 90 seconds of chaos that had defined them. The fire of their youth had been extinguished by the slow, grinding reality of prison life. The tragedy of Hillsville didn't just end with the trials or the prison sentences, it echoed down through the generations. The descendants of the Allen clan had to navigate a world where their last name was a mark of shame. The children of the victims grew up without fathers, their lives forever defined by the violence of that day. The fates of everyone touched by the massacre, perpetrator and victim, lawman and outlaw, remained forever intertwined, bound together by the blood that was spilled on the courthouse floor. The world may have moved on, but in the Blue Ridge Mountains, the past is never truly past. If you travel to Hillsville today, you will not find the brick courthouse where the massacre took place. It was tragically lost to a fire in the 1990s. But for 85 years, that building stood as the most tangible monument to the tragedy. Its exterior walls held the scars of that day, the dark, round pockmarks left by the Allens' guns. For generations, people made a kind of pilgrimage to that courthouse, not just to conduct business, but to run their fingers over those bullet holes, to touch the physical evidence of a day when the law was shot dead in its own home. The echoes of the story are etched in stone in the quiet cemeteries scattered throughout the county. In the Hillsville Cemetery, you can find the graves of Judge Massey, Sheriff Webb, and William Foster, their tombstones speaking of duty and a life cut short in service to the law. Miles away, in a family plot, lie the bodies of Floyd and Claude Allen, executed and buried back in the mountain soil that they fought and died for. Their graves, too, draw visitors, those who see them not as murderers, but as symbols of a fierce bygone independence. But the story's most enduring life is in the telling. The Hillsville massacre seeped into the very soil of Appalachia and grew into folklore. For 100 years, it has been a cautionary tale told on front porches, a ghost story whispered around campfires. Local bards and balladeers captured the tragedy in song, and if you listen closely in the old-time music circles of the Blue Ridge, you might still hear the mournful tune of the Ballad of Floyd Allen, a song that turns the bloody tale into a timeless legend of pride and rebellion. More than anything, the mountains themselves remember. They were the silent witnesses to the Allens' flight, to the manhunt, and to the final, desperate siege. The wind that whispers through the pines on a cold night seems to carry the echoes of the gunshots. The old roads that twist through the hollows still feel as though they carry the memory of the posse's hoofbeats. History in these hills isn't just written in books or carved on monuments. It's a living presence in the landscape, a story the mountains will never let go of. So we return to the question that hung in the gunpowder smoke of that Hillsville courtroom. What could possess men to commit such an act? The easy answer is pride, or anger, or a primitive sense of justice. But the truth is that the most dangerous force in that room was not a man with a gun, but an idea. The idea that a family's honor was worth more than the law, worth more than another man's life, worth more than their own. This was the gospel according to Barbara Allen, a creed so powerful that it turned sons and nephews into soldiers in a war only they believed they were fighting. This is a story not just of a crime, but of a collision between two worlds. The Hillsville massacre was the sound of an old world breaking against the shores of a new one. It is a brutal lesson in how a code of honor, once necessary for survival in a lawless frontier, can become a death sentence when the world changes. The Allens' fierce loyalty and unyielding pride were the very virtues that had made their ancestors strong. But in the 20th century, those same virtues led directly to the electric chair and the prison cell. Their story is a chilling reminder that the deadliest prisons are not always made of stone and steel, but are sometimes built from the unshakable beliefs passed down from one generation to the next. In the end, this is the tragedy of Barbara Allen. She was the unindicted architect of the massacre, a matriarch whose fierce love for her family's pride was so absolute that it demanded its utter ruin. She was not in the courtroom that day, but her spirit pulled every trigger. She won her battle. Floyd Allen never wore prison stripes, but in doing so, she lost everything. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. Imagine the deepest, darkest night in the Ozark Hills, where the silence is shattered not by a scream, but by the thunder of hooves. Riders emerge from the mist, but they are not men. They are terrifying figures in black hoods, with long, twisted horns sprouting from their heads, like demons clawing their way out of the very earth. The newspapers called them vigilantes. The outlaws called them monsters. But their neighbors called them something else, the bald knobbers. But here is the bone-chilling question history has tried to bury. What happens when the men who promised to save you from the darkness become the darkness itself? Today, we will separate the legends from the facts and find out what really happened when good men put on the devil's mask. To understand the firestorm that was coming, you first have to understand the land that would become its kindling. The Ozark Mountains of southern Missouri in the 1880s were a world unto themselves. This wasn't the manicured countryside of the East. This was a rugged, isolated land of deep hollows, limestone bluffs, and spring-fed creeks that ran clear as glass. It was a beautiful but unforgiving place, settled by fiercely independent Scots-Irish families who asked for little more than to be left alone to work their small farms and raise their children. Life here was governed by the seasons, not the clock. Men like Nat Kinney were pillars of this community. A giant of a man, a Union Army veteran with a booming voice, he was seen as a leader long before he ever took the title. You could find him at his general store, a place that smelled of coffee, leather, and kerosene, where he'd extend credit to a family down on their luck.
You had decent, church-going folk, families who believed in hard work and the word of God, whose greatest dream was simply a good harvest and a peaceful night's sleep. But peace was a forgotten luxury. The Civil War had not been a distant conflict here. It was a brutal, intimate butchery that pitted neighbor against neighbor. The official surrender in 1865 meant nothing to the hills. The old hatreds didn't die. They just festered, waiting for a new excuse to bleed. The law was a ghost, a corrupt sheriff a full day's ride away who couldn't or wouldn't do a thing to help. In this vacuum, a new power had risen. A loose confederation of outlaws, horse thieves and murderers, led by the notorious Taylor and Matthews clans, ran Taney County as their personal kingdom. They mockingly called themselves the Anti-Law and Order League. For the ordinary farmer, life became a waking nightmare. Livestock vanished in the night, stores were robbed in broad daylight, and families were terrorized into silence. Every sunset brought a fresh wave of fear. Every knock on the door could be a gang of thugs demanding food or whiskey. The people were pushed to the absolute edge, praying for a savior. But they were about to learn a hard lesson. In the Ozark Hills, when you pray for a savior, you have to be careful what kind of angel answers your call. The roots of this conflict ran deeper than any single crime. They were anchored in the very bedrock of the Ozarks. The families who settled these hills, the Scots-Irish, didn't come here seeking gold. They came seeking freedom from kings, landlords, and any government that tried to put a bridle on them. They carved their lives out of the wilderness with an axe and a rifle, and the land they claimed wasn't just property, it was a declaration of independence. This patch of earth, this creek bottom, this ridge, it was a legacy paid for in sweat, heartbreak, and blood. To threaten a man's land was to threaten his soul. But the most poisonous memory, the wound that never healed, was the Civil War. Here, it wasn't a war of uniforms and battlefields. It was a war of ambush and arson, fought between neighbors. Pro-Confederate bushwhackers and pro-Union jayhawkers turned the Ozarks into a slaughterhouse. A man might see the neighbor he'd helped raise a barn with the year before, riding toward his home with a torch in his hand. The official surrender at Appomattox was just a whisper from a world away. In these hills, the war never truly ended. It just went quiet. The hatreds were passed down from father to son like a family Bible. The Anti-Law and Order League wasn't born in a vacuum. It was the direct descendant of the bushwhacker gangs. Families like the Taylors and the Matthews had ridden for the Confederacy, and they saw the post-war government as a hostile, occupying force. For them, robbing and terrorizing their old Unionist neighbors wasn't just crime, it was a continuation of the war. They were settling old scores that the history books said were already settled. In this land, a family name was a heavy thing. It was your history, your allegiance, and your honor, all rolled into one. To be a Taylor or a Matthews meant you remembered the wrongs done to your kin during the war, and you never, ever let them go unavenged. To be a Kinney, a proud Union veteran, meant you believed in order, in the flag, and in the idea that the war was over and the law should be respected. The coming storm wasn't just about crime. It was the ghosts of the Civil War rising from their shallow graves, ready to fight one last time. The ground wasn't just fertile for a feud, it was salted with the blood of the last one. In a place as small and tight-knit as Taney County, there was no neutral ground. Friendships that had weathered droughts and hard winters now fractured under the weight of a single whispered question: are you for Kinney, or are you against him? The general store, the church, the blacksmith shop, these weren't just places of commerce or worship anymore. They were listening posts where every word was weighed and judged. Siding with the outlaws could get your barn burned by reformers. Siding with the reformers could get your throat cut by the outlaws. The simmering conflict gave old grudges a new, deadly purpose.
A fistfight over a stray hog 10 years prior was suddenly remembered. A bitter argument over a boundary line marked by an old oak tree became a justification for violence. Men who had simply disliked each other for personal reasons now found themselves on opposite sides of a brewing war, giving their private hatred a righteous banner to fly under. The chaos was a perfect cover for settling old scores, and everyone knew it. Whispers became the currency of the hills, and they were poison. A story told at the grist mill in the morning would be a full-blown death threat by the time it reached the far hollows at dusk. Rumors traveled faster than a man on horseback, twisting and growing with every retelling. Did you hear that so-and-so was seen sharing a drink with one of the Taylor boys? Did you hear that man's wife say she thought Kinney was going too far? In this atmosphere, accusation was as good as a conviction, and suspicion was a death sentence waiting to be carried out. And then, there were men like William Edens. He wasn't an outlaw. He hated the thieves and killers as much as anyone. But he was a stubborn, honest man who believed that justice delivered from the shadows was just another kind of crime. He spoke out, not in saloons, but in public, arguing that a secret committee of men acting as judge, jury, and executioner was a cure far worse than the disease. To Nat Kinney's supporters, this wasn't principled opposition, it was treason. Edens was marking himself and his family as an obstacle. He was a voice of reason in a world that was rapidly going deaf with rage. The community was no longer a community. It was a tangled web of fear, loyalty, and festering resentments. Every man was sizing up his neighbor, wondering which side he'd be on when the shooting started. The air itself felt heavy, charged with unspoken threats. It was a place holding its breath, waiting for the first man to reach for his gun. In the hollows, where old beliefs clung like moss to the north side of an oak, people felt the change in the air. The old folks would tell you the land itself was sick. They said the panthers cried with a human voice at night, a sound that meant blood was about to be spilled. A strange, unseasonable fog would roll in before dusk and refuse to burn off by morning, shrouding the hills in a ghostly silence. Women spoke in hushed tones of unsettling dreams, dreams of faceless riders and burning homes, of a darkness that had a shape and a name they couldn't quite speak. These weren't just superstitions, they were the collective dread of a community beginning to fracture under an unbearable pressure. The true omen, however, wasn't in the sky or the woods. It was in the eyes of Nat Kinney. The man who once offered easy credit and a kind word was gone. In his place was a figure of pure, righteous fury. His voice, once used for friendly greetings, now boomed with the fire of an Old Testament prophet calling down damnation. He was the human catalyst, the gathering storm cloud. When he sent word, man by man, for a secret meeting at the schoolhouse on that treeless hill, that bald knob, it wasn't an invitation. It was a summons. It was the moment the vague, simmering anger of the people began to sharpen into a weapon. On that cold night in 1885, as a dozen men slipped away from their cabins, their wives felt a knot of dread tighten in their stomachs. They saw their husbands clean their rifles, not with the calm focus of a man going hunting, but with the grim determination of a man going to war. They didn't know the specifics of the meeting, but they understood its nature. This wasn't about building a new fence or organizing a church social. This was about blood. They were trying to cast out the devil, but they couldn't shake the terrible feeling that to do so, their husbands were about to invite a whole new kind of demon into their homes. The shadow of what was to come was already falling across their doorsteps. Inside that cold schoolhouse, by the flickering light of a single lantern, Nat Kinney's voice was a clap of thunder. He laid out the nightmare they were all living, the stolen livestock, the terrorized families, the mockery of the law. He told them that if the government had forsaken them, then they would have to become their own government. If the law wouldn't protect them, they would become the law. That night, they swore a blood oath of secrecy and allegiance. They were no longer just a dozen angry farmers. They were an army. They were the bald knobbers, And an army needs an enemy to fight. They didn't start with the hardened outlaws. Their first target was chosen carefully, a notorious wife-beater, a man despised by the community but untouchable by the law. One moonless night, the silence of a lonely hollow was shattered by galloping hooves. The man was dragged from his bed, not by his neighbors, but by a circle of horned, silent demons. They tied him to a tree and whipped him raw with a hickory switch. They didn't speak a single word. When they were done, they melted back into the darkness, leaving him bleeding and terrified. It was a message, brutal and clear. There was a new power in the hills, a power that saw everything. The reaction was immediate. Decent folk, who had lived in fear for so long, breathed a collective sigh of relief. The whispers were no longer of fear, but of gratitude. Justice had been done. This success was like a drug to the bald nobbers. It emboldened them, swelling their ranks and hardening their resolve. They moved from punishing social outcasts to targeting the outlaws themselves. They burned down the corrupt saloons and gambling dens that served as the gang's headquarters, a direct assault on their power. The true point of no return came a few weeks later. A crude notice was nailed to the door of a known horse thief's cabin. It didn't have a signature, only a crude drawing of a horned mask. It gave the man and his associates 24 hours to leave Taney County. There was no negotiation, no trial. It was an ultimatum: leave or be found hanging from an oak tree. This was no longer about punishing a single sin. This was a declaration of war. The bald nobbers had taken it upon themselves to cleanse the entire county by force. The first drops of blood, drawn by a hickory switch, had been a test. Now, having found their power, they were promising a flood. The outlaws, for the first time, were scared. And a scared man with a gun is the most dangerous thing in the Ozark Hills. The war had begun. Power born from rage is a fire that eventually consumes the hand that wields it. The bald nobbers, once hailed as saviors, had begun to believe their own legend. Their enemy was no longer just the outlaw, it was anyone who questioned their methods. William Edens, the outspoken farmer who dared to call their shadow justice a crime, became the focus of their festering anger. On a cold night in 1887, they decided his voice would be silenced forever. This time, there were no ghostly horns, no pretense of demonic judgment. A large group of men, their faces bare in the moonlight, surrounded the small, isolated cabin. The pretense was over. This wasn't a warning, it was an execution. Inside, the Edens family and their house guest, Charlie Green, were asleep, unaware that their world was about to end. The first sound was not a knock, but a chorus of angry shouts from all sides, a predator's cry that left no room for escape. Then, the night exploded. It wasn't a single shot, but a deafening, continuous roar as dozens of rifles opened fire at once. The thin wooden walls of the cabin offered no protection. They might as well have been made of paper. The air filled with the shriek of splintering wood and the high-pitched shattering of the window panes. Inside, it was a hurricane of lead and splinters. The lantern on the table danced crazily from the impacts before its glass chimney burst, plunging the room into a terrifying darkness pierced only by the muzzle flashes from the tree line. Through the eyes of Edens' wife, it was a nightmare of incomprehensible chaos. She felt a searing pain in her own body as she fell. She heard a sharp final gasp from her husband, followed by the heavy, dull thud of his body collapsing onto the floorboards he had laid with his own hands. From the corner where their guest, Charlie Green, had been sleeping, there was a second thud, and then a profound silence. The attackers kept firing long after any movement inside had ceased, their fury needing to exhaust itself into the unresisting wood. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the shooting stopped. The silence that rushed back in was heavier, more terrifying than the noise. The only sound was the wind whistling through the new, ragged holes in the walls. The sharp, acrid smell of gunpowder hung in the air, thick enough to taste. It was the smell of murder. When the first rays of dawn finally crept into the shattered cabin, they illuminated a scene of utter devastation. The moonlight streamed through dozens of fresh holes in the walls, creating a horrifying constellation of death. There were no masks, no warnings, no hickory switches. This wasn't vigilante justice. This was a cold-blooded massacre. The bald knobbers had crossed a line from which there was no return. The heroes of the Ozarks were now just murderers. To the men who surrounded that cabin, this wasn't murder. It was a grim, necessary surgery. In their minds, William Edens was not an innocent man exercising his right to speak. He was a cancer. His words were a poison that threatened to undo everything they had accomplished. They had faced down killers and thieves. They had brought a semblance of peace to a land of terror. And now this one man, with his talk of process and law, was giving comfort to the enemy. He was making them look like villains, turning the very people they'd sworn to protect against them. Their logic was twisted but terrifyingly simple. If Edens turned the community against them, the outlaws would rise again, and the old nightmare would return. To save the county, Edens had to be silenced. The transformation from savior to killer had been gradual, almost imperceptible. It began the first time a man used his horned mask to settle a personal score. It grew each time they took a fine that felt more like extortion. The righteous fire had slowly burned down into the cold, hard ash of self-preservation. The switch flipped the moment they realized that Eden's arguments were working. The fear of losing control, of being exposed, arrested, and hanged by the very law they had replaced, became a paranoia that consumed them. The mission was no longer about saving Tiny County. It was about saving the bald knobbers from their own destruction. That is why they didn't wear their masks that night. This wasn't a symbolic act of justice. It was a personal, brutal act of elimination. But what did they feel as they walked away from that bullet-riddled cabin, leaving the smell of gunpowder and death hanging in the night air? There was no triumph. There was no righteous satisfaction. There was only a cold, hollow pit in their stomachs. The adrenaline of the firefight faded, replaced by the deafening silence of what they had done. They had just slaughtered a man in his bed, in front of his wife. They had become the very monsters they once hunted, night-riding killers who brought terror to the innocent. On the dark ride home, a few might have tried to justify it with hollow bravado, muttering it had to be done. But in the quiet of their own homes, alone with their thoughts, the truth would be waiting. The image of that splintered door, the sound of the glass shattering, the memory of the final heavy silence from inside the cabin. They hadn't felt like judges or executioners. They had felt like butchers. And in that chilling private moment of self-awareness, they finally understood. The horned mask wasn't something they wore anymore. It was something they had become. The silence that followed the gunfire was a living thing, a heavy blanket of horror that smothered the hollow. Inside the cabin, the cold night air began to creep through the dozens of new holes in the walls, carrying with it the sharp, metallic smell of gunpowder and fresh blood. For what felt like an eternity, the only movement was the moonlight shifting across the floor, illuminating the two still forms and the splintered wreckage of a once peaceful home. But there was a survivor. Gravely wounded, drifting in and out of consciousness, was William Edens' wife. The pain was a fire in her body, but a colder, fiercer fire burned in her mind. The need to bear witness. She could not let them get away with this. She couldn't scream. Her lungs wouldn't obey. So she began to crawl, dragging her wounded body across the floor, past the body of her husband, out the shattered door, and into the freezing mud of the yard. Every foot was an agony, a testament to a will that refused to be extinguished by a volley of bullets. Her destination was the nearest neighbor, a lifetime away in the darkness. When the first neighbors arrived at dawn, summoned by the wounded woman's desperate gasps, they were met with a scene that would be forever seared into their minds. This wasn't the work of outlaws. This was something different, something more terrifying. The sight of William Edens, a good and honest man, lying dead on his own floor, turned the community's stomach. The awe and respect many had held for the bald nobbers curdled into pure, unadulterated horror. They hadn't just killed a man, they had murdered a neighbor in his bed. The news of the Edens massacre was a lit match dropped on a dry tinderbox. It traveled faster than any posse, a wave of shock and revulsion that swept through the Ozark Hills. The story was told in hushed, horrified tones at every crossroads and general store. They hadn't worn masks. They had shot the house to pieces. Mrs. Edens had survived. The killers' identities, long whispered in secret, were now spoken openly, names attached to an unforgivable crime. This was too blatant, too savage for even the corrupt local authorities to ignore. The flimsy shield of public support for the bald nobbers had been utterly shattered. The state was finally forced to act. The governor of Missouri, his hand forced by the public outcry, authorized the use of the state militia and hired the famous Pinkerton Detective Agency to hunt the killers down. A substantial reward was offered for their capture, turning friends into potential informants. The hunt was on, not just by a local sheriff, but by the full, vengeful power of the law they had so arrogantly replaced. The hunters had officially become the hunted. The murder of William Edens was not a stone dropped in a pond. It was an earthquake that split Taney County right down the middle. There was no more gray area, no room for neutrality. The invisible lines of allegiance that had been forming for months were now drawn in blood. You were either for the bald nobbers, believing they were the only thing standing between order and chaos, or you were against them, believing they had become a murderous tyranny. The question was whispered over fence posts, argued in hushed tones in the back of the general store, and sometimes settled with fists in the dusty street. Families who had shared pews for generations now glared at each other over the tops of their hymnals, the preacher's words about forgiveness ringing hollow and meaningless. The community, once a source of strength, was now a web of suspicion. Every shadow could hold a spy, and every friendly greeting could be a test. A conspiracy of silence fell over the hills, but it wasn't the silence of ignorance. Everyone knew who pulled the triggers that night. The killers were their neighbors, their cousins, the men they'd helped raise barns with. But to speak that knowledge aloud was to paint a target on your own family's door. Fear was a gag in the mouth of justice. In response to this new terror, an opposition finally took shape. They called themselves the Anti-Bald Nobbers. This wasn't a formal army, but a desperate coalition of the outlaws' families, old enemies of Kinney, and decent men who were simply horrified by the Edens massacre. The hills erupted into a full-scale guerrilla war. A bald nobber's barn would mysteriously catch fire in the night. An anti-bald nobber would be ambushed on a lonely road. Shootouts became common, turning the quiet mountain trails into killing grounds. Amid the terror, there were quiet acts of breathtaking courage. A neighbor, knowing the risk, would leave a basket of food on the porch of the surviving Edens family under the cover of darkness. Another, his conscience finally outweighing his fear, would slip away to meet with the Pinkerton detectives, his whispered testimony the first crack in the wall of silence. But for every act of courage, there was an act of cowardice. Men who knew the truth would provide false alibis for the killers, choosing the bonds of kinship or the safety of their own skin over the rule of law. The community was eating itself alive, and the war for the soul of the Ozarks had begun in earnest. The law that had been a ghost in Taney County for a generation finally arrived, and it arrived as an army. The state militia, disciplined and impersonal, marched into the hills, their blue uniforms a stark contrast to the greens and browns of the Ozarks. Alongside them came the Pinkerton detectives, quiet, observant men in city clothes who missed nothing. They weren't swayed by old loyalties, and they weren't intimidated by local reputations. They brought with them the cold, methodical logic of the ledger book and the arrest warrant. An unlikely and dangerous posse was formed. It was a volatile mix of state troopers, professional detectives, and the raw, vengeful fury of the anti-bald nobbers. For the lawmen, these local guides were a necessary evil, men who knew the secret paths and hidden hollows. For the anti-bald nobbers, this was their chance for revenge, now sanctioned by the state. They hunted their own kin, leading the militia to the doorsteps of men they had known their entire lives. The chase that followed was a brutal ordeal against the land itself. The wanted men were not fools. They were sons of these mountains. They knew every cave, every rock outcropping, every spring that could hide a man. They could melt into the dense woods like smoke. For the pursuing militia, many of them flatlanders, the Ozarks became a green hell of steep ridges, sudden drop-offs, and thorny thickets that tore at their uniforms and their resolve. Days turned into weeks of grueling patrols, of false leads and near misses. The mountains, which had been the bald nobbers' fortress, were now their last, desperate sanctuary. But the real weapon that brought them down wasn't the rifle, it was the whisper. The governor's reward money was a powerful temptation, but it was the presence of the militia that truly broke the spell of fear. For the first time, people who knew the truth felt safe enough to speak it. A farmer, his conscience gnawing at him, would secretly meet a detective and trade a name for a promise of protection. A woman, tired of the bloodshed, would leave an anonymous note detailing a hiding spot. One by one, the cracks in the wall of silence began to spread. The end came not in one epic firefight, but in a series of swift, merciless raids. Acting on the new intelligence, the militia would surround a cabin in the pre-dawn darkness, their rifles appearing like a thorny crown around the house. Some men were taken from their beds, blinking in confusion as the cold steel of handcuffs snapped onto their wrists. Others tried to fight, their defiance ending in a brief, desperate exchange of gunfire. A few, run to ground in a remote cave, simply gave up, their faces gaunt with hunger and the knowledge that the game was over. The once feared night riders, the horned demons of the hills, were rounded up by the dozens, their reign of terror ending not with a thunderclap, but with the quiet, final click of a jail cell door. The trials of the bald nobbers were not a quiet legal proceeding. They were the final battle of the war, fought not with rifles, but with testimony and lies. The entire county descended on the small town of Ozark, Missouri, turning it into an armed camp. State militia with bayonets fixed stood guard on the courthouse steps and at the doors, their stoic presence a thin wall against the seething tension in the streets. Inside, the courtroom was packed to the rafters, a stifling, airless space filled with the families of the accused, the families of the victims, and curious onlookers, all watching each other with a mixture of hatred and fear. The air was thicker than summer molasses, heavy with the unspoken threat that the violence outside could erupt within these walls at any moment. This was a clash of two worlds. In the dock sat the accused, hardened hillmen, their weathered faces looking utterly out of place against the polished wood of the court. Facing them was the machinery of the state, slick, confident lawyers from the city whose legal arguments felt like a foreign language in a place where disputes were settled with a handshake or a shotgun. Witnesses were called to the stand, their hands trembling as they swore on the Bible. You could see the terror in their eyes. As they spoke, their gaze would drift to the gallery, where the kin of the accused sat in stony silence, a silent but powerful reminder that after the judge and jury were gone, the mountains and their long memories would remain. Witness intimidation didn't require a single word, only a steady, unblinking stare. The defendants themselves showed no remorse. Led by Dave Walker and his son, they carried themselves not with the shame of murderers, but with the defiant pride of captured soldiers. They rarely looked at the judge or the jury. Their eyes were fixed on their own people in the crowd, a silent exchange of loyalty that defied the authority of the court. In their minds, they were being tried by a foreign power for an act of war, for executing a traitor who threatened their cause. They did not recognize this law, and they would not bow to it, even with the shadow of the gallows falling over them. The great captain, Nat Kinney himself, was not among them in the dock for this final judgment. He had a solid alibi for the night of the Eden's murder and was acquitted in a separate trial, a legal technicality that felt like a dagger in the heart of true justice. The mastermind, the voice that had summoned the demons in the first place, would walk free. The state needed convictions, and it focused its full weight on the men whose triggers had been pulled that night. The jury, a group of terrified local men, deliberated under immense pressure, knowing their decision could make them heroes to one half of the county and targets to the other. Finally, they filed back in, their faces grim. The foreman stood, his voice shaking slightly as he read the verdict. Guilty. 4 men, Dave Walker, his son Bill, John Matthews, and Tubal Matthews, were sentenced to be hanged by the neck until dead. A collective gasp sucked the air from the room, followed by a single piercing sob from the Walker family pew. The condemned men did not flinch. They simply stood, their faces like granite, and were led away. The law of men had spoken. The gallows would have its due. But as the crowd shuffled out into the tense evening air, the question hung unspoken between them. With dozens of others who fired into that cabin walking free, with the leader of the whole movement absolved, was this justice? Or was it just a sacrifice, a few lives taken by the state to pretend that the war was finally over? On a bright spring day in May of 1889, a gallows was built in the town of Ozark. A crowd gathered, not to cheer, but to watch in grim silence as Dave Walker, his son Bill, John Matthews, and Tubal Matthews were led to the platform. The trapdoors fell, the ropes snapped taut, and the law of men had its final, brutal word. But for the Ozark Hills, this was not an ending. It was simply the beginning of a long and bitter reckoning. The great captain, Nat Kinney, had walked out of the courtroom a free man, but the Ozark Code of Justice he had unleashed had a long memory. In August of 1888, months before the hangings, he was standing in his own general store. His sworn enemy, Billy Miles, walked in, raised a shotgun, and fired. There was no fiery speech, no final plea, just the deafening roar of a shotgun and the thud of the giant falling behind his own counter. The man who had sought to bring his own law to the mountains died by that same law. For the dozens of other bald knobbers who were acquitted or never charged, there was no gallows, but there was a different kind of sentence. They returned to their farms to find themselves living in a prison without walls. They faced the silence of a neighbor turning his back in the street, the sudden chill in a once friendly general store. Their names were now a poison in the well of their reputation. Some found their crops failing, their livestock sickening, and whispered it was a curse. Others, unable to endure the shame and the constant accusing stares, simply sold their land for pennies on the dollar and vanished, their families swallowed by the westward migration. And what of the survivors? For Mrs. Edens, the woman whose will to live had brought the whole machine of justice down on the bald knobbers, there could be no peace in Taney County. Every ridge, every creek, every familiar tree held the ghost of her husband and the memory of that terrible night. The land was tainted. Soon after the trials, she and her family packed what little they had left into a wagon and left the Ozarks forever, becoming refugees from their own home. The creak of their wagon wheels on the dusty road was the sound of a final, heartbreaking goodbye. The community, ripped apart by the violence and the trials, did not heal. It simply scarred over. A thick, heavy blanket of silence was pulled over the whole affair. People stopped talking about it. The names Bald Knobber and Edens became words spoken only in hushed whispers. It was a shared, unspoken agreement to forget. The story was too ugly, the wounds too deep. They buried the history, hoping that if they piled enough dirt on it, the ghosts would eventually stay down. For generations, the official history of Taney County was a story with a missing chapter. But the past never truly dies. It just goes to ground. Today, the descendants of both the bald knobbers and the anti-bald knobbers still live in those hills. They are farmers, business owners, and teachers. But they carry a heavy inheritance. A name like Walker or Matthews still carries a faint echo of that old war, a history that is rarely, if ever, spoken of aloud. It's a private knowledge, a story kept behind closed doors, because in a place this small, the great-grandchildren of the hanged man might still live just down the road from the great-grandchildren of the men who hanged him. The physical traces are harder to find, but they are there for those who know where to look. The old schoolhouse on the Bald Knob is long gone, reclaimed by the woods. But the hill itself remains, a quiet, windswept place that feels different from the land around it. In the old cemeteries, you can still find the tombstones. There's the grave of Nat Kinney, the murdered captain, and not far away, the final resting places of the men who were hanged. The simple, weathered stones, with just a name and a date, give no hint of the firestorm that consumed their lives. The mountains have quietly swallowed the evidence, leaving only the ghosts. But the story refused to stay buried. In 1907, an author named Harold Bell Wright published a novel called The Shepherd of the Hills. The book was a sensation, one of the most widely read American novels of its time. In its pages, the raw, bloody truth of the Bald Knobbers was sanded down, romanticized, and transformed into a mythic tale of heroic mountain men fighting for justice. Wright turned the complex and brutal vigilantes into archetypes of the American frontier spirit. He gave the world a legend it could stomach, and in doing so, he cemented the name Bald Knobbers in the nation's memory forever. And then came the final, strangest chapter of their legacy. As tourism came to the Ozarks and the town of Branson began its transformation, the story was sanitized one last time. In the mid-20th century, a family of entertainers started a country music show. Looking for a memorable local name, they chose one that would echo through the hills, the Bald Knobbers Jamboree. Today, tourists clap along to fiddles and laugh at comedians, their family-friendly fun promoted by cartoon figures of men in horned masks. The terrifying night-riding demons of the 1880s have become a brand. The ghost was repackaged and sold, its bloody history washed clean for the sake of entertainment. But if you drive away from the bright lights of the Branson Strip, back into the deep, dark hollows on a moonless night, and turn off your engine, you can still feel it. A silence so deep it feels ancient. And in that silence, you can almost hear the whisper of the wind through the oak trees. People may have forgotten, the novel may have romanticized, and the show may have sanitized. But the mountains remember everything. So we return to the question we asked in the beginning, in the cold, misty dark of the Ozark Hollows. What happens when the men who promise to save you from the darkness become the darkness itself? The story of the Bald Knobbers gives us a chilling and timeless answer. It tells us that the line between a savior and a tyrant is terrifyingly thin, a line drawn not in the dirt, but inside the human heart. It shows us that justice, when stripped of process and mercy, is no longer justice. It is merely vengeance with a righteous name. This is more than just a forgotten tale from the Missouri hills. It is a profoundly American tragedy, a cautionary tale written in blood. It is a story about the indomitable frontier spirit, that fierce, independent streak that demands order in a chaotic world. But it is also a warning about the terrible danger of that same spirit when it becomes convinced of its own infallibility, when good men decide that their rage is the only law that matters. The law may be slow, it may be flawed, and it may sometimes fail us. But the Bald Knobbers stand as a grim, horned monument to the fact that the alternative is a far more terrifying monster. Their story is a lesson that was paid for with lives, with a community torn apart, and with ghosts that still linger in the deep woods. A lesson that the masks we wear to fight monsters have a way of sticking to our skin, and that the abyss when stared into for too long, always stares back. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story.